you make that happen. That's magic.
He is committing to the bit. Hey, everyone. It is Deflating Atheism and David and Fabulous Agnostic. All the friends together. We may be getting some more people together for this Christmas chill stream. We may be getting Felina, and we may be getting Jake and others. I'm not even monitoring the comments here.
State Farm cared about us. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, yes. What are you wearing? Yes. You guys might want to introduce yourselves for people who have not seen you before.
I'm David, Rob's friend. I'm on the run from the law, and that's why I'm in darkness right now.
Yes. He is actually laboring under the misconception that no one can see him, that it's completely black. Yeah. And but by the way, we want to apologize. We don't know what's going on with the centering in this live stream.
It is odd. It is so off. Like, I don't know which way to go here. Like,
yeah. It's like literally dividing us into thirds, but it's not centering us within our own. So this is very distracting. I'll do that. That's okay. I'm looking off to the side.
Everyone stay as still as possible.
We're converging. It's like Queen, we're all fabulous. Rescue us, Santa Fabulous.
Ho, ho, ho. That's not a season's greetings. I just don't like anyone, so I'm insulting them by calling them a whore.
Why? Wow.
Because I
historical whores who are very nice people.
Stream is a hoe.
I am Fabulous Agnostic. I am also on the run, which is why I'm dressed as Santa Claus, so no one will know what I actually look like, so they can't find me.
Papa Christos on the lamb.
And I've arranged my room differently now, so they can see things that were never normally there. This is my Christmas safe house that I come to just once a year to get away.
He went all out.
Yes, he did.
You have to give credit.
Mad props.
I don't know which way to go. It's a whole t-shirt thing. Like, I don't want to go too high up for not wearing trousers. Why bother? Why bother? Tom just said to me, "You're going to wear trousers
altogether." At that point.
What was that, Fab?
Tom just said to me, "You're not wearing trousers." Well, what for? There's no point. Yeah, I'm sitting down, so that's just how it is.
Well,
he's just thrown. Oh, he's thrown some shorts.
We press on comfort here. That's what we stress here.
These are my usual shorts that I wear around the house. They're
nice.
Hawaiian.
Yeah, very tropical. Very tropical.
Santa on holiday.
I'm sure it's a direct contrast with the climate outside your door.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't know because, as you know, the world is so hot now because of the climate change that I have to wear a t-shirt in the winter because it's 55 degrees outside.
Yeah, we're all going to have to move to like New Brunswick or something. It's going to be like Yuma, Arizona or something.
The new coast of New Brunswick.
Yeah. It's the rising sea levels are going to swallow America's Wang, which means that Nancy Pelosi's new house is going to be underwater. You think she would have foreseen this, but yeah.
I just didn't want to hear the word Wang and Nancy Pelosi used in the same region, but that's okay.
It's gonna happen a lot tonight. But yes. We're all on the lam. I really have to congratulate. Well, I have to say, in one way, it's ironic that Fabulous Agnostic actually goes all out for Christmas. But I have to say, he is not to sound not. I don't want to sound othering. That's the one thing I fear is to other.
Are you attempting to insinuate that Santa and Jesus are not the same kind of being philosophically? How dare you?
Okay, so there, I guess there will be time to discuss this. I got a bunch of comments on my channel from the guy's name was like Sky Daddy Disprover or something.
Wow.
2013 atheism just never died.
Edgelord, let's do this.
Yes, exactly. You know he's wearing the fedora in his own house.
Dad, I'm in the middle of podcasting. Leave me alone.
Living in his mom's basement.
Like, yeah, exactly. Cutting edge, but yeah, Fabulous looks like the Rankin Bass, the Santa, and it's like his mouth is not moving because he's got the mask on. And it's awesome, man. I'm sorry, it's like the coolest thing I've ever seen. It's so awesome.
I think I wore this last year when we did one, and I think by now I didn't make it this far before I took it off. It's so irritating. It's unbelievable.
My face is on fire. It's itching.
It's going to look like you were wearing a beard of bees. Yeah, it's kind of muffling you too. So
yeah. Okay. Well, there we go.
Okay.
Surprise! It's a Christmas miracle.
Yes, and he's
right. I have returned now.
Tying up the top knot.
He is back.
Yes, and so I'm going to get an adult beverage. We have not done this before. Last time I had a bottle of scotch. I drank so much I disgusted Wicked Felina, and we didn't talk for about 2 weeks.
Wow, Rob. I missed that.
But
I would have been there for you as your wingman to tell you to cut down, or I may have encouraged you and been the devil on your shoulder. So it's probably good I wasn't there.
I actually don't think you were there. I think you were there for another stream. But yeah, no, I actually think you was under the impression I finished one bottle of scotch and then I moved on to another. I was just sampling different bottles.
Wow, Rob.
I'm a responsible drinker.
You've got my number. In the
aim of
brother, what the hell?
What's that?
I'm here for support, brother. What the hell?
Oh, thank you. You know, how I've ever been led astray. You know,
I am not here for support. So go and get a drink would be the.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I probably would have been the Scotch Irish in me would have said, "Hey, keep drinking, brother. Let's do this. We're going to Valhalla tonight." That's what I probably. Probably a good thing I wasn't there. So.
I mean, there is a necessary problem with drinking on live streams. I was reviewing the second live stream that we were in, Rob, all those years ago, and I was just hammered. Like it was just so embarrassing. I just pray that it's not like I don't kill myself, verbally with anything that I might have said. It's too cringe for me to watch. Yeah. It's funny. I do remember it was quite funny. But it's
limiters come off, and you're just like, and another thing. Let me tell you about,
Well, what I always do whenever I do these streams with Rob, and I do drink, I always think I didn't say anything that I wouldn't say in the pub anyway, so it's not really a big issue for me, And if someone watches it and goes, well, it takes it out of context, well, that's on them, not on me, so I don't care,
Oh, okay, we're getting comments here. I think this is worthwhile. Jay's whiteboard. Is this Jay Dyer? If so, I'm extremely flattered. He says, "Wow, I haven't seen a live stream from you in a long time." Yeah, we've kind of been, taking it easy. Well, I've been taking it easy. And Rivertown Cards. Note well this: only a Deflating Atheism stream could make me put down a Plantiga video for the night. So I think you're moving down to a slightly lower intellectual caliber if you go from Alvin Plantiga to a Deflating Atheism live stream. But I'm extremely flattered nonetheless.
I don't know the source material, but anyone who says I have to put something down to sit there and listen to us, I'm sorry. How boring your life must be.
Yeah, for the man in the Santa shirt. I kid.
This has been my life for the past 4 days. I just sit in this position drinking with my Christmas in my Christmas uniform.
And you just happen to turn the camera on and just proceed as
it was purely accident. It was an absolute accident, a cosmic accident. I think you'll find is the word. that I would end up here today, as it goes.
Well, yeah, that's I was watching a Tim Dillon clip today about he when he was a little kid. He would, it was like his drama teacher in high school, very gay, okay, and but he would go downstairs. This guy lived with his dad, and so he would go down to the basement. This guy was just a winter wonderland. It was just everything was like Christmas themed during Christmas time. So he had his space, and he went all out with Christmas theming it. So that's kind of what I was going at before. It's kind of expected, but yeah.
Well, we have 4. Do we have 4 Christmas trees in our house? Yeah, we have 4 on our ground level. So I get into see Christmas is really good, but it starts on the 1st of December and it ends on the 26th. Like that's it. You know what I mean? I'm not.
You don't go to Valentine's Day. You're not one of those people who goes to Valentine's.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's
over here that go over 6 months. They'll do it all year long. Some people. We have a store called the Christmas Store because some people their addiction. Man, it's bad. It's bad.
Yeah. Well, there are some places. There was a shop that was around the corner from my house years ago, and it had Christmas lights all year round. And I once asked him why, and he said, I put them up once, and then I just couldn't be bothered to take them down. So I just left them up each year. just change the setting when it's December, right, and then leave it. Why not?
Exactly.
How brave.
It just looks better. It just having Christmas lights up, especially if you don't have any other decor. It's like what I found when I got my apartment. Just having anything on the walls looks better than having nothing on the walls. So Christmas lights up is going to be an improvement over pretty much anything.
Yeah, we have a big issue, don't we? Because like there's so much. I can't really show you. If I twist the camera, that might give you better an idea. But like. We've got things above the fireplace there. That would just have shit all over it if it wasn't Christmas. The amount of crap that we just threw away that was on there just to make room for it. And like we've got the little village thing over here, and there's a clock tower in the back. There's just crap. That's just full of like envelopes and dead letters and like just shit. Like we don't take them away and then put more like better ornaments there in the summer.
I'm trying to give you the big screen here.
The big screen.
Oh no, it's Rob's big screen.
Oh, there we go. You might. If it's just there, the end of my finger. There's a little light there, and that's the Christmas church thing. At the end of the village, which are these little shelter hut things here, and then there's the deer, which usually light up, but we lost the thing for it. So yeah, that's just one of our Christmas displays. I can't show you the others because there's so much crap everywhere. Because like, not only is it the end of the year, it's the time of the year where I have to get all my tax return stuff done. So all of my accounting is just, it's our house at the minute is just full of Christmas and receipts.
Yes.
Like an invoice. That's just everything. That's all we have. Come to summer,
Christmas,
we have nothing.
And then tax time.
and there's the most happy Christmas scene you've ever experienced.
Yeah. The Rob bunker.
Well, while you keep talking, I'm gonna go make myself another sherry.
Now that's how you do it, sherry. That's what I should have.
Well, we have different categories. So you have a sherry, you have a drink, and you have going out for a drink, and then there's a couple. That's what you say for going for a drink. Now, when we say sherry, that's anywhere between 2 and an unending amount of drinks. You see, going out for a drink is 3 to 5 drinks. Having a drink is 1 to 3. You see, so you have to know the lingo. So me making a sherry, yeah. But a sherry is we're gonna just have as many as I feel like, you know. There's no boundary.
So it's not like cognac is what most people mean by like sherry.
No, well, sherry is 4 to 5 wine, but we say sherry as let's just have a little drink, you know. Not a big drink, not too much. It's just a casual
Slow
couple
burn.
of drinks in the afternoon. Yeah, it's a slow burner. It's an event. It's an event. A sherry is an event. And I have a really one of my good friends is a priest, and he's an elder. He's not that old, to be fair. He's only in his late 50s, and he actually drinks sherry. And nobody drinks sherry, by the way. Like no one. It's a very upper working class, not even middle class. It's an upper working class thing to drink, actually. And he drinks a sherry before dinner every day. And I used to nip around his house at the vicarage all the time, and we used to have sherry and olives and nuts and raisins and this kind of weird, just out there setting. So with him, when I say a sherry, I actually mean a sherry, and we have in the sherry glasses and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, I'm going to go make a drink now. I'm still listening. I'm still talking.
It sounds like very Dickensian. You get the mulled wine and you get all that stuff.
Oh, mulled wine is just repulsive.
Wow. Okay, so Fabulous Agnostic has a strong opinion about something. Okay.
Yeah.
That one.
Could you believe it? I was actually just yesterday having a good old bitch about mulled wine, because mulled gin is really good, right? Mulled gin is lovely, but mulled wine is just absolutely god awful. And there's always someone who says, "Hey, well, if you make it properly and you slice the grape and show it to the light of the full moon in August and slay a deer, it'll taste nice." It's just shit. It's just absolute shit.
I would pay to see that review, at the liquor store. This item.
I'm going
shit.
Just shit. I mean, it's always weaker percentage as well. It's just full of sugar. And as a wine drinker, I'm a serious drinker. I'm professional, and you've got to have, as a wine drinker, you've got to set yourself some standards. And if you drink mulled wine, you're not a wine drinker. Mulled wine is for people who spend all year pretending that they don't like wine, going, "It tastes like vinegar. It tastes like vinegar." And then at Christmas time, because it's full of sugar and cloves and garlic and all sorts of weird crap they find in the forest, and they go, "Oh, I love wine. Just love wine." Well, you didn't like it in the summer, did you, you fruit?
Well, that's kind of the complaint I've heard a lot of people have about turkey. They say, "Well, turkey's not good enough to eat any other time of the year besides Thanksgiving, but it's just a tradition, so we eat it at Thanksgiving." I'm not endorsing that view, but I've heard people express it.
Well, as you know, I'm a vegan, and I wouldn't eat turkey.
Marks, yeah.
Oh yeah, well, yeah. I'm better now. I'm a lot more vegan than I was before, and turkey is just awful. It's just dry, and it's just and you always get people once again. But if you cook it properly and you massage its glands with horse dung and make sure you baste it and shove a lemon up its, japs or whatever. And it's just dry. There's nothing you can do about it. It's going to be dry. It is dry. You put gravy on it because it's dry, I tell you what, if people were brought up on turkey, there'd be so many more vegans. If turkey was the only meat,
or sleepy people,
everyone would be vegan.
Well, see I actually became a vegetarian. I was never a great one. I was certainly never a vegan, but I did become a vegetarian when I was a teenager. And every week, my parents would get. What's that?
You need to write a book, dude. I'm just telling you.
Okay.
I'd be like this tiny little chapter in Rob's life, but I would so pay to have a book of Rob's life.
It's a boring as hell, except for weird episodes where I go to strip clubs with schizophrenics, and then otherwise my life is like a parade.
You're picking up radio in the strip club, yeah. It's like,
and then you get these weird.
And we have Tangy, ladies and gentlemen, here to entertain you tonight.
we never actually got. I'll tell the story later if you want, but yeah, we never actually got into the strip club part of the show. It just in any sort of holding room. But yeah, I mean, my there's been a lot of walking in the woods, a lot of walking. There's been a lot of walking, and what I was going to say is when I was a teenager, I became a vegetarian because my parents would get steaks every week. We had a sort of a set schedule for dinners that we would have. And so one night was steak night, but my parents would get like these gray steaks from like Harris Teeter that had no flavor.
That's mistake number one right there. That's what they call mystery meat. That's when something's been left over for like a week and a half, and they put it right back out and slap a new label and new plastic on it. That's what that is. It's mystery meat.
Yes, you missed the obvious pun there. It was a mistake to eat that meat.
Punch up his punchlines, but yeah. So it had the consistency of like a card of like a styrofoam clamshell or something. And so I saw what people on TV would always be like, oh well, steak is the treat. Steak is the best, like one of the finer things in life. I'm like, I'm tearing it apart like that.
Fighting through bear meat.
If this is like the greatest stuff, it really wasn't a big sacrifice for me to give up meat.
Well, what it tells you is that if during the Great Depression when they were boiling shoe leather, you would have fit right in. You'd been like, "Oh, this is actually tasty. This is good."
That's actually what it was.
Finally,
I have arrived and gotten cuisine that is worthy of my palate.
But I don't want to sound critical of my parents. My parents did a very, very good job of raising me. Because
I thought it was wolves. Oh, okay. Well.
The end result. Yes. Well, that was an unfortunate episode. Yeah, that was
Forest Boy and the raising.
Yeah, from the ages of 4 to 11, but otherwise it was a
of the forest. Yeah.
Yes. That was like again a lot of time spent out in the woods. A lot of time.
I am the jackal god. You will bow down to me. The animal's like, I don't know. He comes here every week. Just let him do his thing.
Yeah, we all gather around when he's.
Yeah, we just gather around and we're listening to him. He's the hunters away, so we just do it.
I always over the deck. Yeah.
I mean, this is a really interesting insight for me. What are American woods like? Because, like, over here, we have obviously the countryside, which is the British countryside is the most quaint, like, place to ever exist. Like, it's like hedgerows and bramble and little birds and the occasional hedgehog, and if you're lucky, you see a badger. But like, I always imagine America, it's like just like chaos. And there's like, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre family. If you take the wrong turn and they swoop you up and they eat you or whatever. And if you go the right way, you've got to fight through like mountain lions and shit. So is it like, do you see squirrels? Do they exist? And like,
I'm gonna answer that like someone that's in real estate. It's location. Like our forests here are so tame. It's like we don't really, other than an occasional bear, like like maybe a coyote or something like that. You don't really have to worry that much about anything in our woods. But our crazy deer, which took out my car recently. But if you go a little bit more, west, then you're or go out towards the actual western coast, not just the western mountain areas of North Carolina. If you go further west, the true west, then you're dealing with like Kodiak bears and creatures like you would have never imagined. And down in Florida, you've got gators, you've got snakes, you've got spiders that will take your face off. So it's different depending on where you're at.
Yeah. I went to Florida when I was 16, and we stayed in this place where it backed onto a swamp. And like you could just see behind this fence was like the thinnest of fences you could imagine. Like, and they like the people who owned the villa said, don't like make sure you turn all the lights on and look around before you just step out into the little porch thing at the back where you can sit around and like at the table. And they said make sure that the next door have also got their lights on too before you go out, because you've got to make sure. And like there was just like lots of shit, like lots of lizards and crocodiles, just things just walking around. Yeah. And it's like what the fuck? Like an armadillo just like walked in front of the car. Like, do you not want to die? Is that what like at least the animals in England have got the courtesy to wait so they don't get like ran over. Here they just fine. And a snake just like went straight past my leg. And I was like, there's a fucking snake right here.
I mean, just crazy. I was really young. I was in the Scouts and we were in Virginia. Or no, I'm trying to remember. No, it wasn't Virginia. Anyway, I've lost to the histories of time wherever it was. All I remember was one of our Scoutmasters, Dan. We were like in a really mountainous area, and so they made a decision for us to go to his remote campsite. It was on his, all of his farmland. It was really remote, like super remote. Like they told us, like we are probably going to be like an hour or two from the nearest, town. And if anybody gets hurt, it's a big deal. They'll have to get a life flight to come out here and get you guys, to be very careful with what you do, even be careful with your pocket knives. Long story short, we had this huge thunderstorm, and we were trying to get back to our campsite, and I tumbled down the hill, and I look up, and just as the lightning flashed, I look up, and it's a wolf with her pups, which is the worst situation you could find yourself in. And so I just literally sat back on my butt because I wasn't scared, because I didn't really have time to be. She was so quick. She just snatched them up. She looked at me, and then she went her way. But I kept thinking, and people have told me, if you come between a wolf and her cubs, that, often they'll attack you. But she just looked at me and picked them up and, very calmly went the other way. But it was like, and I felt very, blessed to have seen her, but in her pups. But it was just the weirdest thing to, as a kid from mostly growing up in the city, I'd never seen anything like that. And, and it blew my mind that something that beautiful could, but at the same time, it's like, you realize I'm not part of this world. And that's kind of what, when I tell people, like they ask us, how crazy is America? Are we having gun battles on every street? And I say, yes, we are. But, it's not, they think we're like RoboCop, but and now it's actually getting that way. But at the time it wasn't, and it's actually pretty tame over here most of the time. But it depends on where you're at. I mean, and I'm sure it's the same in England, it's and anywhere else. It's just wherever your location is. But that's one thing I love about America, though. It's like, like Rob says, it's now as I get older, I'm more about getting out in the countryside, getting out in the woods, because it's like that's the only place I can really, calm down and center.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, America is a very big country, and it has a whole lot of different climates. Like okay, so David and I kind of like North Carolina is sort of like a Neapolitan ice cream. You have mountains on one side, and you have what's known as Piedmont in the middle, which is just basically flatlands, and then you have a coastal area at the side. Basically, for the mountains and the coastal area, it's basically here be bears. There are a whole lot of bears there. There aren't so many bears in the Piedmont simply because it's just built up. You get like yearlings occasionally wandering onto people's backyards. There was a black bear in High Point. I remember like last year or something. It's not unheard of. So when I take a walk in the woods, it's not impossible that I would encounter a black bear. That's it's within the realm of possibility. It's not something that's ever happened to me. But what I will say about the sort of the woods in North Carolina is that it's extremely dense. It's extremely overgrown, and it's extremely green, which is something I always took for granted. But when I hear like reports of people who come from England and go to the American South, especially in the spring or summer, they almost find it assaulting how green it is. And the movie "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou," the Coen brothers movie. Okay, well, it's a movie it's a movie set in the Deep South, and the Coen brothers, of course, they're in Hollywood. They grew up in the Midwest, and so they went to the Deep South in the spring and summer to shoot this movie. And when they got all the footage back, they weren't prepared for just how green it was. It was just overbearingly green. So they actually had to use really the first instance of digital color correction to make the whole movie, to give it sort of like an amber cast. The whole movie is sort of amber tinted to make it look sort of, old timey. But they just did not like how just like assaultingly spring green it was when they actually got the footage back.
Well, to contrast everything that you've both said with what the situation is like here, you're right that certain areas might have different things, but mostly, because obviously England is probably not bigger than most of the states in America. I don't know. I'm really not good with geography on that front.
Well, the marketer map just blows you guys up. So it's
well, that's because we're the best country in the world, and we have to be front and center. Also, it's because, as you know, we live in a colonial white patriarchy, so we have to appear bigger than every other country naturally. So to assert our privilege and dominance.
Exactly.
But,
by the way, I just saw in the chat, Aaron shouted out, "Do not seek the treasure," which is a hilarious line from Oh Brother Arthur. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'll shut up now.
That's all right. That's okay. That's okay. But so there are a couple of places that the three most dangerous animals in Britain are the Tory party and the current government, badgers and boars, right? And badgers are only really dangerous when they're cornered, and they're really fucking dangerous, like badgers, because they're massive. You don't realize how big a badger is till you see one, and if you crashed your car into a badger, the badger would get up and walk away. They're really, really hefty. And boars are just crazy. Absolutely crazy. But you only get boars towards Wales, mostly speaking. So that's the only bit that's geographical, that boars live in Wales. They don't tend to live anywhere else. But badgers there isn't as many as there used to be, because we call badgers because they carry tuberculosis. But the badgers are dangerous. So, and then when it comes to the generic color of our countryside, it's mostly a brown, a mossy brown. So there isn't that much green really, because it's so wet in England. So we don't. It's not it's not lush. It's mostly I say, hedgerows and bushes and shrubbery, with the occasional. You will find some forests where it's really clear and the trees are really tall, but they are very few and far between. The closest forest to where we are is mostly just smaller trees and shrubbery. We have a monkey forest not too far away from where I live as well, which is cool. But I've never seen the monkeys in it because it's a fence, and you can hear them. There's about 50 of them or so in this enclosure, and they just scream all day.
Yeah.
You'd think they'd be cool, but they just clearly scream. And you always think, what are they doing? Why are they screaming? Come and say hello or something like
they're
that.
having they're having a crisis of life. They're realizing this is not what I signed up for.
I 100% empathize with their screaming, if that's the reason they're screaming for.
I thought these bananas would make me feel fulfilled, but I just end up feeling so empty.
And they're putting so many calories on. Yeah. When we were growing up, really the most dangerous thing was probably snakes, and we had some seriously dangerous snakes, and cottonmouths, moccasins, copperheads. Occasionally you would get really, really nasty snakes, and there would be a whole nest of them, or they would be going through the yard, or because we grew up near a lot of ponds, and you'd just be riding around on your bike, and there's suddenly a snake coiled up at you. And so my mom had to kill quite a few snakes herself, with a gardening hoe or whatever. We were talking about hoes earlier. ho ho ho. But yeah, mostly, but it's nothing like, I would talk to some of my friends from out west, and they're just like, yeah, my brother almost got carried off by, and they would name like some like animal that Rob and I would be like, oh God, we're not messing with that. I mean, it's just like those guys out there are a whole different breed. Ladies too, or just a whole different breed. Like, they're tough as nails, and so that's one of the things that I love though about America is, like, if you get a chance to travel across America, just the kind of people that you encounter. That's one of the most, if I had to say something that I love about my country, it's just how beautiful people are, going dependent on, and also crazy in other places. But I mean, did y'all ever hear the story about the robot that they built, the hitchhiking robot that they built to prove that mankind and that America was actually a kind place? I think it made it like a quarter of a mile, Rob, before it got torn apart.
Oh yeah, I think didn't it go to like Southside Chicago or something? And
it would have this little sign that would flash up and say, please take me to my destination. I'm here to show the kindness of man. And thing didn't last like about a half a mile before it got dismantled. So yeah.
Yeah, so someone took like a baseball bat to it.
Yeah.
Well, did you? I mean, it's a lot more serious than that. And not that I wish to shift the tone, but did you hear about those two people who were like cycled through Iran or something like that, some country in the Middle East, to prove that people were like nice and stuff, and then they got executed?
No, this happens all the time. This happens all the time. Paul Joseph Watson has like a running count of these people. It's always these. I hate to say it's always these sort of blue state American liberals who say, yeah, it's we're all just one people. People have different sets of values. Sometimes those sets of values really stink.
Well, there's a lady that, not to shout out other channels, but there's a lady called, I know, we all know Ewan McGregor and John Borman's son, Charlie, the director of everybody.
Yeah, I have their books and their DVDs actually.
The Long Way Around, is it Long Way Around?
Yeah, the long Way Around, and I don't know what the one's called now, but yeah, I have them.
It's a great show. I love that show, and I love those guys. But what I thought was really weird was like they underwent all this training to go around the world, and it is a serious undertaking. That I would have done the same thing. But what I think is so crazy is there's a lady on YouTube by the name of Itchy Boots, and she travels through Africa, and she hits and across the world. And she has had she just goes. I mean, she just gets a bike and goes. And this woman is amazing. I mean, she's just tough as nails. And she's gone through some of the most dangerous areas of all of the continents, and just with just her own pluck. And it's crazy because, these guys had trucks in some areas, and they had all this support and helicopters and things and training and the SAS and survival experts and paramedics. This lady just gets on her bike and goes, and then it's like the craziest thing I've ever seen. I mean, I'm saying but it's a testament to the pioneer spirit's not just an American thing. It's a human thing, and she's incredible. I mean, it's just amazing to watch that. But I just thought about if I tried to do that in another country, like Rob said, that first thing that happened would be like, somebody holding a phone up to me going, could you guys send me some money to come? These guys are holding me, and I want to live until tomorrow.
For me, it's not the danger. It's just the complete inconvenience of biking around. One of my old lecturers at university did I don't know what part of the world it was, but he cycled somewhere. Let's say it was Europe. I think it was Europe. And I thought, that's great and all. That was America, sorry. It was actually. He cycled from one end of America to the other, and it was a big deal. And that's fair enough, and it's great. But just, what an inconvenience. What if it rains? If it's a bad day? What if you're feeling tired and you've got to... I just couldn't do it. We'll leave all of this and all of this
What did all of our ancestors die for, if not to bring us comfort? I mean,
well,
you know, and I'm not gonna fail them. I'm going to embrace the comfort, you know.
And it would be an insult to our forebears who fought in sieges for me to have central heating and a lamp. I wouldn't want to insult their memory by going outside in the cold.
We are honoring our ancestors who brought us all this awesome stuff.
Can I just say, though? Well, say what you're going to say.
To our ancestors is what I was going to say.
To our ancestors. Even though they were probably cattle thieves and gosh knows what else.
Yeah, well, I know.
You got to do what you got to do. You know.
Yeah.
But the point I was going to make is that nothing screams trust fund baby more than someone who like backpacks across Europe. It's
backpacking.
I've got so much time. What am I going to do with all this hot cash? I got to do something with it.
I can't. I used to. There's always. I mean, I dip my toe from occasion to occasion in hipster culture, and there's so many fucking.
You take a swan dive, dude. You take a swan dive. Come on, you dip your toe.
And there's always some guy with a beard and it's like more top knots than you can like make a tree out of. And they're always like, yeah, I just went to Thailand to find myself. And you're like, no, fucking just shut up. Like there's always they're like, oh my god, there's such insufferable people. And they're like, and I took a year out from like college and university to experience the world. Like, just shut up. You walk from one place to another. You go on a bike. You use your parents' money. Just oh my god. And they're like, oh, the things that I saw, man. It's like, oh my. And they all smoke weed, and they all of them are cat people. Like all of them like cats. That's just a little.
Don't malign the cats. It's not the cats, but they got bad. But you know, Rob and I would just walk across town and go to G Mart, which is our international mart. So we'd just say, yeah, we went to Mongolia, we went to, you know. I just don't understand. I mean, I think it's a thing where they feel like they're embracing whatever literary poet they're reading that particular time. They feel like, you know, I'm following in their footsteps. You know, no, you're not. They had cholera. They had, you know, you got your round of shots when you went through immigration. Shut the hell up, you know.
Yeah, and they look at you. The thing is, they turn up, right? Because you're so right, by the way, by the poet. They all bum Edgar Allan Poe. And like, who's the guy beginning with a H?
Hemingway.
Oh, he's an who?
You said
with
H. Oh, you're talking about.
There's another author that they all like. They just cringe. Oh, H.P. Lovecraft. Right? They all love Lovecraft. You're like, no, Lovecraft and Edgar Allan Poe. The people are amazing, and they turn up on the shores, presumably because they swam there. If you listen to these people on the back of a dolphin, you know, like, and they turn up to the shores of Thailand and they swan around, and there's like poor people dying. And they just like, I gave them like 4 rupees or whatever, and it saved their family from poverty. And you're like, this is like white knightism gone just so sideways. Like, they're so insane. They're so insufferable. They're the sort of people who take a picture of themselves giving a McDonald's to a homeless person. You know, like, I fed this dying child, and then I'm going to use up all the village's electricity to charge my camera, because they've all got a camera, haven't they? And they always turn it on. I just ground my own coffee in the morning, and it's like, oh, are you doing that because you're camping? No, I do this when I'm back in England as well. Like, and then I go to the local coffee market to buy my hipster coffee from Ethiopia.
It's going to be an organic collective. It has to be an organic collective.
With their $3,000 Nikon camera, yeah. I'm going to say something that's probably going to force Megan to jump in frame, but my favorite video is still the one where Lindsay Lohan tries to kidnap a Syrian kid off the street. That was her white knighting. She's gonna show him a better life by kidnapping him.
Yeah, she's already screaming at you, Rob. Thanks.
I just don't understand why I'm being called out. That's all.
I'm sorry. get the Lindsay Lohan for life.
What?
Aren't you guys both millennials? Or am I wrong on that? I'm not sure.
Go on, sorry, carry on.
Mark Robbins type, not Lindsay Lohan.
I'm sorry to call you out, Megan.
I don't like Lindsay Lohan.
I thought you said you were her number one fan.
No.
I thought the masked, you were all about like the masked dancer and stuff. Okay.
No.
John, the chick is my girlfriend who's like gonna kill Rob the next time she see him. And probably me tonight, so it's been nice hanging out with you guys. I love you guys.
It was nice to meet you, Doug.
Yeah. I like John's answer. He said he went to Thailand for the special tourism.
Oh yeah,
and also like his answer about coffee because I'm the same way. Just give me the caffeine and I'm good. Yeah, but
I mean, I have no inherent issue as a part-time hipster myself. I have no issue with like coffee culture, like ground coffee culture, or anything like that. But these people are just like so out of touch with reality, And every now and then, I'm going to try and mention religion so that people who might drop into your channel have 30 seconds of content before they have to dip out again. So
they're used to it. They're used to it.
They always like when you start talking about religion or someone else. There's always someone who comes out as a palm read or something like that, and they're always like, "Well, I'm an atheist myself." They're like, "Oh, well, no shit. Like, obviously you are." Because you would have to be so edgy to not believe in God. And like they're always like, "But I'm spiritual," and I believe that all religions have some utility, some truth. They don't even use the word utility because that would be too objective. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's something true in all religions, but surely we don't need to have a church. And you're like, who the fuck are you? Like, what did you just say? Like, I'm having an aneurysm now that you just said that, because I have no fucking idea what you just came up with.
But you see that a lot. I think in England, and especially what they try to do with the Guardianistas. They try to prop up the new atheists. Not like the old. Their sort of problem with the old new atheists is basically that they sort of typify that sort of old guard, very very Anglo-Saxon English culture, because they're basically unchanged from the days of whatever the English writers of yore. But yeah, the basically the problem with Dawkins et al. Is basically that they're too unwoke, and so you have the new atheists who basically take all of Dawkins' presuppositions and just assume they're correct, but try to put a little more atheism plus into it.
Yeah. One of the things that I was y'all jogged my very minuscule brain on, though, was when you were talking earlier about H.P. Lovecraft. One of the things that I love is the kind of PC culture doesn't seem to go after the literary greats. It's like they. Sometimes they do, but for the most part, it seems like these little cults of the most popular writers, they somehow just, except for J.K. Rowling, of course, they overlook, all these indiscretions of their racism and their, because they were the product of their times. But if they get so incensed about other authors, why are they so selective about which authors they pick, as their literary gods, so to speak? Why is it that some get a pass and others don't? That I always find that so curious. As to like some get, some things are okay, even though it's the exact same thing as another author. They just pick on that one particular author for some reason.
Can I just give my brief answer before Fabulous jumps in? It's all selective. What they are is a mob, and they're enacting mob justice, and so they set their sights on something. But whatever it is, this is why I just want to tell liberals of all stripes who think that you can make accommodations, you can make concessions, and somehow those accommodations and concessions will be adequate. If you have a special thing, that thing you love, whether it's a movie from the 80s or 90s or a book or something, if you have a special thing you love, they're going to get to it eventually. It's going to be on the chopping block. They just haven't gotten to it yet. So that's my answer. It's all selective. But because they're a mob, they can only swing at so many things at one time.
Yeah.
No, it's sorry. Do you want to say something? Then I don't know if you didn't want to interrupt. No, you're absolutely right. We've said this before that everyone who thinks they're in a position of comfort because they, it's like a 1984 style thing, isn't it? So if I sold my neighbor out because they I don't know, let's go really really right wing here and say, oh, well, they had a copy of the Quran, so I diverted attention away from myself. But there's only so many manipulations of legislation, say, before they knock on my door because someone else has sold me out, right? So you're never safe in this arena because it will always be your turn. And this is one of the conversations I had with a friend of mine about the COVID vaccination, which we'll not cover right now. We'll do that later because I don't want to get into that. But there will always be something that you don't want to do that you will have to destroy because you've engaged in the beast. You know what I mean? It's like if I feed. It's a really good analogy, right? Because you both know how much I love films. This is very true to the analogy to the film Little Shop of Horrors, right? So he feeds the beast by dripping blood out of his finger, right? And over time, the beast grows and he feeds it even more and more and more. And before you know it, he's having to kill humans to feed this beast, this plant, right? Because but at that point, he doesn't want to do it. I mean, he kind of does want to kill the guy, but realistically, he doesn't want to commit murder. In the end, he gets away because the guy gasses himself with laughing gas. He doesn't want to commit murder, but he has to do that because he's fed this beast little drops of blood and a little bit of this, a little bit of that over time, right? And before you know it, it gets so big that you can't get away from it. Otherwise, it will try to kill you. And that it's a little bit extreme, but it's kind of the same thing. So when these people, and it is interesting, as you say, about which things are under scrutiny and which things aren't under scrutiny, and there seems to be no objective criteria as to which ones escape and which ones don't escape. Like you say, Edgar Allan Poe, H.P. Lovecraft, because they were a product of their times, had very different ideas about, especially Indian people, because a lot of the people, in the colonial era had very different ideas about the Indian people, more than most other races, actually. But it's interesting how they ignore most of medieval theologians or Christian historical figures who were against, say, slavery, or who were against certain colonial aspects of looking down, under the assumption that Indian people were, not human or whatever. They oppose that, but they get cancelled because they're part of some other group that we're supposed to hate. So it is whatever the kind of it's whatever the sexy movement is, whichever way that flows, everything in its path will get destroyed until it's not sexy anymore. Minus the past 2 years, the past 10 years have been all about racism, right? Because racism was the sexy one, okay? It was, I can accuse whoever I like, and it's really difficult because Lady doth protest too much, and we can kind of just throw anything we like out of there. Before that, it was about, feminism. Feminism was the reigning movement. It was about, discerning women from men and men being basically dog shit. So then it became racism. Now it's becoming about gender and transgender stuff. So whatever way this kind of river meanders into, we're going to go there, but we're going to ignore everything else that might challenge this particular route, this avenue of progressive ideas. It's like, that's why I always say it's like a conspiracy, because conspiracy theories find the evidence that suits the conspiracy, but completely ignores the evidence. They gaslight the other evidence,
factual evidence,
right?
Yeah.
They just ignore everything that goes against what they're saying. Like, it's not a delusion to believe in conspiracy. There is an evidential basis to conspiracy, which is why conspiracy is really powerful. Because, like with the vaccination, well, I know somebody who died, therefore that will feature in my assessment of whether the vaccination is a conspiracy or not. But if I believe that, I'm going to ignore the thousands of people that have had it that haven't died. And it's the same thing that happens with, say, like a social justice movement. Like, I can take the work of Edgar Allan Poe and go, well, I ignore all of the other things. I can completely ignore it because, well, that was a nuance. That was a thing of his time. But when it comes to Winston Churchill, because that's the way the cultural social movement has gone, we have to start addressing, well, was Churchill a racist? Because it's really important that we do this with this one person. Because, and this might be why, by the way, it's because Churchill is a staple figure for a patriotic
identity, yeah.
like a national identity, and that's what they hate. You see, they don't like the fact that, like, you are. This is one of the great loves that I have for America, and I think it's one of the great loves that people who come from England and go to America have. Is when I went to America, one thing that we noticed was the sense of patriotism is just unbelievable. There's like a flag on every street. Everyone's got a flag, and whenever you go to a show or whatever, like before we saw Shamu or whatever, everyone stands up for those who've served in the armed forces, and everyone sings the national anthem. You're like, this is just amazing. Like, this is just weird. We don't sing Rule Britannia before we do anything. I know it's not a national anthem, but it's kind of, but like, we're not even like allowed to have a history in Britain because of the woke. I don't like using the buzz terminology, but it's the best way. Because of the woke mob, we're not allowed to kind of say, well, actually, yeah, for all of his faults, Winston Churchill did save the country from a Nazi invasion. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, I said the aforementioned bad guy word.
We almost made it to an hour. And
the thing is like Britain stood alone for the longest time. I mean, Britain, if it wasn't for Britain, I think the darkness would have taken over the whole world. I mean, because we were really late to the game. I mean, it took us a while to get in because, into the game. And Britain really was on its own. I mean, for the longest time. And I just think that if it wasn't for England in its effect in the Second World War, a lot of us would be speaking German now or worse. But I mean, it's funny. We were talking about literary figures, and you brought up historical figures as well, because it's like with Margaret Sanger here in the United States, it's like somehow the fact that she literally embraced abortion as a way to wipe out a minority is somehow that's okay. They just accept that horrific mindset of people as weeds and that evil racism that she had, and that it's okay just to embrace abortion, or if you have, so like somebody like Bill Clinton, who's, raped multiple women and assaulted them, but he's really funny. He plays great saxophone, so he's okay with me. But let's make sure that we make sure we erase every actor in Hollywood who's ever been accused of any kind of assault whatsoever, Chris Noth. It's insane. It's just like you said, it's that laser focus for the moment as that cyclone just moves around and picks a target of, at that, like you said, that particular love of the moment, whatever it is, that focus of the moment. And it's just so destructive. It's like a bunch of lemmings with laser guns or something. I don't know. It's crazy.
I like that. Yeah. Well, I'll go in order. The first thing I'll briefly say is when you mentioned Britain being like on its own and We have so much, just to kind of play up the patriotism on this one. You have the West of the world. I mean, and ignoring obviously the negative aspects of colonialism, like that's a different conversation. But like, there isn't the first time that Britain has stood stalwart against like powers like that. It did exactly the same thing with the Muslim Empire, got all the way to Spain before England, well, Britain, sorry, had effectively kind of fought back against it. So there's lots of examples in history where that's happened. I mean, there's lots of examples that we didn't do too well, obviously, against the Romans or the Vikings or most other classical
most of the
people
didn't do well against the Romans. So don't you know.
Well, no, I was going to say no. But you know, so as a point of national pride, we have been like that for a very long time, given that we are a tiny island, and we have a position of like almost military privilege, because we have a population that believes, at least to some degree, that doing the right thing is worth going to war for. And it has sometimes really negative ramifications. You mentioned Clinton as a kind of like, we have Tony Blair, right? He didn't rape anybody, but he sent a lot of people to war in Iraq to die for no reason. And he plays a guitar, so it's cool. And he's like, oh, he's like the granddad of politics.
So
you know, it's like it's cool. It's trendy, and you know, he's there making statements about vaccinations. People who don't have the vaccine as idiots. Well, this guy sent hundreds of people to die to kill people in a foreign country for no reason. Yeah. And we're going to listen to this guy. You know what I mean? So just an example, a cross example. And then the second point you made, which was, I can't remember now. You'll have to do this every time because I'm really bad at forgetting what the hell I'm talking about.
No, I was just saying that with like, you know, with historical figures, it's like the way that the left, just their laser focus, they can somehow ignore, I mean, hard facts about people that everyone knows. I mean, we all knew going into the election that Joe Biden has dementia. That's no one anywhere did not know that, but they pushed him through anyway because.
And Joe Biden, like, he's been on the record so many times saying, you know, he doesn't want his children growing up in a racial jungle or something. But they did
more to cause harm to blacks in America during the civil rights era than most people did in their lifetimes. He's been a 50+ year bureaucrat, you know. And when you mention Tony Blair, it's like for a while there, we were like the gang of three, you know, between France, Britain, and if you throw Germany in there too, I mean, all of the NATO nations, you know, it's like where one goes, they all go, and no one ever dissented and said, you know, maybe this isn't the best course for our countries, because they were so busy dividing up the spoils over there. And what it meant for them and the control that they had, they didn't think about there were entire generations of people that were getting destroyed and families that relied on those people getting destroyed. And it just totally, I think it devastated both, you know, Britain and America. I mean, there's entire families who, you know, their kids never came home, their dads never came home, their moms never came home, their sisters never came home, you know, and there's a huge cost to what a very tiny group of people made a decision to do. And it's not that I'm, you know, anti-war. Sometimes their wars are necessary, but it's like, it seems as of late, they just, it's defeat of, you know, I'm going to go all hippie here, but it does seem like as I get older, I do see that it does seem to be something that feeds the machine, you know, the beast, something that they use to, you know, get those defense contracts, get those contractors in there. And it's just a good way to bring in the money, you know, for your particular party in power at the time to launder that money, you know?
Yeah. Well, you see why the left never seemed to have so much ire as they did for the first president in 40 years, not to start any new military engagements. Why is it that it's that guy who they're all up in arms about? Well, it's because they're being fed a line of propaganda, basically. And they can't see that the people who are feeding them this line of propaganda are the same moneyed interests they were railing about back in Occupy Wall Street.
Well, to quickly dive in, just to, I remember the point I was going to make, because you mentioned Joe Biden, and it is odd that they really want Joe Biden, because if you look at Joe Biden's interviews from like 8 years ago, the things he's saying are definitely not things that you would imagine like the social justice left would side with. You know, like his stance on abortion, for example. And like, I only thought this goes back to what you were saying about the abortion. And abortion is one of their major tenets. So what they do is there must be like a public decision making matrix of whether or not which protected characteristic we put first. Now, the protected characteristic that will always come first in these situations is straight white women, right? Which is just so belligerently ironic. It's unbelievable. So we have this problem in this country where we have a large influx of, and I'll be careful when I say this because I don't want to come across as racist, because I'm you know full well that I certainly are on this topic. And we have in this country imported cultural ideas that are anti-LGBT, right? But obviously, because the LGBT is one of our like left-wing social justice tenets, everything must be done to propagate the LGBT into society and make sure that aspect of society thrives. So we have effectively a conflict between, putting it in a non-academic, very, very short way of doing it. We have Muslim communities versus gay communities, right? And we actually have that conflict in reality. There's always a protest in a school, which is, you know, half Muslim students, half non-Muslim students, where they're teaching these LGBT lessons. So which one comes first? And we have this problem, and it isn't just in Muslim communities. I don't want to just kind of bash on Muslims, because it's certainly not my intention, you know. But it happens in European countries. Poland is the most anti-LGBT country in the world, actually, and we have large Polish communities in England which have anti-LGBT ideas because it's cultural, it's not individual, right? So, but immigration is good. We should take in more migrants from across Europe and from across the Middle East. Well, you're going to end up with more of these problems. So where's the balance? And they haven't found the balance yet. And
like honor killings or genital mutilations versus women's rights. You know, it's like they don't want to answer the questions that are staring them in the face, and yet they will literally just ignore that in light of. And you would think that in a rational human being, what would happen is you would sit down and say, all right, we have to take a look at these problems. That's how it used to be back in the day when I was growing up, you know, back when dinosaurs were on the earth, but that people would actually use, you know, discretion, you know, from police officers to the common person would use discretion. So like if a guy had, you know, pickpocketed once in their life, you don't give them life in prison or a death sentence, but you know, you used the rational sense as a human being to say, these are the issues that we're having, and this is how we may possibly resolve it. Let's sit down and talk it out, or, you know, throw the book at him, whatever. But you used your brain, you used your heart, you used all the faculties that a human being has been granted by God to make a decision that best serves everyone. But now it's like you said earlier, we cherry pick the things that we want to focus on and the things we want to ignore. And I think in America, we have this really great thing that they call memory hole, where stories will just somehow just disappear if the media decides that they don't want to cover it. So it'll just go away, and, you know, and you'll hear about it once, and then suddenly you'll never hear about it. And it's not unless, you know, someone brings it up that people go, oh, I forgot all about that. It's because our media just completely, like you said, it's very Orwellian. They make it just, it's like the Ministry of Information. It just goes away, you know.
Like the guy who drove his SUV into a Christmas parade just dropped off the news.
You don't hear anything about that, but you definitely hear about an officer who picked a gun instead of a taser. And by the way, I think she's got 30 plus years now. I'm not saying that she shouldn't have gotten time or there wasn't mistakes made, but it seems it's funny that story somehow was front and center in America. But yet, like Rob said, you've got somebody who did a hate crime, a straight up hate crime.
It
just went away. You do not hear at all about it, you know.
What was it? The Kim Potter, wasn't she like a desk jockey who got put into the field because of defund the police?
Yeah, I mean, they just but I mean that's the thing too. A lot of people don't seem to understand that. When I hear stories about, especially like in talking about the UK, I feel so sorry for the police there having to deal with the kind of things that they're having to deal with now. They because the system is set up in a certain way to handle crimes. It's not like here in America where we have, armored vehicles and SWAT teams to come in and handle things. You've got somebody, an MP with a radio, trying to patrol a neighborhood, and you've got people who are intent on harming them. Both nations have crime, but the ways in which we approach it is different. So a lot of times the way that we approach crime in the countries is different, but the problem is still the same. It's a real problem. It's how you handle a real problem versus what people want to cherry pick, what people want to pick out as being an issue,
Yeah, I kind of want to go back to what Fabulous was talking about before. He's talking about, taking in immigrants with value systems that are obviously opposed to the progressive LGBT plus ethos. I don't think that's a bug. I think that's a feature. I think it's by design.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say is that you cherry pick the things that you want to be angered about, that you want to be incensed about, as opposed to like everybody sitting down and actually looking at the hard facts of what you're actually facing and the real problems that you're having. It's like immigration here in America. Of course, nobody is angry and hates immigrants. Yeah. They just have this idea in their mind that there's these cis white males that are all sitting around in trucks, hating on the LGBT community. One of the funniest things I ever saw in my life one time when we were out west is that a friend of mine who's gay and black was sitting with probably the studliest dude I've ever witnessed in my life. They're sitting in a tree stand talking about hand creams and what's the best hand creams for chapped hands. And he recommended like a lavender cream, and like his girlfriend loved it. And then he said, also too, when I kiss her, my beard scratches her face. And they were talking. This is not something that anybody reports about in the news, because Americans actually are getting along. We're actually, it's hard to be racist when your cousin, we're all different races, but we're all under the same family. It's like we're intermarried. We love each other. I mean, and I've always been told by people like, oh, you're just naive. You don't know what you're saying. And I'm sorry, but that's actually the truth. We all get along really well, and they hate that. They want us at each other's throats. And it's hard, for them to understand. It's like, when you've got a black father, a Puerto Rican mother, or a Chinese mom, and they want you to hate each other. But the problem is like, we're all intermarried. We're all getting along great. And they hate that. They want there to be division. They want to go back to this time where they can push back the clock and just and get that funding, get that militancy, and get the troops out and just make everybody at each other's throat and hate each other, And on some small measure, they've succeeded. But I know in my heart that Americans were, I can only speak for what I've witnessed. They're not like that at all. And people they ignore that. They know that it's all a ruse. They know that it's all crap. I mean, there's a small minority that don't, but for the most part, people across the world get along just fine. I've had people that I've known, we were talking about earlier, people getting stranded in countries, being held for ransom. But I've also heard of situations where people who, have been persecuted, or people who were trapped in a country that were protected. And, a good example of that is all the people that Joe Biden abandoned over in Afghanistan. They're being protected by families over there now that are keeping those people alive and getting news out to people, so that shows you they're good. The good people will prevail eventually over this kind of crap,
Yeah. And most of the people left in Afghanistan helping the people of Afghanistan, sorry, I couldn't speak then, are British. I just got to get that one into weave Britain in. there's so much there that we could go like really dive into, but I feel like there's a few comments that have been made here that I could, if nobody wanted it, I mean, I'm happy to. There's about 4 questions there, all about England, which I could probably answer the same go. Or we can talk about, I can answer something that we'll talk more about the things that you just said.
Well, I just want to make the point, yeah, is that it's sort of a grand irony of American culture that, you know, David and I live in what, you know, Bible Belt red state America, you know, in the sort of leftist imagination. And supposedly where we live is you know, ignorant, racist Hicksville. Well, the irony with that is that David and I live in a town that is 40% black. And the people who are leveling these accusations a lot of times come from these lily white enclaves in Oregon or Vermont or some ultra blue state like that. People, when you have people of different races, they tend to get along. Maybe they don't always use the most politically correct language. Maybe they joke around. Maybe it's even possible that a person could use a racial epithet as a term of endearment. It's been known to happen. You know, that people don't always express themselves in these, you know, policed, you know, politically correct ways. But by their intentions, you know, people like each other. There's 14% of the American population that's already mixed race. So what the critical race theory people want to do is they want to go into the public schools and tell these mixed race kids that their dad is oppressing their mom or their mom is oppressing their dad. They want resegregation. You know, the Democrats are the party of segregation, and then now the party of resegregation. And what were called colored dormitories in the 50s are now called dormitories for people of color. It's basically
safe racial safe spaces, I think, would be the steel man of that.
That's the saddest thing I've ever heard. I mean, there are people who literally have died. People who, you know, that like literally, if back in the day here in Greensboro, if someone had looked at a woman the wrong way, they could die. I mean, you know, and there were gentlemen who went to a lunch counter that they were not allowed to go to. They were evil. I mean, that's real evil. That's true evil. They were not allowed to go to the same schools. They were not allowed to travel on the bus. They faced death at every corner, the possibility of hanging or being shot or stabbed or beaten up, or you know, at the workplace, in their homes. You know, that's real evil. That's evil. Having somebody that irritates you in a dorm is not a civil rights. I don't know. I can't even talk about it because it makes me so angry knowing the price that's been paid for freedom for a lot of people. And so having safe spaces in dorms now is where we're at, you know, and that's just ludicrousness. It's like a step back to go back to a darker time when we're all at each other's throats. And you know, and again, I don't think that anybody in the world is going to tolerate this.
Well, I'm sorry, but this goes back to like what Fabulous was saying before about you know, taking the immigrants who are anti-LGBT. Is that when have globalists ever not wanted discord in the public? They want chaos.
Yeah, exactly.
Whenever there's more chaos and more discord in the public, you have an increased need for this, you know, gigantic nanny state, basically, to handle all the disputes. When people get along and have the same value system, you don't need this gigantic administrative state.
But have you ever, and a lot of people, we were talking earlier about conspiracy theories, but one of the things which I thought was really interesting is the United Nations actually, Agenda 21 is actually a real thing. If you go in the document and you read it, they want every person to have what they call a living unit. And it's like basically a tiny apartment.
You will live in the pod and you will eat the bugs. Yes.
No, it literally sounds, yes, exactly. It sounds like something out of Judge Dredd. I'm deadly serious. It sounds like something that John Wagner wrote, you know, in a Judge Dredd comic, because it's like, you know, you will have, you know, and I keep waiting to hear the word isocube thrown in there somewhere, but it's, you know, it never shows up. But they want people eating like bug meal and that the natural lands be turned over to the state, and so that they could, that all the agrarian land, all of the countryside goes to the UN, and then everybody else just lives in a living unit in a high rise in cities, and then they travel on people movers instead of cars. So they want to do away with all forms of individual and personal transportation. It literally sounds like something out of a Orwellian science fiction, and it's terrifying, but it's real. I mean, you can go to the UN website and read the Agenda 21 document, and they've made addendums to it with their whatever crazy fantasy they're on now. I haven't even checked in, but it at the time that I read that, I kept reading it over and over, and I kept reading the whole part about the living unit. They don't want you to have anything of. I keep thinking about that quote from Orwell that you'll only have the few centimeters inside your skull as your own, because that's what they want. They want that whole idea of where there's cameras on every corner. Speaking of the UK, they want to be in a surveillance state, and that's not fantasy. That's actually a reality, and we're seeing that.
I agree with everything you said, except for the point where you said it's even worse than the Orwellian problem, because they don't even want you to have the few centimeters that is your brain to be your space.
True.
Like there's the physical realm around you which they wish to have control over, which is your personal space. But they also there's a great comedian called Stephen Hughes, who is a Australian dude. He only ever had one good sketch, and this is one of the things is political correctness is the control of your mind, of who you are, right? So they want control over how you think as well. Like they want, when you say something, which is an instantiation of what your belief structure, what your thinking is, what your mindset is. Sometimes it's just you airing something that you think about. They want control over that as well. You know what I mean? They want to stop you from saying certain things because that's not what they want. They want you to say, and it's not these. I don't want to dip my toe too heavily in conspiracy, as you know, Rob. I'm not a conspiracist by any stretch of the imagination, but I can see why the next layer up of people, let's say, they don't care about whether or not we're talking about racist issues or social issues. They just want to be able to control what you say so they can control what you think. Because it's all about money. Here's the big shocker, everyone. The Great Reset is not this idea that Boris Johnson and Joe Biden are going to leave through the back of their office with a limp and then slowly straighten up and get into a car driven by someone else. I know where I'm going. Like, yes, this idea that there's a guy there who's going, hang on a minute, I just saw him say that word, and that's not what it is. It's all about money. It's all literally about certain people. Like in this country, I don't know what it's like in America. I can't see the legal system in America. We in this country have a system that prevents people from making a monopoly. Okay, so you can't just own everything. You can't take all of the ideas. You can't own all the infrastructures. Okay, that's what these people do, but they don't call it a monopoly. Like Google have a monopoly on information. I'm pausing for dramatic effect because that's the most ridiculous thing you could ever imagine, but it's so unbelievably true, right? When you can control the means by which people learn information, you are the power, right? Because we don't live in medieval England, all right? It didn't matter if the peasants in the village were lied to by their king as long as they were cared for and protected, right? Because those peasants were never going to leave their village. They were going to die of something if they ever did, right? Because usually traveling from one village to the next was quite arduous. You didn't have a horse, and it was at least a few days, and you only had enough food to feed you on your plantation or your growth area. I shouldn't use the word plantation, sorry, in your garden to survive. So it didn't matter too much then. But now we have everything we ever possibly need, but we don't have the means by which we can learn everything we might possibly want to know, or things that we might want to know, or things that we need to know. And they're being controlled. And I said this, I think you mentioned it in a comment on Facebook all those years ago when you had it, Rob. And I said, the most sinister idea is when you can tell somebody that something is not worth them reading it, or something along those lines. Like, if I say to someone, "Oh, don't read that book; it's not what you want to know," there's nothing more sinister than places doing that, and that's what universities do. That's what colleges do. That's what schools do, and that's in your country, and that's in my country, right? And it's in countries across Europe, and we all know that the aforementioned bad guys did this in a far more aggressive manner. But the problem still stands. If you can control the information that people get, they will never know the truth. It's a simple, obvious thing that's ever happened. Now, the problem with this, take Google for example, is this has never been done before. All right. So, like, when a right-wing government rises from the ashes of some national catastrophe to destroy other countries or other cultures or whatever, it doesn't last that long, because every time it happens in history, its own people turn against it, or everyone joins together to destroy it. Okay. This is not like that, because we've never experienced this, and we'll never experience it again, because once it's already taken hold, it's already in place. Yes. Left-wing governments do not fall. You will not be able to name a left-wing government that failed in its capacity to maintain power. It just doesn't happen. They just get stronger and stronger and stronger. There you go. That's what I have to say on that little anecdote.
Obviously not. I mean, you see the USSR crumble.
I remember I was telling Rob about, like, when I was younger. At the time, you know, one of the things that I thought would be our salvation in America was going to be, and it seems laughable now. I'm trying not to laugh as I say it, but I thought it would be the press. There was a movie in like 1983, the year before, you know, that wonderful year of '84, but it was called, and people are going to laugh, but I have a point with this. It was Blue Thunder, and it was about a military super chopper that was created for the Olympics, you know, and it was Roy Scheider and Malcolm McDowell and a couple of other people in their own Warren Oates. It's a really good movie. It was an action film, but it was basically, it was a surveillance chopper with really advanced capabilities that had the ability to see through walls with a thermograph and record conversations. They found out that this particular chopper was going to be used for a project to spy on people and keep crowds under control and to establish a military rule. Well, they go at the end of the movie, they go to the KTLA at the TV station. They hand over the tape, the surveillance tape, and the TV, of course, you know, they broadcast it out to the public, and there's a huge outcry, and there's an investigation, and they look into it. And I remember telling Rob that now, if that were to happen, the TV station would quietly cover it up, and they would, you know, they would help propagate that this person was a nut job and, you know, shut the whole thing down. And that was kind of, it sounds silly, but it's kind of a terrifying moment for me to realize that we can't count on them to tell the truth. And like you said, it's about a control of information. It really is the Ministry of Information now, because they can throttle countries down, prevent news from getting out. They can, you know, shut people's voices out. And though, you know, news travels quietly and slowly, you know, now it's like the other side has appropriated fake news. They're now taking that and, you know, using, one of the things I would say probably about conservatives in America is we haven't learned to play dirty. We haven't learned to use their methods against themselves. We're only just now starting to do that.
It wouldn't be conservative to do so. That's the issue.
That's the point. I mean, because you have to have morality, but you can't have morality in war, because, you know, it's a all hands on deck. And right now they're cleaning our clocks. I mean, Rob and I have had personal experience over here with conservative parties, and it was as if we had flashed back to 1970 and they were still digging out dusty boxes of ballots to go around and hand out. Whereas, you know, across town, there's like 235 people in liberal college that are going out door to door, handing out pamphlets, while Rob and I are circling the countryside, cleaning dirty ballots of, you know, trying to find old places, that fields, which we could have gone on Google Earth and learned that there was nothing there but a field, but they just had us driving around for hours doing this stuff. And I bring that up as just a point to say that if that's not gonna help the situation, because we're never gonna change things unless you mentioned earlier about the language and how there's a harshening of and double speak. I mean, it really is, we keep bringing up Orwell, but it really is like double speak. They create acronyms, they create softened words to change the language, and they slowly change the language to where it's just people just accept it and they go with it, and it changes how the way that they think, and then so that truth never gets out. It just never sees the light of day, and it just dies. And it's like you said, that's the most insidious thing I think that's ever existed.
Yeah.
Well, I have to respond to that, because I'll agree that certainly leftists. By the way, I have a bag of ice here. That's what I'm doing. If you wonder what I'm doing,
what are you doing with that bag of ice, Rob?
Yeah,
I'm not the only one not wearing trousers here.
Hey, what are you icing, Rob? All inquiring minds want to know.
But yeah, obviously the left has a much better political ground game, because that is what leftism is. Leftism is basically like the deification of politics. Politics is everything to them. But I think David is kind of blind to the fact that there's a very real level on which we're winning, which is sort of the war of ideas. Yeah, we're not doing it in a top-down way that the left aspires to do. I mean, I see what's going on. I'm not in denial about that. But look at how many more people have woken up over the last 2 years. Look at the fact, you want to talk about changing language, the top-selling song in America for 2 weeks. Well, actually, there were 3 songs called Let's Go Brandon. So, yeah, we've changed language. We've gotten around the censors. We've created a meme that was so powerful, people were chanting it in sports stadiums around the country. It had 3 entries on the top-selling songs in America, beating out Adele from Greensboro's, High Point's own Bryson Gray here. And I mean, there's that level on which I think we're undeniably winning. The left can't meme. That's very true, and that's continued to be.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because that kind of fuels what I was going to say. I was going to make 2 points, but I can't remember the first one is literally just disintegrated into nothingness. But there are 2. I think there are 2 things that have happened recently that pinpoint just how. Oh, the first thing I was going to say was we have a position now where the media will just lie to us. Will just simply outright lie to us, or just not tell us the information correctly. Now, one of the examples that I could think of for this is what people did. Did you know? This is a yes or no question. Did you know that there were around 2,000 people a day in London protesting governmental restrictions for COVID?
No, I know there were huge protests in Australia and other countries. Yes.
Well. Did you know that this was happening in London?
No,
and neither did most of England.
Mm-mm.
But this should be a major fundamental thing. But
I'm sure they saw all about Extinction Rebellion, though.
Oh well, and that was the conscience I was going to make. If I said to you, did you know that there were people gluing their faces to the pavement or the roads in London every day for about 2 weeks? The answer would more than likely be yes, and because that's been on the front page of our news for over a month now, right? And that kind of goes into the next thing I was saying, which seems to now escape me again. What we were just talking about, what did Rob just say about? The 2 things that people should have paid attention to over the past year has been the Kyle Rittenhouse trial and the government reaction to COVID. Now, one, of course, the Rittenhouse trial was American, and the response to COVID is national, geographically placed. Obviously, like mine is different than yours, and it's like, but we'll both have a similar, from what I've gathered talking to Rob for the past couple of years during COVID, is we have very similar situations. And just yesterday, I was with my grandparents who watch too much TV. They believe too much of it. And even they're starting to now, let's use the word wake up. I don't like it, but they're starting to at least acknowledge what's going on. A lot of my friends who were very pro-restriction are now just completely reversed, and using arguments that we were using like a year ago on the subject. And the government is just lying to us. And I was saying this to my grandparents, and I was showing them on my phone the government's own statistics that the government on television are telling you are one thing, but when you Google it, it's something else. The death toll, the hospitalization rate, the amount of COVID cases, it's all a lie. But they're telling you this information. And the other one, of course, was the Rittenhouse trial, which I don't know if you followed it very well. I followed it reasonably well. Is the outcome of the trial was completely irrelevant to the point that I'm making is we were lied to across the world about the Rittenhouse trial, right? In Britain, and it was actually Rob who highlighted this to me, everyone just assumed that this guy had killed 3 black guys, right? But it wasn't even true. It just wasn't true, but no one bothered to look up the actual thing. And a lot of people, as Rob said in our last conversation, a lot of people were like red-pilled to go, well, actually, this is not what's happening at all. You were watching this Orwellian nightmare happen in real time. I even went, we're just being lied to. And this wasn't even my country, right? This wasn't even my own country. I mean, I wouldn't even want to think of an example over here because we don't really have this kind of problems, but it was just blatantly like a lie.
It's literal fabrication. I mean, they literally fabricate stories here that literally have no factual truth at all. I mean, I remember when COVID first hit, they were showing people coming into the hospital in the ambulances and people in mop gear, military mop gear, carrying them in. And it was just fear porn. In the hospital, the actual people that work.
I like that. I like that fear porn. I'm going to use that. That's a great word. That is fear porn. Yeah, I like that.
They literally said that no one's come through the ER. No one has come through. And then CNN had literally fabricated the whole thing. And people are like, oh, it's just a conspiracy theory. No, it's fact. I mean, we're talking about CNN. These are people who used to fabricate stories for the Gulf War, and they had a studio in Las Vegas that they would make fake broadcast out of and against a green screen, and they had a rooftop set. I mean, it's literally fabricated. I mean, and so what we're relying on is people to make informed, decisions about very important critical aspects of their life across all measures based on a lie. And you mentioned the Rittenhouse trial. It's like people couldn't even get factually what was correct. I mean, and it was just amazing that so many people just assumed this is what he did. You see how quickly the lies spread. I mean, lies, the old saying that lies move faster. The truth is a little slow to catch up, but you realize like serious problems and intentions, especially here in America, can result from that. I mean, we've had riots over just basically decisions made in court, and it's not in a vacuum. These things are well organized in advance. When there's a trial that comes up, generally what you'll see is in the cities and locations where the trial's taking place, there'll be pallets of bricks, concrete blocks, lumber dropped off in locations, and it just mysteriously appears. And usually when someone traces back the purchase, it always goes back to a Soros shell corporation. So that's not a conspiracy theory. That's just a hard fact, but you're not going to ever hear that on the news. So.
No. Yeah, we have so much of it here. I mean that for us, COVID is the real issue for us now in terms of this kind of thing. I mean, I suppose you have what we call the culture wars, and culture wars for you is very different than culture wars for us. Culture wars for you is riots as a result of like shootings and all that kind of stuff. Culture wars for us is who doesn't get to talk at Oxford and have a little debate. It's so camp British life. I can see why Americans might think it like otherworldly. Because I can see why people think it's all like Downton Abbey. Because like that is kind of how we behave here. We get all kind of worked up and dramatic over John Cleese not being able to make a public address at Oxford University. You know, we don't really do riots in this country, but we have done over lockdown, and that was because we're inheriting these problems from, well, American media. Mm-hmm. You know, it's like what I still, to this day, there were tons and tons of people who were so outraged by George Floyd's death in this country, but weren't outraged when the Rotherham grooming gangs were snatching up like homeless girls or orphan girls for their rings. You're like, well, where was your outrage with this? Right? It's because we've been. I wouldn't want to make a suggestion that it's like a race issue or anything. I think it's probably more like we're inheriting this because of the media now that we're consuming is so much more dramatic. See, we're not a dramatic country, really, Britain. Well, like I say, we're very dramatic whether or not we don't get the right Earl Grey tea in the morning. That's how we're dramatic. It's not really
I would say you're very theatrical, but you're
very theatrical. I think you're absolutely right there. But it's like not in a public square. You know, we've always been very good, and this is.
It's kind of the point I made with you before. In America, especially when I was talking like religious debates, the American mentality is always, I'm tying myself to the mast. I'm going down with the ship. I am my idea. I will defend my idea to the bitter end. The British is more like, we disagree. We'll have tea afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you take that approach, because I'm rather dramatic as a person, if you hadn't noticed, and I take the approach, I'm tying myself to the mast, and you will not move me. Everyone kind of, like my old priest friend would say to me, "Oh, shut up, calm down," and that's literally how he speaks, and it's very when you engage in like the British public theology, it's very much like calm down, have a cranberry juice, sit down, think about what you're saying. Have a cup of tea and we'll talk about it when you feel better. That's kind of what we're losing that though. I don't want to say stiff upper lip, because the stiff upper lip is a kind of post-war idea that no matter how bad things get, we kind of say to the public on like the world stage, everything's fine. Mm-hmm. It's fine. We're not doing very well, but we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll sew our socks together. We'll get out there. That's kind of different, But this is like a different, like mindset. We're very calm, we're very collected kind of people. Whether we are in our personal selves is different, but we're inheriting a new kind of public theology, and that's coming from like American media. It's not coming from American people because you're not coming over here and telling us all this drama. It's the American system. It's Google. It's when we look on the internet now, most of the things that we find are all American because of Google, right? So we're absorbing this overly dramatic, as you say, like I like that tie yourself to the mast thing. We're not like that, and you can find this with even down to restriction. British people don't make statements. We just don't do what we're told to do. You know what I mean? Like don't wear a mask. I'm not going to tell everybody else why I'm not wearing a mask. I'm just not going to wear one. And when somebody asks, we just say, "Oh, not for me, thank you." And it really, I tell you why it is. It's like the quotation from the Bible, which I learned from Felina, actually, where Christ says, "Turn the other cheek," right? It's because it's far more effective to not let a person be able to slap you with the inner part or the back part of their hand. It's like when someone says, "Well, why don't you wear a mask?" and you say, "Well, it's not for me, thank you." They want an argument. They want to be able to give you the backhand. They want to be able to call you selfish, stupid, or whatever. But you don't grant them. It's about British people. It is about control. British people are very good at not letting people give them the opportunity for an argument. Well, I don't observe that. Thank you very much. And we just kind of get about our business. The worst category of people for this are the Gen Xers. as you know full well, Rob, that I have my great war is against all of the Karens of the land, and they're like that. They want to have this argument, but if you say no, thank you, it's a great way of just they're like there's like a thing. It's like that meme where that woman's trying to work out all the calculations. They can't. You know what I mean? It's like she's like, what's going on here? You know. And I've had these things where, like in my business, because hospitality is full of Karens. Like it's like they come to you. It's like a thing. And when you say I'm not sick. Yeah, I'm not.
Well, you are the manager. You're the manager.
I am the manager. And this is, I'm not just the guy who works there. I'm the manager, but I'm the owner. So when they go, I want to speak to the manager. I am he. I want to speak to the owner. I just like do a 360 spin and go, yes, I am he. You know,
I am once again.
I'll just get him for you. Hello, you know. I take my hand down or something, and you say to them, I'm not serving you. This is not happening. And they stare blankly at your face. And then they blabble. I've never been so outraged. It's the Louis C.K. thing, you know. What is the meaning of this? They can't like fathom that someone would treat them in this way. And that's the same thing with cancel culture, with pro-mandatory vaccination arguments. You know, when you just simply say, not for me, it just blows these people's minds because they want an argument, they want to make a scene, they want to be dramatic, which is an inherited thing from like an American media. And when you mentioned this, Rob, this is what I was going to say. This brings my essay to an end. Is we do hold a lot more ground than we may verbalize, actually, because what matters is what box is ticked in the ballot, you know. And people who are conservative tend to be silent about it and just say, oh, I'm not having this conversation. Oh, it's not for me. I'm not thinking about this. They tend not to be verbally political in settings where there is an averse, like a hostile surrounding, because of their nature of being conservative, they're not open. They're not going to tie themselves to the mast in this kind of verbose way. They're going to do it secretly. They're going to do it privately, because conservatism is private, right? And that's why the church has always been a more conservative affair, because it's been like one thing you don't do is you don't invade people's private life, right? What you do in private is your own. That's your own environment. It's nothing to do with anybody else, you know. And the church has always kind of maintained that. Well, especially the Catholic Church in England, up until it kind of lost its cultural power in the past 20 years. That's what it's always done. That's my end of that one before I carry on.
Well, I will say, since you have your drink, I have mine. I'm making a vodka tonic using the ice that David bought me 2 months ago. I still have it in my freezer.
Dang, Rob, talk about memory holing. Yeah, the thing about over here in America, though, is like I tell Rob that I think people who were raised by television here in America, they've lost the kind of graces that the rest of the world seems to have. Our manners don't seem to be the ability of discernment, the ability of, you know, what I was talking about earlier of just the individual, as my girlfriend just brought up, just of people thinking for themselves. It's like we've kind of lost that art of being able to engage people in conversation and in a reasonable conversation. So everything is shouting, everything is violence, everything is threats. At least here it is. It may be, but from what I'm hearing from other persons across the country, they're having the same issues, that you can't talk to people anymore. You can't meet them in the middle, because there is no middle anymore in America. It's us or them, or, you know, and that sucks, because I think there's a lot that there are areas in which we do meet, but there's other areas in which we'll never meet. So, but I don't think violence or torching cities is the answer. So,
Yeah, well, I think the most divisive disagreements in America are actually not disagreements over value; they're actually disagreements over fact. And so I think people are get so up in arms is because they have a heads full of nonsense. Now, there was a whole bunch of red pilling when a whole bunch of people, millions and millions of people, figured out, no, Kyle Rittenhouse did not kill 3 black men. He did not cross state lines to kill 3 black men, as if that's somehow significant. So people, even if people are still in the germinal stage of that, I think this is a continuous process. I think this has been happening over the last 4 years, especially over the last 2 years. People are realizing that they've been fed bullshit.
Did you? I didn't know. You made me think of something that I was going to talk to you about. One of the, I keep coming at this from a movie angle, but one of the writers of Matrix Resurrections just came forward and said that they wrote the movie with the effect of they wanted to take back the word red pill from the alt.
I heard that.
Yeah. And he said, I mean, and literally, I had to read it back to Megan like 3 or 4 times because it made me laugh. I said, I just refused to go see that movie, even though I love I love the first film. I love Keanu. But he literally said, I want to win a victory in which the other side is utterly destroyed and that the only thing left standing is me and my people. You couldn't have said anything that sounded more Nazi if you tried.
Yes.
And this guy, he literally clearly is so enraged with his view of what the other side represents, that he called it, what was it, Nazism, and I forgot the whatever, and racist Nazi is not.
Well, he is evincing those values, yes.
Yeah, and basically, so that just immediately removes all the humanity of the people on the other side, which is. Does that sound familiar?
Well,
I don't think
they call us maggots. They call us maggots. MAGATS, maggots. Is that not the least bit dehumanizing?
It just cracks me up that the person that they look at as a savior is a guy who used to collect belongings of the Jewish people when they were on their way to the oven. So he basically funds all of their projects, but yet we're being,
let's use all the keywords. Throw it all out there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why CBS and 60 Minutes keeps burying that interview, because they know.
Yeah, I never even see the full interview. I just see like clips that are like recorded off a TV or something.
Oh, it's easy to find. It's out there. I mean, but Soros basically is their go-to, and he always will be. And when he's gone, his son will take over, or somebody else. But it's just it's the sad state of affairs when you're calling somebody a group of Nazis when you have an actual Nazi, a real Nazi in your ranks. So.
Well, I never actually read the article about the Matrix writer trying to reclaim red pill, but it actually reminded me a lot of the creator of Pepe the Frog. He did the same thing. He tried to reclaim Pepe the Frog from conservatives. Like, no, you can't do that. It's ours. It's like the meme, your meme, our meme.
It's the Bugs Bunny thing, isn't it? Where it's it's our meme with the sickle and the hammer just behind him, passed out. Yeah. Well, I mean, it must be hard if you. I'm not even going to say what I was going to say. I just have no. I was going to say it must be hard if you create something and it's used in a way that you didn't want it to be. But
Punisher, have y'all seen the? That's another thing. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. The Punisher emblem on his Marvel Comics is now changed. The Death's Head emblem that the Punisher had on his uniform, because he felt that the police and the military across the world, the militaries across the world who had taken his emblem, were misrepresenting what the Punisher stood for. And so he took it to take it back. He basically turned it into like a tribal skull. I don't know if you guys have Googled it or seen this, but it's hysterically funny because it's just basically what looks like a tribal version of the Punisher skull on his uniform now, because the creator decided that he didn't want his creation to be used by the alt-right. Here we go again, that those catchwords. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Well, see, for a person like me who doesn't know anything about, I mean, I've always seen that, isn't it used by like Marines a lot? I've always seen it.
Mm-hmm.
I never knew it was the Punisher. In fact, I didn't even know what the Punisher was. In fact, it reminded me like a little bit of the Misfits logo that, like, you see like 20-year-olds wearing the Misfits skull, and they have no idea who the Misfits are. So
yeah. That. Well, it's based on what it is. It's a man named Frank Castle, who ironically was a Marine. His family was murdered by the mob, and he gets vengeance against the mob. He goes outside the law, and he's a vigilante. So in the Marvel universe, he's actually a criminal, basically. There's actually what's really bizarre though is that the writer was so angry about his creation being used, he actually created a very special issue of the Punisher that showed police officers complimenting Frank, saying that we're the same, you and I, we and you. And he said, "I'm nothing like you. You don't represent me, and I turned my back on you." And he took his emblem off the car and tore it up. And it's like the strangest thing, because the creator didn't want to have any kind of ties with the police who use the emblem in real life, and the military who use the emblem in real life. And it was meant as a, I think it was meant as a very honorable thing, but that, he got incensed by that and said that, that's not what my character stands for. And the thing is this is a man who's arguing for a fictional character who kills people out of vengeance, and it's just it just makes it so silly that we've gotten to the point where that's where in pop culture that you're literally, you notice how people will go after a political figure or somebody in entertainment because they want to claim it as their own. It's like the left really wants to make sure that when somebody comes out as a new star, they want to make sure that they're clearly in the left's category, that this person, and occasionally they get surprised and they get sidewalked by somebody who does not go along with their hook, line, and sinker, and it angers them. And so that person usually never works again, or they get memory hold again. I'm just saying it's so funny because and the interviews now are so, especially here in America, they're so saccharine and they're so political. Like the minute they're just like, well, what are your standings on such and such? Aren't you so excited about the new election? And we just can't wait for, Kamala Harris to come by and visit, that kind of crap.
Yes, queen.
Yeah. And it's just that liberal fan service, man. And it's not like where you just show deference and respect to the office itself of the presidency or the vice presidency. No, it's literal worship. I mean, it's the most just psychotic, bizarre thing you've ever seen.
My favorite was when Chris
exactly
Pratt did not just. I think he had some other obligation. He could not attend the Joe Biden rally. They were dogpiling on him for that. That is like Stalinist, Soviet Union.
Yeah, I mean, like Chris Evans, who's basically representing like America in Captain America, and he couldn't be more radical left if he tried. And it's like it's not enough to just be, kind to everybody and sit down and say, if he had actually sat down and talked with people and say it, but no, he literally immediately painted everybody as, again, a racist Nazi. So I'm not talking about you, and that's where the famous smash the fash comes from, or bash the fash comes from, is from him. I mean, because, he said, I'm not going to talk to fascists. So like Rob said, every little tweener that had a skull on their shirt suddenly decides, I'm going to take that up. And that's going to be my battle cry. And it's just basically, it's a fictional character. We're getting all worked up over a fictional character,
His
best role was another teen movie. That's all. They'll never.
Yes, it was. Yeah. Well, I was really hoping, back to the very first sentence of that, I was really hoping you were going to say people got offended by the skull on the Punisher because they thought it was appropriating people who were dead or something stupid like that. Like, I was really having. Like,
yeah,
it was
or the Waffen SS or Waffen SS or
Yeah,
something. No, the Death's Head. No, it's because he doesn't want cops to be included in his world. So it's just I mean, he can't. Again, it's the discretion thing. They're incapable of discretion anymore, or as Megan put it, they're not capable of rational thought. They just decide, I'm not going to think about this. I
think you can very simply remove the word rational from that sentence, and it would still have the same effect.
Right? Yeah.
Well, yeah. David has a thing or two to say about NPCs and as they exist on the earth.
I don't like using the. It's an awful phraseology, isn't it, to call someone an NPC? But when you know people, you have to concede that sometimes it is the best way to describe some people. Like I don't like the word sheep for the same purpose, but it does have its obvious elaboration. It's clear why that word is the best word to be used, because these people really don't have any depth. They have no. Yeah. And I wouldn't want to say that there are people out there that don't have individual stories, experiences, and things that happen to them. Obviously, that's true, but they're so uninterested by like truth, like politics, societal issues, that they just absorb the general status of affairs from the media, from the news. And it's like they've never challenged. It's not easy to do. I don't want to get all Petersonian here, but it depends what you mean by it. I saw a great meme that said that everyone's really cool until Peterson starts playing with his wedding ring. It's like, oh yes, but yeah. It's so true. It's really difficult to kind of challenge your own mindset. And I do it all the time. One of my greatest one of my biggest problems is that I spend so much like taking things out of my brain and like laying them out and going, is this consistent with this? And it's, if I think this, and therefore I must think this, but is that going to work with that? And it is a really, it's a difficult challenge.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off. I'll let you finish, but that actually reminds me of what you were saying before about the sheep, is that you can't even talk to them about how their beliefs are inconsistent with what they believed 5 years ago.
Yes. No, I would add, you can't even talk to them about what their beliefs are inconsistent, what their beliefs were 5 minutes ago. Never mind 5 years ago. I mean, this is the thing. I mean, it is difficult to maintain a consistent dialogue with yourself, or a dialogue that retains consistency. That is hard enough alone. So it's obvious why people wouldn't bother to do it. But when you get people, and I've had lots of friends who, my friend Pat, who you've spoken to Rob before, we've had conversations where I've helped him to outline things and go, well, that's not consistent with this. I'm really good at consistency. I might not be a very intellectual person. I might not know a lot of things, but consistency is one of my key features. And if I'm not consistent, I do everything in my power to make sure that I am. And a friend of mine very recently has allowed me to kind of sort a few other things out in my mind. I'm not going to go into it because it's really boring and really pointless. But I will take on other people's information and I will listen to them and I will work this out. But there's a reluctance, almost a complete ignorance in people to not want to deal with their own inconsistencies, because it's not a big issue. Like I can just continue to live. I can go to the pub on the weekend. I can go to work. I can raise a child. I can get married, but they never address why they feel so miserable. They don't. I really am getting very Petersonian here, I suppose, but they never sit there and go, "Oh, why am I not enjoying my life?" It's because you're not living consistently with yourself. Like, you're not speaking your being into reality in any meaningful way. You'll just go, well, I'm doing this. I don't believe this. But this is why, by the way, I have a few theological rules, right? And one of them is I don't do anything that I can't theologically justify, right? And I don't do things that I don't believe. So when I go to my good friend Pat, as you know, is Catholic. We attend church every now and then, and we will do mass. But I don't observe mass, right? I may go and get a blessing, but I don't do I don't do the Eucharist. I just don't do it because I can't theologically justify it, and I don't theologically believe it, right? I just simply don't do it, and it usually gets everyone else really upset because they can't work out why I don't. But a lot of them in that room also don't believe it, but they shouldn't be doing it either. But then they can't level their own theology themselves. That's just one very small example. But when you take that across public theology and how people live their lives, they never work out why they're so miserable. It's because you're doing something that you don't believe in. Mm-hmm. You have no reason to follow that. And that's why I have that rule in general life as well. I'm not going to do something that I don't believe in, because if I do, it will make me miserable. Not because I'm doing something against my will. Nobody wants to work, by the way. Not a single soul on the planet wants to work. Even those who love their jobs, they don't love them more than going on holiday, do they? Otherwise, they would never go on holiday. Do you know what I mean? No one loves that. No one I love my job. No, you don't. Because if I offered you more money for the same job, you'd go away and do the other. You know, I'm living my best life. I love that phraseology. It's such a nonsense. You know, but
Bullshit, what it is.
It's just bullshit. No one wants to work, right? But we do it. So it's not about doing things that you don't want to do. It's doing things that go against your primary axioms of belief, right? And what people never do is they never take their axioms out of their brain and lay them down. And they never look at the principles that lead to those axioms. They never go, oh, well, does that axiom meet with this axiom? And they never do this. They just don't do it. And I've been doing this for years, and I make as much that it leads to a lot of psychological distress most of the time. But at the end, I go, well, I'm right now. I fixed this problem. I've solved it. And I believe what I'm doing to be true. Whether it is or not, I don't even know. But people don't do this. That's why they're miserable. I don't know where Peterson gets off on all of this stuff, but that's my 12 rules or whatever crap for life. That's it.
I have to say, when I see you going all like Charlie Day here, and I have it all figured out, it's like this is like faces of like Petersonian breaks.
It's the sherry, man. It's the sherry. It's the sherry talk.
I think like they need to have you in like a testimonial. It's like I'm a testimonial to Peterson. I've finally gotten my life consistent.
But the thing is, all of this stuff that I'm doing was way before Peterson. You know what I mean? Like Peterson was a great phenomenon for reminding people just how much they know about themselves.
Yes.
Right? And I think that's really true. And it also, I'm not going to go theological. I don't want to talk about theology about Peterson because that will take us way off somewhere else. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, well, it reminds me of what the sort of what sobriquet that they had for G.K. Chesterton, which was that he was the apostle of common sense, and that's what I think Jordan Peterson is. And what's so ironic about that is that he's a completely singular figure. I don't think you can't even say he's the right man at the right time, because he's just so completely anomalous on every level to what's going on in cultural life in America. But he puts forward his ideas, and then he talks about what Jungian archetypes or something. But like he is the apostle of common sense. So the whole thing about Jungian archetypes, it's take it or leave it. If you don't think it's useful, you can put it over here. If you do find it's useful, take what you need from it. And so I think it's very interesting that the sort of man who's really standing up for common sense is the guy who also talks about Jungian archetypes.
He is boring though.
I don't think so. You've seen a video or two, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think the problem is that there's a crisis, and it goes back to what you said earlier about people laying bare, having that dark night of the soul of going, where this is, what is it? Why do I believe this? Why am I following in this manner? What is compelling me to do this? Is it I'm afraid of being ostracized? Is it that I'm afraid of losing my inner circle of friends who don't really give a rip about me anyway? They're unable to. One of the things that Megan and I really helped each other with was we purged our houses. We went all Game of Thrones on our houses, and I don't even watch Game of Thrones, so I'm just talking out my ass. We just purged all the people in our lives, that the toxic relationships, the toxic friendships, that we helped each other to say, this person may not be the best for you. And we really helped each other with that. And it's sad on one hand because we lost a lot of people that we thought we were really close to. But then when you look back on it, you just realize they were users. They were people that didn't have your best interest at heart. And I think a lot of people on a religious level, on a governmental level, on a national level, they're afraid, in an individual level especially, they're afraid to have that moment, the step aside moment, and dare I say come to Jesus moment, of where they pick apart what really motivates them, what really drives them, why they do the things that they do, because it's scary, and they just would rather keep those blinders on and stay in their lane and not ever veer from the mission, and so if somebody says, well, my child had a really adverse reaction to this shot, someone else said I didn't have any reaction to this shot, and then another person said I'm doing great, and then another person died. It's like, if you're a rational human being, what you would want to do is to look at each of those individual cases on their own merits and their own basis, and come to a conclusion of your own, work through the facts.
Uncolored by ideology, yes.
Right, but that doesn't happen. What happens is like, this is what the media told me, I'm going to run with this, and this is where I stay. So when they see somebody out without a mask, it drives them insane, because they're like, this is what's right for all of us. Yeah. And they make that conscientious decision to correct others. They go all Karen mode because... But
they don't just correct, they belittle and insult if you don't follow.
Yeah, I mean, she was just saying that with
Fabulous was looking to see where the voice was coming.
Yeah, I know. It's
I'm
like
a disembodied head.
Yeah, but yeah, it's sad because instead of saying, hey, let's talk about this, it's immediately full on Karen mode, and they come rushing over, and like. And what I love about what you said is you just say it's not right for me and move on, because that takes away whatever power they had of the argument, of the conflict that they're trying to create, and that power that they're trying to gain over you as a person.
And when they see the person who's not wearing the mask, it's so telling that they immediately categorize that as an issue of political tribes.
Exactly.
A person who is not in their tribe, and they have the sort of adversarial reaction that they have. That's completely how the media wants them to think about it.
Well, it's funny you mentioned tribe, because and we talk about masks, and I guess we probably will kind of meander our way into COVID now. Is Peter Hitchens, who I have great respect for, but I am slowly losing it actually. Much like I mentioned about Peterson, when I say he's boring, I mean it's very dry, and you have to wonder, is this how he speaks to everybody? Like imagine being friends with Jordan Peterson, and this is one of the things that I don't like about myself, because every time we have a conversation, I get really serious.
He's Canadian. He's Canadian. Give him a break, okay?
I don't know. Could you imagine, being his neighbor? Good morning, Jordan. Oh, good morning, Ted. How's it going? Oh, well, it's fine. Have you made your bed today? And you'd be like, fuck off. Do you know what I mean? That's what I mean by boring. It's like these. You get these channels on YouTube where they tell you how sober they are, right? And I mean, sobriety is against my religion, so I wouldn't. It's an insult to me as an atheist of sobriety. But they always say, they always speak oh, well, sobriety and I'm a better person and it's wonderful. And you always wonder, do they approach everything and everybody like this? Do you know what I mean? Are they always this level of serious?
The term is,
like,
is the zeal of the newly converted. And so that's the thing.
I like that. Yeah.
If you find a person who's like is suddenly gotten into health and fitness, the first thing that they do is that they buy a pair of squeaky white running shoes. And so, okay, I made this purchase. I spent my $60. I've bought my squeaky white running shoes, and that's going to commit me to this new lifestyle. I'm going to tell everyone I know about this because all eyes are on me. This is going to help compel me to get into my new lifestyle. And those are always the first people who are the first to fall off the train.
They're so excited to share with you everything. And you know what, even as Christians, we have that problem where people are actually scared away from God because people come up, we come up and they're like, can I share how excited I am? And you're like,
have you heard the good news? I have all the things to tell you about Christ. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
No, you carry on. I don't know what else to say.
Instead of quietly saying this is how Christ has changed my life, or this is how it's affected me, and or living by example and seeing that how Christ has changed your life, instead it's like it's like we're going to the Holy Land and we're getting ready to torch everything on our way there, and they're just like, you know what? Hey, maybe I'm just gonna sit this one out because
I'm just gonna do my thing. Yeah. But that's the point. I don't know what the actual point I was going to make was because I've completely forgotten what we were talking about.
You were talking about sobriety.
No, that was just a sidestep of the point, and that was a sidestep of the point. I wasn't going to mention Peterson in my reply. I don't know what I was going to say now, based on what you were saying.
He's a boring neighbor.
No, it's before that. Like I just the point I was making about Peterson being boring is. It's always the same, like just make a joke, man. Like that's what I mean by boring. Like just make a fucking joke. Do you know what I mean? And that's what
land the delivery, man.
Like, yeah. Well, one of the things that I don't like sometimes about the conversations we have is they're not funny enough. Like that was presumably, I don't know because I'm not the people watching or you are. Like presumably the only reason I had any merit on your channel was because, like, the first or even the second time, there was a charm of laughter there that I brought that wasn't there before. Like, and then since then, it's been like I am very serious about religion and atheism, and it's like that's not what I'm like.
You're not drunk enough. That's clearly a problem.
You need more sherry, man.
There is a direct correlation with the amount of laughs that people have at my stories when I have a drink compared to when I don't have a drink. That's science. That is right there. So,
so you were both my Facebook friends back when I was on Facebook, and David had more interactions with me on Facebook. But I would go out to a mug night at a bar. I'm not going to dox myself here, but yeah, there was a bar in Greensboro that would sell beers for very cheaply for like $1.70. What was it? I can't even remember, like $1.75 or something. And so I would get a little tipsy, and I would just like go on my phone and just start firing off things on Facebook, and they were hilarious. I genuinely got funnier. The sort of the deeper I got into that, and that was like every Wednesday night I would just be firing off these things on Facebook.
People were like, "Oh, Rob's been drinking. Rob's on the sauce.
Yes,
we're about to get saucy. Sauce time."
But that's what I don't. I just don't. These sobriety channels, these people who, my life was amazing. These people don't drink that much. Okay. There are two kinds of people who take on sobriety as a movement. It's those who need to stop drinking and those who want to stop drinking. Okay? The need to stop drinking are the ones who suffer because they've become sober. Okay, and it's a very somber discussion, so I'm not going to go that way. And I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people anyway. I know people who are alcoholics and they've had to stop drinking for various reasons. Those who want to stop drinking, they never drank much in the first bloody place. Like alcohol doesn't feature as part of their lives. Like alcohol is my life, right? It's my industry. It's all of my friends. They drink because when we work in this industry, we go for a drink when we finish and all that kind of stuff. It's everything about my existence. I even make alcohol, right? And it's all we kind of deal with. And these people who take on sobriety, they make it seem like their lives are much better because they don't drink. No, you just blamed alcohol for your shitty decisions, right? All right, fair enough. When you drink, you make mistakes. Fair enough. That's a different argument. But they will pretend as though their lives are I see more of the world now. I get up in the morning. No, you just you just didn't want to do that, so you drank.
Yeah.
Don't blame
massively depressed about what, and also too, I love the argument of like, well, I slept with that person because the alcohol made me do it. You probably had ideation before that long before that of sleeping with that person before the alcohol made you do it. I mean,
I've always
it lowers inhibitions, but that desire and that drive is there. I torched the police car because I drank too much. No, you torched the police car because that's
you just wanted, Yeah, and when they, it's. I mean, alcohol. This is a Petersonian thing, and fair enough, it does affect your entire neurochemical system, and you will do things that you just would not have done.
Right.
And yes, you might have the desire, but you just wouldn't have done it. But these people, they act as though their lives have been freed by not going out for a drink. It's like, no, you just used alcohol as a holding point to say that you could, like, oh, I didn't do that because I got drunk, or I did that because I got drunk. Well, just don't drink. And then what they do is they don't drink anymore, and then they pretend that it was alcohol that was holding them back.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. You were holding yourself back, and you were using alcohol as the metaphorical drug to prevent your own growth. Don't pretend that it's alcohol that's to blame. You are to blame. Right? You just blamed alcohol for it.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to that cleaning house that we were talking about earlier. It goes back to that whole point of looking at why do I do what I do, and why am I motivated? Why do I make these decisions to follow this path in my life that I do? And some people just can't do that. They would rather just bury themselves in whatever excuse they can find, and as opposed to actually taking some of their life and going, you know what, it's all me, and I gotta own it.
There's a sort of a human need or sort of a defensive mechanism where we think the one thing that would make all the difference in the world is that one thing we don't have. Now, I'm going to go kind of far afield here, but there was a show on TV. I think there was an equivalent show in England called Extreme Makeover, and it was very interesting to watch about people who get plastic surgery. And of course, there's the obvious point to make, which is that most of these people are normal looking. They might have one thing that might prevent them from being a supermodel, but otherwise they're well within the bounds of normality. But what really made the show really compelling is that they thought that this one defect was the one thing that was going to completely change everything about their lives. And you see it at the end. It's actually kind of sad. They get their cheeks done a little something, and they're moving out to Los Angeles. They're becoming a model. They think they have a new leash on life. No, it's because they're just hysterically focused, just myopically focused on this one thing, and they've attributed every single failing in their lives to that one real or perceived defect.
That flaw that they had, and you see that too with leftism, because if only we can get this goal, if only we can get that goal, if only we can have this happen, if we can get the House and the Senate, and if we can get all the and they get all of that, and they're still not satisfied because
they're still like, well, I thought they defeated Hitler. I thought,
right, and I thought that the utopia took over, the communist Star Trek, socialist utopia took over, where we don't have to work and everybody can paint and make music.
It's a damn Joe Manchin. It's a damn Joe Manchin.
And I can finally get down to doing my mumblecore career that I wanted so badly. I mean, it's just, but they're never happy. And Fabulous said it earlier. It's like they're perpetually unhappy, and they never look at like, why are you perpetually unhappy?
No, I'll come back to that in a second, but just to go off what you were saying, Rob, there was a program that was done in England a while back where they got, these people who draw descriptions of like police incidents of people, suspects, they draw a picture and that's what we're looking for. They got one of these people in, and they got a bunch of people in who felt insecure about their own image and stuff, and there was like 8 people in a room, and they spent like an afternoon together, and then each person would describe what the person looked like, and this person would draw them, right? So like I would describe you, and then he would draw your picture, and then you would come in and describe yourself. And the pictures are always, these people who describe you tend to be the same, and your own description is almost a caricature of what you look like. And it's never, and the people who are drawing you have never seen you, by the way. They do it like a blind drawing, and people will they exaggerate the negative qualities of their image, where other people don't even notice it. And it's consistent across the board that those people are like, oh well, and then when you hear them describe it, they will say like, oh, they've got really pretty eyes, or they've got really nice hair, or something like that. But when the people describe themselves, it's like, oh, I've got 2 big teeth, or my nose is out of shape, or whatever. The other people didn't even notice those things. They noticed the things that were positive about them, not the things that were negative. And there's every single time they did one of these things. It was so fascinating. I don't know what the program is called. If I ever find it, I'll show you. I'll send it to you. But the pictures were so weird how people describe themselves. It is almost a caricature of what they describe compared to what other people see you as. Yeah. It's so weird. And then to go on what you just said about them not identifying their own behavior, the kind of the lefty wokist kind of people, that they aren't happy because they've never identified what is going to make them happy. They continue to strive for the next thing. Do you know what I mean? And they belligerently convince themselves that the next cause will satisfy. It's a bit like, it's a bit like pornography, and it wears off after a while.
Stronger. Okay,
you need
stronger.
the next. To build it gets worse and worse. When you need, I mean, it's not always like pornography, because no psychological studies of pornography. You cycle through, but with this, it's different. It's progressive. It's progressive in its negative sense. That it will. You need to. Okay, so today I just owned that person on Facebook about their beliefs about black people. Now I'm going to find something that they think about homosexuals, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that, and they keep engaging in this escapade of misery, because I've said this before. It's like a cult of misery, right? They don't want to exist in a positive sphere. Where, like take that thing. They don't want to tell the person sitting next to them, "Oh, you've got really nice eyes, really nice hair." They want to say, "You've got really ugly teeth. You've got really ugly nose." They want to make you feel like this, so that you live in a space where you don't feel adequate in yourself. But unfortunately, it's not that you have an ugly nose, because most people can deal with being told they're ugly if they are ugly. Being told that your ideas, your education, your upbringing, your heritage, everything about you that makes you, because your image is very little if you really know who you are as a person. If all of that can be shattered and broken down by like thought process, by thought ideology, then you're left with nothing. And that's what these people want. They want you to feel like you are nothing. They want you to be this NPC that lives in this hut, as you said, in like an Orwellian phrase, where your own space, you can't exist in your own space. Your own private life isn't your own life. If you're at home, and look, this is true. There are provisions in law in this country, or at least being drawn up, where if a parent says something to a child that is deemed to be racist, the child is supposed to go to the police and tell them about it. Mm-hmm. So your own private life isn't your own private life anymore. And that's what these people want. They want to invade the home, right? It's bad enough that they invaded culture, but they want to get in your house. They want to be on your TV. They want the media that they want you to consume, your Netflix account, your Amazon Prime account, your Disney Plus account. They want to fill your home, your life with this garbage so that you forget who you are. You forget what your core value system is. I've never spoken like that. It was quite heavy for me, actually.
Well, I'm going to go in even deeper. It's more insidious than that. It's because there was an article, like I listen to a lot of classical music, and so there was an article, actually a few articles that came out, and it's Beethoven, or the act of listening to Beethoven is obviously white European supremacy.
I'm surprised they didn't Wagner, I'm surprised they didn't go after Wagner.
Yeah, that's a little more obvious. Yeah. But no, but that is like one of the most primary things to a human being is the experience of the sublime, the experience of the beautiful. They can't even tolerate that. They need to invade that. That is unused real estate for them to plaster up ideology, is the very experience of the sublime, which, if you look at like the definition of the sublime philosophically, it is that which draws us out of ourselves, that which communes with the divine. But no, that is a space where the authoritarians, the totalitarians, don't have complete dominion, so they have to inject that self-doubt, that self-suspicion, and that's what they call the hermeneutics of suspicion, which is what all this cancel culture, all this progressivism is about. Everything in our culture is built on oppression and racism, and so they want that to invade your own thoughts, where you cannot even experience the sublime without having these self-critical thoughts, and you will give control basically of your entire being over to the totalitarians, who think everything should be politically, literally everything should be political.
Well, I mean, from being here in Greensboro, what you'll hear quite often thrown around is cultural appropriation. So you can't enjoy a Chinese play, you can't enjoy rap music, you can't enjoy it. In other words, everything that brings you joy of finding another culture, that some aspect of your mind that's been awakened by another culture that brings beauty, you're not allowed. It's like they frowned upon that completely. But isn't that the whole point of this utopia, that we all are one? I mean, I don't know if maybe they want us all in gray pantsuits, like like some third world dictator or Hillary. Everybody wears a gray pantsuit and we all listen to tonal music. Like the South Park,
like like a Star Trek villain, effectively.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's just like where you're due for your reconditioning. I don't know, but it's like, is anything. I just remember telling somebody that I went to a Japanese festival and I had the best time, and I had a lot of friends there that were really close to me, and they were just like, this guy literally looks at me and says, do you feel that you had the right to be there? And I said, well, I was invited. These people are my friends. And he kept phrasing the question. Perhaps you're not understanding my question. Do you feel that you had the right to be there? And I just looked at him and I said, yes, I had the right to be there. I'm a human being and I'm sharing in other cultures. And isn't that the point? I mean, that you're supposed to live your best life. And, if you want to listen to a piece of classical music, obviously you're not living in the chamber at the time that the music was written and first performed. So you just because you're listening to a piece of music removed from a time and a culture that's probably not acceptable anymore. Like, now they're before every movie now they're putting up notices that say, this was made in a different time when, were politically offensive, or you'll have, documentaries now that say, well, that some things may be offensive to, if history so offends you, how are you ever going to wade your way through life or learn anything,
Well, that's the thing. These people don't realize that literally everything is on the chopping block. Social justice and progressivism is a nihilistic force. It's coming for everything. That one thing that is special for you, they just haven't gotten to it yet.
Well, to briefly cover what you were just saying about, I'm a weeb, right? So Japanese culture is one of my major interests. Like, I have a katana.
You are the first person I've ever heard self-identify as a weeb. It's like calling yourself a hipster. No one calls themselves a hipster. Okay.
Well, we're at the point now where hipster culture is so hipster that you have to self-identify to be a hipster, because you can't just. That's just.
But are you using repurposed vegan leather? That's what I want to know. and are you making kombucha in your kitchen or craft beer in your toilet? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, well, I mean, not far from, to be honest with you, but it's a really interesting thing what you just said, right? Because one, there is not a single takeaway or restaurant, that ethnic restaurant, let's say, that opens up without the anticipation of the local population entering their restaurant to eat their food. Mm-hmm. Right. So I've already said this, if I moved to America, within a heartbeat, I would open a pub serving traditional British food, right? Because it would be a hit. I can't say for sure. I don't know. I don't know what the market's like, but you would assume that like a pub environment would be fun. It would be something different, and we'd turn up to eat pies and fish and chips or whatever it is. Right?
And it would be authentic to you.
It would be authentic. Yeah, so you would go, this is amazing food. I'd be like, yes, it's great. It's like if you were a Chinese person, you open a Chinese restaurant in America, you wouldn't expect Chinese people to turn up because they're eating this food at home, right? It just doesn't make any sense. The whole point of having an ethnic restaurant in a non-ethnic area is that we all, like, people can go, I really like sushi, I'm going to go to the Japanese restaurant. This is just like this business 101. And the next thing I would say is, these people, these hippie, like, white people who traveled around Thailand, who are the people that are gonna. These are the same people who would say, "Are you sure you don't want to culture?" They've advanced now. They're 10 years later, aren't they? Because 10 years ago it's cool to do that. Now it's like appropriation. So now they don't wear robes in the house. They don't wear beads and walk around like this barefoot. They wear like bland clothing, because that's what white people wear, because white people look uninteresting. And what, that's so true. It's like a basic white bitch clothing.
It was made with Bangladeshi slave labor. But it's culturally appropriating.
Yeah, right. But you got it. But it's okay. It makes it okay. So.
Yeah. Well, don't forget, it's okay because we're giving those Bangladeshi kids something to, where we're paying them.
Never mind, they're being beaten with reeds every day. They only had one rice grain.
They don't make any money, and they're probably going to not. That's irrelevant to these people. But I love to know. Like, let's take a reductio ad absurdum element to this. What is their final life? Like, what's their ultimate form? Do they eat their own shit? Because, like. They're so uncultured themselves because they're white people living in an indigenous white country, usually European, who have zero culture, zero things to be because they can't celebrate their own culture because that would be white patriotic, and they can't celebrate someone else's culture because that would be cultural appropriation. So do these people literally ferment their own dung into hooch and just live off that? I really don't know. It's really interesting.
I think Rob has a
Rob.
question. I could be wrong.
He does.
Okay. This goes back to something I discussed in my live stream with Brandon Straka 3 years ago. That was the live stream that killed.
You have to. Did you really? You plug this?
I have to do every possible because literally.
And who recommended Brandon to you? Who recommended Brandon to you?
Literally the next day, Brandon Straka was the #1 trending topic on Twitter. So I will cling to that to my grave. You can put that
Who
on
recommended Brandon to you?
It is as simple, just a matter of time before the fabulous agnostic is the trending thing across all of Christendom. Right? I just putting that one in there.
Awesome
you'll never talk to me again. You'll never talk to me again.
I'm sorry, I don't know this deflating atheism. I don't know who this guy is.
I'm sorry, I can't talk to you. I gotta go. Bye.
I brought this up.
Get ready to drink my cherry. I gotta go. Bye. Yeah.
By the way, get yourself a drink, dude. Come on.
I have one Mountain Dew. Product placement. No, I just had one Mountain Dew. That's all I had. I don't have anything else to drink.
That better be like one of those supercharged Mountain Dews, like the Ultra Force, whatever. I don't know. That has like 500% of the caffeine or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's usually like Black Rifle coffee or something. That and even that, I'm just like yeah.
And then, by the way,
they not pick out like we go by like how much it says on the package. Like this will stop your heart, and we drink it. We're just like, well, that was calm. That was nice.
Death Wish coffee.
Yeah, Death Wish. We laughed at that. We laughed at Zach Wilde's coffee.
Some good stuff.
It doesn't matter what coffee it is. It just doesn't. There's no bump at all for us. It's just like okay.
I'm on my 4th cup of coffee. I feel like I'm having a heart attack.
Whereas I get a coffee cake from like Harris Teeter, and suddenly my heart rate goes like 500%. I don't know.
It's gelato.
Yeah, whatever it was. Anyway, it's probably like speed in it or something.
Harris Teeter has now got its 2nd shout out in this live stream. So I'm sure. I'm sure of our 5 viewers, all 5 of them have.
You're welcome, guys. You're welcome. Go out there and get that coffee cake.
Okay, so this is the point I was going to make, is a very serious, deep philosophical point. So buckle yourselves in.
Girls have boobs.
There is a foundational problem. I know you're buckling yourself in now. There's a
serious the 5-point harness on.
Foundational problem with modern leftism, and it's been with us since basically the fall of the Soviet Union in one form or another. And it's the problem they refuse to confront. It's that everyone on leftism, you could call them what they will, anarchists, socialists, communists, anarcho-communists, blue dog Democrats, whatever. Anyone on that side of the aisle, they cannot articulate their vision of a better tomorrow. You ask, what does your better tomorrow look like? Well, say what you will about the Marxists. They at least hadn't answered that question. Yeah, the proletariat overthrows the bourgeoisie and seizes the means of production, lives in a workers' utopia for all eternity.
I can answer that one.
I don't agree with that.
Union, they were under the gun because in the Soviet Union, the party line ruled. In America, where there's a lot more freedoms, you have 20 or 30 different groups who all have their own.
Do not. No. That is part of my answer, okay? I don't remember asking you for your opinion, okay?
It's been nice, y'all.
This is my chill stream. You do not interrupt me, okay? This is my
sorry, what were you talking about? I didn't hear that last part. You cut out.
The chill of the Chillstream element just dropped.
I know.
It became slightly temperate stream.
This is my point. Is because that collapsed. The entire guise of that collapse. The entire pretense of that collapse. Now, what progressivism is, what social justice is, it is nihilistic. All they can tell you is what they hate. They don't like this movie. Okay, well, what movies do you like? No, they don't have an answer to that question. Oh, you have a problem with this thing in this Mark Twain? Well, tell us what authors you do like. They'll never have an answer to that question. It's nihilistic. They only know how to destroy. And so they're always looking for a new thing to destroy. And as far as I can tell, social justice, their utopia, just has white people flailing their own backs with a whip for all eternity. That is their vision of a better tomorrow. What else is there? It's self-punishment. I've never gotten any sense that this is our vision of this is how things should be, and they can't win elections that way. And even the Democrats they can only talk about what they hate. And so that's my point. And I think that's at the root of everything. The problem with the left, with the progressives, with the Democrat Party, with any flavor of leftism you want, they don't have a vision of a better tomorrow. Hey, at least Donald Trump had objectives. He had his vision of a better tomorrow, and they hated that. Fabulous Agnostic is terrified.
I was just noticing that the two things. Well, I was going to say that I just noticed in the chat that Missing the Mark has made an appearance.
Yes, I invited him. I gave him the link. I gave everyone the link.
And the second thing,
the cool kid, yeah,
it would be nice. But yeah, when you were saying that this kind of self-flagellation, they do kind of like it must be like their utopia. If you can just kind of like metaphorically close your eyes and imagine that they all live in a giant convent, right, where they all wear grey. Because any other color would be like racist, presumably. Because there's no gray people, and they would all just like march. This is all the liberal white people, and they would separate into their own individual rooms where it would be like living like a nun, right? So there's like a cardboard bed, and there's no comfort, and they all eat bread and drink water like morning, noon, and night until they die. 21. Like that's just must be there. According to these people, there are two kinds of white people. There are these people, the nun serfs, and then there are racist Nazis. That's it. And all the Nazis, according to these people, live in nice houses, while meanwhile they live in cardboard dens built by nuns. I don't know. Like
you just ate the red pill. You just ate the red pill. But I mean, if you listen to like Robin DiAngelo, who's one of the apostles of anti-racism, of course, she's a completely white woman, and she says, "I'm a racist." If you read How to Be an Anti-Racist, Robin DiAngelo will tell you she is a racist. So she is one of them. She's not excluding herself from this, but obviously the billionaire class who are promulgating this horseshit, they don't suffer any consequences.
Well, that's what I was going to say. That the best thing about it is the people living in that kind of boring, abject, impoverished state are not there. Mm-hmm. It's everybody else. They're the ones living in the luxurious. Like I have to do a lot to make this look nice. like there's a lot of shit, lights and batteries and like things that are, like this. Our lives are just not this wonderful utopian white dream that we with this. If I'm relying on my white privilege, God forbid what it would be like if I wasn't white. Like I would be dead if I wasn't white. I have so much.
People talk about the white privilege of people who are living in trailer parks. They never talk about the white privilege of Bill Gates and George Soros and Klaus Schwab.
No, because they're part of the thing. Yes. They're part of the kind of dynamic, amazing. Google sphere, Prosecco, and Zoom culture. Isn't it amazing that we're all sat here in our lovely homes while all these poor people have got all this privilege? Like, it's just so fucking bizarre. like I've said this to you before. Okay, so these people, we have a term in this country. It's a very new term, and it's the term gammon, Gammon, right? Now, gammon is a type of meat. And then it's. Do you know what? It's so historically brilliant, made by such a dumb mind that it lasts unto itself. So,
can I just say this? It has not.
Yes.
That has not lapped up on these shores yet. It might do so in 3 or 4 months.
Well, it won't be as effective over there because of its historical context. I'm going to raise the camera just slightly because I feel like I'm as this is going on my. There we go. So that looks even worse actually. The reason why the gammon thing has historical context in England is gammon and pork was a very sustainable meat in England's medieval ages. Okay, most families would have a pig that they would feed scraps over the years, and because pigs don't need really controlled conditions to grow, and they can eat whatever they like, and it doesn't matter if you kill the male or the female. Whereas in other animals, it matters which sex, gender. I don't want to assume gender, obviously. Which sex you kill, and the two, it doesn't spoil the meat. So, pigs are really easy to keep, and you get a lot out of a pig, and you can eat a pig. So, what would happen in medieval British families is they would rear the pig over the year, then they would kill the pig, and they would eat the pig in the winter and preserve the pig for the spring, right? So, with sausages and chorizo and things like that, but not necessarily chorizo properly. It's like English chorizo, so it's more salt than there is pig. So the
it doesn't go bad, yeah.
It can't go bad because there's just dried up dehydrated pork. So it's almost a brilliant insult for medieval mindset. But they didn't design it around that. It's so perfect that they're so dumb they didn't realize their own joke. But gammon is a word that people use to describe low-end working class people who, they might have worked, they might not work anymore. They drink low-end working class drinks like lagers, like really cheap lagers. They frequent cheap pubs, ale pubs, those kind of things. By all the stretches, they would use the word scum, but they've invented this word gammon, and it's a word that they use to really separate a social divide.
What we would call
it's white. It is effectively using the word white trash, and that's what they've done in this country to really separate everyone that could be, just dirt. And it's such a sinister and pernicious thing to do, and I have no idea why I even started talking about that one actually.
Well, I was talking about how leftism doesn't have, and their vision of the better tomorrow. It's completely punitive.
Oh, it was just about the demonization of anyone that isn't them, and they separate themselves because a lot of people. This is another thing that happens in let's say the university classes, okay? Because one thing that you find with COVID is that you have so I've got these earpod things and they irritate my ears. But you have once the university classes get involved, you can demonize almost any group that isn't university class, which is going to mostly be the working classes and the lowest end of the working classes. So they will say things like, "Oh, well, it's just stupid working class people who aren't getting the vaccination, and we have it because we're this amazing, intellectual, cultural class." Most of the university students came from that working class background, and they loathe it. They fucking hate it because they go to university and they get sucked into the system where it's. I'm not going to do this kind of Peterson thing where it's a training ground for Marxism because it isn't really that in England. It's in the UK. It's not quite that bad. It is bad, but not that bad, But you're trained to kind of believe that you are a step above your forebears, your immediate forebears, your parents. You are,
You are the most privileged people on the face of the earth.
What's the? I mean, there's the maybe you're not smart enough, maybe you're not pretty enough. God only knows why you're oppressed in a multitude of ways that you couldn't possibly imagine, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's true. But the universities would have you kind of programmed to make the assessment that when you return home, you're the smartest person in the village, And to some degree, if you are from a working class background and your family are proud of you, they will reinforce that idea. I had that problem as well. Like I would return home and go to the pub because I just wanted to drink a beer, and people would come up to me that I didn't even know and go, "Oh, you're going to university," because my parents would tell everybody in the town. Like, oh, my son's gone to university, because you're probably this cohort now are probably the only people in their entire family's history who went to university. That's a slightly different thing, though. But we have this system where if you can call somebody like a gammon, like a stupid person who likes pork and sausages for breakfast, they're stupid. They're dumb. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know anything about culture. So therefore, because they're working class, they don't need to be involved in the conversation. That's the kind of arc that we're experiencing now.
Yeah,
it
goes back to dehumanization.
Mm-hmm. It is dehumanization. And you find it with COVID a lot. Sorry, go on.
Well, I was going to say it's another example of the leftists sort of promoting division and strife, which is, I think, in a previous era, there was not quite the sort of adversarial relation between the academy and the sort of lay people. I think it goes between in every instance, leftists and sort of the globalists have promoted strife, whether it be between the educated and the uneducated, the urban versus the rural, the black versus the white, the baby boomers versus the millennials, men versus women, of course. They want to amplify all of these divisions to kind of serve their own ends. And so I think in a previous era, there was not this adversarial relationship between the quote unquote educated and the sort of lay people, because they represented the same values. Now we're in an era where, I'm sure David, I mean, you've done the 4-year college degree thing, but I mean, speaking for myself, I mean, I feel like I'm better educated than most people who did the college thing. Going through college does not confer any sort of
no, I mean, I think people that in fact that are in trade school end up better off than people that go to a university, because people in trade school are not, they immediately have transferable skills. They immediately are working on an area that is open hires, but most of the time, I mean, given the economy and other factors, but generally you're always going to need plumbers. You're always going to need draftsmen. You're going to need somebody to do those kind of jobs in society. And those jobs pay really well because
they're making $100,000 plus a year. Yeah.
Yeah. And so you're not going to come out with, your basket weaving degree and go into a Fortune 500 company and say, well, I'm really good at Hunan throat music and I can weave a wicked basket.
Hey, don't you talk shit about Hunan throat music.
Anyway,
okay?
Yeah, right. I just appropriated culture and
notes at one time. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, but again, it's what I love probably the best thing I love about the Karens is, when we were talking about all this, is that they do see classes. That is their utopia. They want to change the social structures that they see in their minds and force it on everyone else, regardless of the truth of how the world really works or how the world is perceived by everyone. They want to make you perceive it the way that they perceive it. And in the forever injustice that always exists, the grievances that always exist, and they want you to atone for your sins forever, and they will never forgive you, and they want you out. I think like if you want to see how they see the world, go to a riot. And see who they put up front to get the gas in the face and the tear gas grenades and the pellets and all that. Look who they put up front. That'll tell you everything. And who the divisions as they move back. Portland, Seattle, wherever watch the riots and look at some footage. You'll see how they view the world very quickly.
White parts of the country, by the way, yes.
They put the Karens up front, is what I'm trying to say, because they know who's driving the engine. So they put the Karens out front, and then generally the Karens, if they have boyfriends, are usually right behind them. So that if you want to see how the world plays out in that mind, whereas when we really had major issues in society, people were either divided by their belief systems or by their ideologies, and they worked together, and it was a thing that everyone did together, or not. But the bottom line is that there's definitely a social strata, and they see you at the bottom. So that's what they view.
Yeah, well, okay, so this is what I think happened with progressivism, and like Tim Pool, who you could say what you want about him, he puts the dividing line to Occupy Wall Street. That's when it went from the grievance between the economic haves and the have-nots versus this new regime of social justice and basically race warfare, which is what they want. And what I've been reading recently are reports from people who are actually in Occupy Wall Street. And they were saying, well, we, obviously no one here is necessarily sympathetic with the objectives of Occupy Wall Street. I still think it's interesting to read about this stuff, and that these people were sort of like holding forth of what we need to do to hold the upper classes accountable. And then you'd have these people come in and say, hey, oh, nope. You're speaking out of turn. You're speaking from a position of white privilege. You have to let this person over here who has a different skin color speak. And so this toppled the Tower of Babel, basically. They could not get anything done because these progressives invaded it and started just causing confusion and say, oh, well, you're speaking from a position of privilege. This is your skin color. You have to defer to this person. And so it seemed like a great way of sowing confusion among sort of the economic populists of Occupy Wall Street. Nowadays, it's very interesting. Go back to what David was talking about this class consciousness, is because a rich liberal cannot rightly brag about their house or their car. But what they can sort of brag about are these sort of luxury beliefs that have no sort of traction in everyday lived reality about white privilege and pronouns and all this nonsense. No one who works for a living gives a shit about pronouns. But this is their luxury, that they get to obsess about these things. So this is their way of subtly sort of branding their class strata, is by saying, yeah, I'm one of these pronouns people. I'm one of these white privileged people. I'm don't ask me to actually give up any money. I have a lot of money. Don't ask me, but I'll just obsess over the one thing I can't change, which is my skin color. And so that's sort of their way of doing their sort of bragging about their class, about their strata, is through having luxury beliefs.
I mean, and the thing that really is most offensive to me, though, is that they intrude into people's lives on levels that we've never seen before. It's not enough to just go your way. You're not allowed to have any peace anymore, because it's about control. And being who I am, for most of the majority of my life, I never had anger issues, ever. But I remember I was sitting in the very same place where Rob and I met the first time, a place that's since closed, but we were having a quiet little
I think like a week before or something like that.
Yeah, and it was like we had gone back to this particular bar to have a social event, like a fundraiser for charities, and I'm sitting with a guy who's literally living in the most expensive apartments in the United States, and I think it's like in the Presidio, the former Presidio, and it's in San Francisco, like Nancy Pelosi's district. And I've got this guy sitting here telling me about my privilege, when Megan and I literally, like, when I had an air conditioning dude come out to my house because I hadn't had air or heat for like probably like 10 years. I mean, so when the summers would get up to like 100 degrees, it was an oven in this place. When it was cold, I was freezing my butt off. I mean, you know, I've had times where my cat was laying on the floor twitching, having seizures because I didn't have any money to take him to the vet, and you know, and all the issues that he had. I cleaned out my bank account several times over, trying, you know, on and on and on. We all have been through it. You know, I've taken the public transport so much I can't even tell you. So apparently I have privilege with my car now that I've got it fixed. I finally got healthcare when I got a job, so I guess apparently now I have that privilege. I guess my point is that he's sitting here telling me all this stuff when he's living like in the top percentile of the United States, and he looks at me and just says, "Well, you've always lived a privileged life." And it was just like one of those things where, and he said, you know, I told him that when we were growing up that we didn't have the race issues that there are now, because I think we were trying to differentiate ourselves from our parents' generations, the so-called boomers that they hate so much, because our parents, I don't think, were racist either. I know mine were not, but there were people out during the world at that time who viewed interracial marriage as a bad thing. Not my folks. My folks didn't think that way, and all my friends' folks didn't think that way, and we all got along famously. And we had people of all races and colors and creeds in our school, and we all got along great. In fact, we worked overtime to understand each other. And I was relaying that to him to say that, you know, there's hope for the future. And he just looks at me and says, "Well, you were all just sheltered." So the entire school, the entire community, all these people were sheltered, even though these people, most of them were, you know, we all did farm work. We all did the crappiest jobs. I mean, I don't know if you've ever worked in a lift station, but it's literally human crap. And I was up to here in the lift station, and telling me that I was privileged somehow by working in a lift station. I would love to know how that you get that duty. And it's like Fabulous said, you know, if this is how we're living when we've cashed in, I'd hate to see if we didn't have it. But the point is that I'm listening to this guy tell me this, and he lives in like the most rich apartment that you could possibly ever imagine, living on a salary that's just, it's not commensurate with what he's doing. I mean, he's like a physical fitness instructor, and he's getting like a salary that's like 6 figures. And I said to myself, who the hell are you? And it finally pissed me off so bad. I said, I'm never, ever, regardless of the situation, ever going to listen to a leftist tell me anything. And it made it to the point where I don't even talk about it anymore, because, you know, when you're telling people what their experiences are, what their fears are, their sufferings are, the real problems, like, you know, for Joe Biden, he doesn't have to worry about getting food to eat. He doesn't have to worry about the people in the flyover country. He doesn't have to worry about the tornado victims. He just has to crap his pants and do whatever, you know, the people behind the scenes tell him to do. Mm-hmm. And he doesn't have to deal with the after effects of
sniff a bunch of infants and hope that no one notices enough to put him in prison.
What I love about Joe Biden is that he obviously is on board with the idea that civilization on Earth is going to end in 9 years because of
it would make sense if you were.
When they asked him,
come on, man.
This is okay. Do you want me to tell you whose Chillstream it is again? Okay, I'm going to let you know. When they asked him what's the most pressing issue in America, he said transgender rights, which is what most 80-year-olds would say. I think transgender rights is very near and dear to the hearts of 80-year-olds. Okay,
well,
I'll leave the floor to you, Fabulous.
Well, I mean, if you were an 80-year-old lizard person, you probably would assume that the human race is coming to an end, given your master race is about to emerge. So I have to concede to our lizard overlords, our scaly overlords on that one. But no, you're absolutely right. And there is nothing more privileged than the ability to tell somebody else just how good or bad they've got it, even though it's bullshit.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, as you've just mentioned, you've got your man here who's going to tell you how wonderful your life is, or how it's like taking away your autonomy to explain how much you can suffer. You know, it's like when you try to say, well, I had a bad experience because of a financial problem that I had. Well, that's not enough for you because you've got white privilege. You know, or my father left at a young age. Well, that's not enough for you because you've got white privilege. You know, or any example that you can imagine, even some of the examples that face people who aren't white, it's not good enough if you're white because you've got white privilege. Because no matter how bad it gets, and you can see this, and I can give you examples of this in our own media in England, or Britain, sorry. If I say England, I mean Britain. Where people will go, well, if you're homeless, it's not that bad if you're white and homeless because you've still got white privilege. And you're like, how many layers are you going to add onto this to make it so that your point is correct? But it's the level. I mean, I'll give you an example. Okay, so the one I just mentioned about homeless people. A few years ago, there was and I don't like identifying people's skin color, but I'm going to have to do it to make this example work. There was a black trans model called Monroe Bergdorf, right? Now, Monroe Bergdorf's particular heritage is that her father was Jamaican and her mother was white. I think that's correct. It's something like that anyway. Her father is black and her mother is white. That's true, but I think her father was Jamaican. Now, she had come forward and said that white people are racist and white people are. This was at the revolt at the end of the Charlottesville riots, I think. It was a result of what had happened over your end of the pond, and it got brought over by her. And she made the point to Piers Morgan, not a fan of Piers Morgan, absolute charlatan, horse mouth, whatever. And he said, well, what about homeless people? Because most homeless people are white. Now, that would be true in a society where most people are white, and credit scores being what they are, that you would end up with probably more people who are white in those poverty situations. But she made the argument that, just unfathomable argument, that because a homeless person is white, they would have less access, more access to getting like soup kitchens or whatever than a homeless black person. And you think, how much do you have to manipulate this situation to insert this just narrative, ostentatious level of privilege to make this narrative that you've constructed? Like, since when was being poor a matter of privilege? You know, they never pick people at the top, do they? They never say like the Queen is white and the richest black person, there's a disparity between their money. They always go like, oh, well, if you're a homeless white guy and you're a homeless black guy, then as a homeless white guy, you'll be in a better position to get food than the homeless black. What the fuck is this? Like, this is the most ridiculous thing you could ever articulate. Like, poverty does not know privilege.
No.
Do you know what I mean?
The whole point is that idea, the race identity overtakes any humanity whatsoever. It's like, you don't see this is my brother or sister that's homeless and needs to eat. No, we have to make it about a political point. We have to score a political point on someone's misery. And it's that way through everything they touch, everything from government to religion to identity politics to entertainment. Everything is completely and solely about that dynamic. And it's not about what do we do to solve poverty? What do we do to help these people? No, it's about how can I best manipulate this situation to get what I want out of society.
Yeah, well, and you find it, you see it being used to justify the most disgusting, arrogant attitudes for white people. You say, oh, well, you have all that white privilege and you're still living in a trailer park. You must be really failing. And so they've completely abandoned all of their putatively liberal principles if they're using this to engage in basically bigotry against poor people who happen to be white.
Yeah,
but yeah,
that and it's just, you kind of wonder, like, if you took the human equation out of it and one day just said, I'm going to create a robot that just basically sees data for 12 males, 14 females that are at a homeless shelter, no human ever touched it, then you'd probably see a different outcome. But no, because the world that we live in, everything has to be a focal point for that. Like I said, the lemmings with the lasers, they have to rush in and make it their dynamic about race politics, about gender politics. It's always going to be something whereby we don't see people as human beings, how to ameliorate their poverty or how to help them. It's about, how can I work this situation to best suit my dynamic of what I believe, and how can I manipulate that in order to get my point across that I'm trying to make. And it's not about helping people.
Yeah, you could so easily call their bluff. That's why I've said this to Fabulous before. They make it seem like everything is about race until you actually bring up politics. They say, oh, well, here's a black guy who's like, maybe I don't want to vote for Democrats. I don't know. Maybe I'm not so sure they represent my best interests. They will come out full force and every single slander possible.
I can tell you right now, you will find, if you did a search, this is a scientific hypothesis that can be tested and measured. For those who believe in science, of course, over God. Once again, I haven't mentioned God in a while, so I'm just getting that in there for the Deflating Atheism people. But if you, I guarantee you will find the N-word used on Twitter more by people who are left-wing than people who are right-wing. You just simply will, because the right-wingers are shut down, rightfully so, very quickly. But if you find, you will see so many of these like crazy SJW types. If you're a black person and you don't have their politics, they will call you the N-word. Absolutely. And they will give you so much. I mean, you can see it. I mean, the whole.
There are videos of David knows about this of what is it? Multiracial conservatives coming off a bus in Portland, Oregon, the most leftist city in America, and Antifa is there. Every single racial epithet in the book is thrown out of them.
Yeah,
the one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would let you go, but just very briefly. The single-handedly the most racially abused group of all are mixed race people.
Yes.
Mixed race. I don't like the word, because not only are they hated by the very small amount of like white supremacists that there actually are, but they're despised by these crazy social justice leftists because you betrayed your race by sleeping with a white guy or a white girl. You are the most abhorrent scorpion that there is possible.
I actually disagree with you on that point.
How dare you bring me onto this channel and then call me a horrible person?
You do not need to be on my Chillstream, okay? I have the power to kick you off my Chillstream at any moment. Okay.
In the words of Palpatine, I am the Chillstream.
Okay, wow. now you're talking turkey with David. I don't do this deep shit.
I'm the Chillstream. That's why I'm not even on.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the one thing that I noticed, which is really funny to me, is that we at one of the same events that Rob and I went to, one of our friends there who was ultra liberal, like very liberal, she was kind of shocked that there was she expected it, I guess, to be. I mean, in her exact words to me were that she expected it to be a guy full of ball cap wearing crazy Trump supporters. And what she was shocked to see was that there were that the Asian population was represented, the Black population was represented. In other words, it was all races, colors, creeds, stratas there at that event, and it blew her mind. She's like, I just don't understand this. And she said, I just didn't think it would be, a conservative event would be like this. And she really meant it. She was really shocked that other. And I said, yeah, I mean, a lot of my conservative friends, they're all walks of life, and it's not really about the way that it is for her side, where it's gender politics, identity politics, about commiseration and misery. It's like everybody gets together, they're so happy to see each other. It's literally the exact opposite of that. There's hope, and there's like a possibility of a society that they're actually talking about, but they're actually living it,
Yes.
And she doesn't understand that, and she didn't understand it even. But when she left, she didn't understand it, and she said, I thought there would be more, a bunch of white guys in here, and it's like, and it was literally little old grannies all the way up to, I mean, it was for young, old, the entire families were all on board with each other, and everyone was getting along, and she just wasn't prepared for that. And that really made me really see how they view our, conservatives.
They don't even have that. They don't even have the Martin Luther King dream. It's not even a possibility in their worldview. All they have is well, we have to have self-flagellation, we have to have self-punishment, we have to have penitence or whatever. There is no vision of, okay, what is the end goal here?
Yeah, and I mean, and the weirdest thing for me is that I was completely serious about telling them that's how we grew up. We just didn't see race. We really didn't. I mean, and now it's like such an issue. Everybody is judgmental of each other. Everybody is at each other's throat because that's the way they want it. And they don't understand that there's a world out there where everybody does actually get along, and everybody actually does, it works quite well because it's real life. It's not something that is pumped through their party or their system or their media. It's real life, and people have grandbabies. People have marriages, and people have bonds that go beyond their sexuality or their race. You've got people who fought overseas with each other. They'll die for each other because they don't see what liberal media pushes on them, like oh, there's racism, and then of course there's racism everywhere, but it doesn't mean that you have to fall into it, that you have to fall victim to it. They don't seem to understand that people make bonds that go a lot deeper than the little shallow blocks that they give everybody to go into, like a bunch of horse races. People are a lot better than that, and I think that's what really makes them angry, is that it's like the old saying, live to succeed, live to win, and the best people are usually the people that live their best life, and that's what they're doing, and it irritates the hell out of them. They want you to be miserable.
Yeah, I think people will. People have discovered that, and people will rediscover that in short order. The more they cut the cord and stop paying attention to mainstream media and start deleting themselves from social media, they'll find that this world is basically unchanged from the world that they remember as kids, which they seem to have forgotten. I made this analogy with you before, David. It reminds me a lot of The Grinch Who Stole Christmas, where he thinks that he can ruin everyone's Christmas by stealing all the presents, and he looks down at the hill and sees all the people dancing around.
Whoville singing out without anything. Yeah, I mean, oh no, I was just gonna say earlier, I think that's probably part of it, is just that they want that misery, they want that control over your life. Like Fabulous said earlier, that it goes a lot deeper than that. They want complete and absolute control of your thought process to make you go that, oh, this is there's no, this is the way that I should do, and there's no other way but this, and just lockstep into that future, of this is what I'm going to do for the rest of my life. And I'm going to commit myself to it fully without ever questioning, why do I believe this way? Why do I act this way? Why should I not question my motives and the things that I do and the people that I hurt? And you do see people, and I think you're right. And I am wrong on that. I think a lot of times it's because I'm a little bit more pessimistic than you are. And I do see a lot of hopeful signs that people are waking up now.
When you are depending upon me for your white pills, that is a sad, sad state of affairs.
I'm pretty broken, man. It's pretty sad.
I have
You and Felina. I'm the white pill dispenser.
I have a similar situation with my friend Pat, who I always, whenever I feel down, I always turn to him for hopefully lifting me up. And he always says, it's a sad state of affairs and you're turning to me to lift you up and to make you feel happy.
Wow, there's a lot of parallels here.
Yeah.
Well, my friend Pat is you, actually, for me to you to Rob. So it's a slight more reversal on that one. But I'm far more optimistic than he is. But that's just the way it is. But you hit a real good nerve there with explaining like how they kind of want the world to be, and it's just so disingenuous. How can you? I mean, I'm just repeating myself here on this one, but it's like how do you expect the world to pan out in that environment? Because negative emotion doesn't last that long.
Mm-hmm.
Like what's their like long-term solution to negative thoughts, bad things?
What said, the nihilism is it's like their religion is nihilism, and it's no wonder that kids don't have any hope and that they don't see any hope. And then it's like they see people who have hope and it makes them angry. I mean, it's like the ninth rung of hell, and like you just landed and somebody knows that you've got happiness in your heart, and it enrages them. And it's like they're mindless. They're just that rage knows no bounds, and it's like they have to destroy the thing that brings joy. I mean, it's like you're a white unicorn in the middle of a bunch of orcs. They just can't handle that much positivity. It just so they have to quash it. They have to strangle that voice. And it's just sad because that's how they live their whole lives, is just in this constant state of friction and anger and negative energy.
And I think this goes into what we see with pop culture, is that you get these people going into these franchising and franchises and starting in basically an adversarial relationship with the fandom. It's like, oh, this gives you joy? Well, I'm going to show you how you're problematic. I'm going to show you how you're an istophobe because you don't like these things that we're doing with this beloved property of your childhood. Fabulous wants to talk, but he has his mouth. He has his mouth full.
And he is going to do an interpretive dance to explain his point.
Don't choke.
Do you remember a few years ago the Games Workshop? Okay, you know the Games Workshop.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going back to
the Warhammer 40,000 and there? They came under fire from first it was PETA, the people's environmentalist
people for the ethical treatment of animals.
Yeah, these are the people that put animals in traps so they could take pictures of them and put them on.
They euthanize more animals every year than
anyone else.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So anyway, they came under fire for that. I had it on my cringy channel that I never really talk about because it's cringe.
They're all cringy. They're all cringy.
Some of the early videos we have on here.
Where's that positivity tic tac? Where's that white pill that we did?
But I've got to phone my friend for that, But they came under fire not too long ago by the feminists for I don't quite know why, because if you knew anything, when the PETA thing happened, PETA wanted to disband the Games Workshop for no reason. They just wanted to attack a bunch of people who didn't really have, like it's a really strange group of people to attack. Like,
they paint miniatures in game. What is wrong with that?
Like they wanted to attack. I'm not sure if you know about the law. I happen to be privileged enough to know the law of this universe, where the space wolves are a group of marines who fly around space, obviously, and they kill large wolf creatures from another planet and then wear the wolf over their shoulders. In the law, that's the kind of the thing that they do.
I'm sorry, the vodka just kicked in. I'm telling you, okay?
So when they are requesting that these people in the, it's a promotion of wearing wolf skin or fur. It's just bizarre because the whole point of the culture of these particular characters in the universe is that they kill these wolves with their bare hands. It's like a feat of strength, right? So you have a problem with this. You have a problem with fur in every single aspect of culture. Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings, Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, the list goes literally on and on and on. So that was the first problem they had. But the second one was the feminists had turned up to basically argue that most of the kind of classes in the universe were men. It was a patriarchal system, right? There's a real good stinger to this, by the way, but I'll get to that in just a second. There's two good stingers in a second. But what they're effectively saying is, in this universe, men go to war and women don't go to war. So where is the railing against the actual military that we have in the real world, where men go to war on the front line and women don't go to war on the front line? Okay, so what you're asking us is that Anita Sarkeesian wants to be on the front line, right? Now, I'm going to speak as a selfish man here. If Anita Sarkeesian wants to take my place on the front line, I will grant her that's privilege. If she wants my seat on the boat instead of the lifeboat, I will grant her that privilege. Like, it is a privilege I am more than happy to forego. But the real zinger to this was that there were two armies in the Warhammer universe. One, which is called the Eldar, who are the elves in space. Most of their entire superior structure is female. And then there's another group called the Sisters of Battle, who are literally nuns with machine guns.
Yep.
Right? But they completely ignored this to favor their own arguments about the patriarchal element of this. And it wasn't because, by the way, that there is a female army or there is a female or a feminine tilt in one of the armies in the board game. It was because mostly men play the game. And they wanted to make an assault on another aspect of society that had no bearing on the rest of society, to gain more victory, to gain an extra piece in the grand puzzle. And they did the same thing with martial arts as well. We spoke about this rather a few months ago, where because I used to do martial arts, not so much anymore, but there was a cultural move which failed very quickly about how, because martial artists are mostly men who do martial arts, right? They wanted to kind of make it so that gender identity became part of the martial arts scene. And it just failed. It just abjectly failed. And that's because the women who do martial arts do it for self-defense. And anyone who's transgendered doing martial arts, they're doing martial arts because they're doing martial arts. It's nothing to do with gender. Does that make sense? So they want to try to gain these, the long story short, is they always do these little wars. They find these pockets which are untouched by social justice to try to drag like more numbers for the cause. And we spoke about this maybe nearly 2 years ago, Bob, about like sex workers. It's almost like what they wanted to do was collect all the groups that were like anti-conservative to kind of go against the conservative movement, whether or not it was beneficial to them or not. Because there's nothing inherently positive about female sex work in like feminist ideology, because it's all about objectification.
Yes.
It's about the male gaze and all that kind of crap. So it's like they're happy to completely shift their own academic assessments just to suit themselves. There you go. That's what it's on that one. Fix my camera.
I'm not sure. Like what I said to you at the time is it seemed really weird to me, and I didn't really know what to make of it. Nowadays, how I think of it is I don't know. There's a King of the Hill episode where Hank is working with a woman who is much more attractive than his wife, and so his wife takes on the cause of the woman who's much more attractive. It's a weird sort of living vicariously through people, and I don't know. But yeah, I still don't know what to make of that whole sex work is work. What I did think was hilarious was when the basically trolls started reporting them all to the IRS. I was like, wait, I thought you said sex work is work. You want to pay income tax? they called their bluff very well. Of course, they got called incels and whatever, all the usual terms.
Yeah,
it's a great. Go on, sorry. Go dude.
Oh no, I was just thinking about like what you said earlier about Games Workshop and Warhammer. They recently, like even with the Dungeons and Dragons, they've gone back through the old bestiary and found things that were offensive to them. Like the Mind Flayer can no longer be called the Mind Flayer because it makes fun of persons that have mental health disabilities, even though these are creatures that aren't even human.
Yes.
Things like that. They're now targeting stuff that has absolutely nothing to do with our world, the real world. The physical real world is fiction, and yet they can't help themselves. They just, and Harry Potter now we've got to lock J.K. Rowling out of her, her anniversary on her very own creation because she offends us, and we must see blood. So I don't know.
Well, yeah, J.K. Rowling is one of those people who just like fuck you money. It's like Elon Musk. It's like you don't want to get on their bad side.
Yeah, but I have to at least applaud her for questioning things that happen and just not blindly accepting everything. And I know that's not a very popular opinion for a lot of persons who are conservatives, but I at least admire her for questioning the status quo that the liberals throw out of she said, maybe we need to like talk about what happened with Johnny Depp to give him the benefit of the doubt and not just hear Amber Heard's side of things. She questioned the wage that was being given workers, even though the studio told her that it was none of her business. I mean, she's, I'm not saying that we all have to agree 100% on everything, but at the very least, you have to admire her for standing up for her principles. And then she basically said there's two biological sexes, male and female, and that's science. And yet people are now wanting her ostracized for the anniversary because of quoting the very thing that they say they uphold, science.
She hated people who weren't in that definition.
We need to get Megan a camera because she's
no. She's right there. What you said is
this will
slightly...
become a Lindsay Lohan hate stream. Okay.
No, it's not entirely true. She didn't say that she's not a biological determinist, at least not in Vivocity on Twitter. That isn't what she said. She basically made the point that I think, if I remember correctly, she retweeted the biological definition, the definition of woman, and they labeled her a TERF for that. Now,
it doesn't matter what she said. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, she does happen, and I've examined it reasonably well, and I'm happy to be corrected if it isn't the case. But if you want to use the correct definition, she is technically a TERF, because she is happy to align herself with the argument that men who transition to women aren't women in the same regard that women are women.
Yeah, I mean
reproductive women.
Yeah,
and I have sympathy for the arguments, but the problem is I get off the train where they start to make accusations about, like rape and sexual assault. And I actually had a conversation on a channel that I have, which Rob's been on a couple of times now, twice, haven't you, Rob? If I remember correctly, the Star Wars one and the which you would have been great for, David, actually.
Pleased with my own performance, but yes.
Say that.
And the channel is called Trust Me, I'm an Idiot, which is a channel I created for most to talk about COVID, but never happened because things got out of hand. But
it was called Friends, yes.
An Idiot with Friends, sorry, yes. I had to change it for Trust Me because someone else has already stolen that name. So yes, an idiot with Friends is the channel name, and we spoke about, we kind of covered this, but I do sympathise with the argument, but I had a couple of people on the channel who we spoke about this. The numbers they're just not there. Okay, so there's a British feminist who talks about this called Posey Parker, who that's not her actual name. She's taken that name from Rosie Parker,
yeah,
I think.
Parker Posey, yeah.
Parker Posey, bro.
Is it Posey or I'm not clued up with the feminists because it's not my area at all. But they all kind of ride this argument that there are men out there who are posing to be women so they can sexually molest women. Now, that may well be the case, but this is no different. And I make this argument to, I don't know if you're both Catholic. I know that you are. I don't know if you are, David, but it's like saying that paedophile priests exist. And the answer is, well, yeah, we know that, but that's that's nothing to do with being a priest, right? Being a man who pretends to be a woman to sexually molest people has nothing to do with transgendered people, just like being a paedophile who becomes a priest to molest children has nothing to do with being a priest. So that's the major turf argument. But I can sympathize with the definitional aspect of what they're saying, but their argument always descends into, well, there's all these people who want to do this kind of thing, and therefore we shouldn't agree with this delusion of gender orientation or gender identity. But what's it got to do with them? And when you ask them what it's got to do with them, they always resort back to this pedophile priest analogy. Well, there are men out there that want to become women so they can molest women. The numbers are like 5 or 6 people. Once again, you wouldn't assert the same if it was pedophile priests.
Well, okay,
so that's what I
continue. I'll let you finish the point, and then I'll explain why it's wrong. Okay.
Man, this Chillstream just got ugly really fast.
Because Felina cannot be here, I'm going to be Felina. Okay. Explain your point, and then I'll explain.
Rob, you just made his point by saying you're going to be Felina.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding.
So finish your stupid point, and I'll explain why it's stupid.
God, this is the house that love built.
I just don't. The numbers aren't there. The kind of psychology, the philosophy behind the point isn't there. I am more than happy if they were biological determinists, like Ben Shapiro. If they said, I don't agree because of this, because a man's a man and a woman's a woman, that's fair enough. It's like when I hear a Christian say, I think homosexuality is a sin. Right? I don't agree with the premise, but I agree with the idea that you're saying. Like I get why you would have that opinion, and I get why you would take that as reality and as truth. But that's it. It doesn't go any further than that. So when you're a biological determinist, if you say, well, I think that men are men and women are women, fair enough, I completely agree with that. I don't agree with that it's true, but I agree with your statement that that is how you view reality. And that's fine with me. But when you start to make additional things on top of that, well, you need justification for those things. And the justification just purely and simply isn't there. So if you were to say homosexuality is a sin, okay, I go, well, that's fair enough. You've extrapolated that from the Bible. I can completely understand that. But then when they say things like, oh, well, because it's basically sexual deviancy, and a lot of the time, what they mean by that is pedophilia. So there's lots of like Boy Scout leaders, and this is Doug Wilson. Even is it Doug Wilson as a pastor?
Come on, we're getting all the terms here. Come on, we the mustache guy.
The argument is very simple in that one. Is if you equate that homosexuality is a sin to men are pedophiles to young male children, that's not the same argument. Just like saying, well, I'm a biological determinist because there are men out there that will become women so they can sexually assault women. They're not the same argument, and I don't get what I don't see the numbers there. You've got to justify that one.
Well,
over to you.
You know that I think when I say that I respect the fact that she stood up. I don't mean that I side with her on everything. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say.
I think she should.
Your principles, yeah.
The woman makes more money than us. If you want to talk about privilege, definitely. But the fact that, what she get.
The woman makes more money than the rest of England combined. Okay.
Well,
my point is,
she should be suing. She should be suing the wall for not letting her attend her own fucking event. That's not the same argument. I'm talking directly.
Right. Exactly.
I got sidetracked. The turf thing is what I was talking about. It was supposed to be a very small point. I got a little bit absorbed too much in it, but I don't think that she should have been deplatformed for what she said. I was being very specific about what she actually said, and then I got carried away. So I'll let you guys just talk about that while I eat my my vegan pot noodle, because I was accused earlier of not being a vegan. So there's my proof.
So we know
your brother.
You sacrificed all fun. You refuse to have any fun. That is your degree of commitment to veganism. You're on the Christmas chill stream where I berate you for being wrong and threaten to excommunicate you from my Christmas chill stream, and you're eating your joyless vegan noodles to show your commitment to living without fun or happiness.
Wow. He's just being Oliver.
What's bad? Okay.
Megan saying something about Oliver. Can I have more porridge, sir? And it's just sad. This is my life.
Okay, I have some very serious point. Okay, so that's the thing about like J.K. Rowling truly has fuck you money. She's like Elon Musk. It's like you can't deplatform her. She is the platform.
But on that same thing, and Fabulous, I would love to get his views on this. Like for me, since I was little, I loved Doctor Who. Doctor Who was like this weird channel, this thing. This was back when television had 3 channels, and it went off at midnight. So Grandpa's going to tell a story. But this man comes on the television, and all I know is he died, and the next thing I know, he becomes someone else completely, entirely. So as a kid, I was hooked, and I didn't hide behind the couch when the Daleks came out. I didn't, I ended up loving this show that I followed for ages and ages and ages, and then he went away. And then came back a little bit briefly in the 90s, and then went away again, and then came back in the early 2000s. So as my girlfriend and I are watching Chris Chibnall's thing, and they're announcing that the Doctor's changing sexes to a female, I was actually right on board. Didn't have a problem with that because, as we all know, Gallifreyans, there's been plenty of Time Lords. Didn't have a problem with that. When I started to have a problem was when it became so overtly political of talking about, Americans and their damn guns. And yet I had watched the Doctor over decades and decades pick up a gun try to wipe out multiple species. In other words, it was basically like being lectured to on the very thing that I loved, and telling me that my whole entire culture was bad because of people who didn't understand said culture. That like everybody over here has a gun that they put on an altar and they worship and, you know, flagellate themselves to the Lord of the handgun. I mean, it's just, that's just not who we are. That's basically built in, you know, I hate to go Mandalorian here, but weapons are a part of our religion over here. They just don't understand them. And it's like as if everybody in the world thinks we're having running gun battles all the time. You know, but the bottom line is that it just took something that I loved and told me, you know, you're no longer welcome because this is how we feel about you and your culture. I mean, it would be, you know, the same as us, you know, making something and saying, you know, this is the reason why we hate the British. I mean, it was just like this whole thing of like, it's taking culture to the point of where it's inclusive and you have to be part of that special club. And if you're not part of that special club, then you're not wanted, you know, and they do the same thing with everything. Whether it's, you know, it's like I was saying earlier, they try to appropriate something in society, whether it's movies or music or, you know, anything. I mean, they want to claim it as theirs. And once they stake rights to it, you're no longer welcome. And they make it very apparent that they don't want you there. And I think that's just, it's a joyless life where you can't take joy in anything because you're told, you know, like I was saying Wagner earlier. I mean, I joke, or, you know, Orff, or, you know, everybody likes to throw on a little, you know, Brana here and there and listen to, you know, but suddenly now you're under, you know, like if I listen to old spiritual hymns, you know, which I don't, but if I did, am I a bad person because the person that wrote them, you know, worked for a slaver? Am I a bad person because, you know, the history of this particular song, regardless of what the outcome was and how a person learned a lesson, now suddenly I'm ostracized for liking a certain type of culture. And it's just gotten so insidious that it's affected every aspect of society and it's turned people on each other. And I think that's their whole point. They like us at each other's throats.
Yeah, well, this is beauty and art and even entertainment and even light entertainment does authentically what they can never actually do in practice, which is bring people out of themselves, bring people out of the particulars of their lives to come together in a sort of communal enjoyment of something. And I mean, we've had this discussion before. Like you were talking about, like, why is this cultural property I loved in my childhood now lecturing me? Why does it now have an adversarial relationship with me? And we've had this discussion. You could find Black, Hispanic, female, whatever representation. Princess Leia had her chances to kick ass in the original trilogy. The problem was never the lack of strong female characters. Okay, but what's new is that they now have an adversarial relationship with their fan bases. They're here to shame you.
Well, I don't want to take too much away from Rob's attempt to tell me why I was wrong. So I am more than happy to go back to that.
The conversation has taken three corners since.
Sorry.
Well,
sorry.
If you should you wish to come back, that's perfectly fine. But since you mentioned Doctor, I actually made 2 videos of this on my Cringe channel, and the first one was. Look, my other channel is a very highbrow intelligentsia discussion channel, where we talk about the highest issues that face the Western culture as it goes. There's 3 videos so far, so that'll tell you everything you need to know. But one of the videos I made was about I wasn't against. I'm not a Doctor Who fan, at all. It's not my thing. I couldn't care. I think I've written an essay on Doctor Who once in my life, and I think I read a few, but that was about it. As much as involvement as I've ever had. Very academic. It's very detached, and I appreciated So I think I've got hair still from the Santa
beard.
The beard. But I appreciated the argument that Doctor Who becoming a female was removing yet another male figure from public culture, from pop culture. But that kind of goes as far as just a sentence. It doesn't go any further. Now, I've not seen the series after that. I've seen Thomas, my partner's a really good fan of it, so we watched up until a certain point, and I know I've seen
Forever Children. It's something, the Forever Children or something. It was the episode.
Yeah, and I don't know the kind of thing that you're discussing, but I made a second video. It was all about her response to becoming the new Doctor. And it was so weighted about her being a feminist. She used the word feminist in their interview 4 times. It was a 2-minute interview, right? And it was like, as a feminist, I'm glad that I'm doing this. As a feminist, and the guy who wrote, who cast her, I really wanted to cast a female Doctor to show people, There's nothing wrong, because as you've already raised the point that there are other Time Lords who have regenerated to become female. There's nothing wrong with that. It's perfectly fine. And the thing is, normally speaking, and dare I use the word normal because it's become an inappropriate term now in this area, is if you were to create a character that had the ability to become male or female, the whole point of their ability to change gender was that it would bring a different element to whatever they were doing. You know, I mean
like James Bond, where James Bond has traditionally been somebody who's always been a male, and now that they're pushing for a female James Bond, you see, at least with the Doctor, they had the argument that, you know, this species doesn't really, sex is not really a determinant, because they're kind of beyond that. I mean, it's just an appearance. With James Bond, they're literally going in and taking a character that was traditionally written as a male and has always been a male traditionally, and making it female just to drive a point home, really. I mean,
yeah, and it wouldn't be an issue if you had a character that could change its sex makeup to exhibit alternative qualities. So, like, one of the biggest differences in, say, action movies is that they always have males as more brutish and more straightforward in their fighting capabilities, and women are far more flexible and make better, like, assassins or something along those lines. It makes sense to have that kind of characteristic because it has a particular function. So if you're going to change sex or gender, if it doesn't benefit the story, there's no point in doing it. Exactly. Like, I'm a script writer. I write scripts all the time. I make films. I've studied this. This is literally my area. If the scene doesn't either progress the story or add something, there is no point in the scene. Why are you it's a soap opera if it doesn't do anything?
Why is that?
And even soap operas, it's like, well, we did it for the sake of it. Well, why? What is the point in doing that? If it doesn't benefit the story, there's no point in doing it. So that's why I appreciated the argument that it would just seem like a political move to replace her with a woman. Because look, if you look at Missy, who was what was her male counterpart called? The Master. That's correct. Yeah. The Master. Now, the Master was a really aggressive and violent male. Now, when he became Missy, she was a little bit more off-center, a little bit more camp, a little bit more like deranged in a kind of humorous way. So it changed the entire character. You know, and it became where she's, instead of like shooting a Time Lord with a gun, she was attacking it with a stick and poking holes in the, you know, what are you doing? Well, I'm defeating a Dalek. That's what Time Ladies do, or something. I've only seen the clip. You know, it changed the dynamic of what was going on. It didn't require that really aggressive gun-holding approach. Does that make sense? It was very much about the character has changed. Her entire dynamic is different. You look at her like her. So it does change the way that you view the character. So I appreciate that Time Lords transcend gender. That's their entire thing. But from an audience point of view, that's the way that it looks.
Well,
so it is. Go on.
This kind of goes back to our discussion about Mulan and the animated Mulan versus the live action Mulan. Is that the animated Mulan, through hard work and perseverance, and through her wits, through a sort of uniquely feminine way of looking at the world, managed to accomplish her goal. Whereas it never translates to the live action Mulan, where she simply just has special powers.
So what you're saying is Show Your Homework versus Mary Sue.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, because I mean, and I think that when I started talking to people about that episode upsetting me, they kind of always brought it back to the whole gender thing, and they don't understand that. Like, I grew up in the 70s when Linda Carter was Wonder Woman. I was raised by really strong women, so I don't have an issue with the whole gender change thing. The thing that I had a problem with was literally the horse and pony show just stopping and the doctor looking directly at me as an American and saying, your whole entire culture is wrong. And basically telling us that, lecturing to us, and then throwing politics in the mix, and it just ruined it completely for me. I mean, we went from Peter Capaldi, who, was a joy to watch, to suddenly every week we're getting a lecture from the doctor. And I said to myself, I'm out. And I know a lot of people feel the same way about the 2016 Ghostbusters, or Rob with the Birds of Prey, or, they feel like it's not about the females in action. It's basically about being lectured to or being talked down to. And by the way, just because I'm bringing up those examples doesn't mean that I agree with what people are saying. I'm just bringing those up as examples. Well,
it's funny that you bring up the 2016 Ghostbusters, because I know Fabulous isn't going to like that I'm bringing up this guy's name, but Milo Yiannopoulos sort of brought up a really profound.
I must go and throw up now. I'm sorry.
He's gonna bring up Leslie Jones, and no, I'm just kidding. And Milo
Yiannopoulos brought up is that there's the whole issue of camaraderie between males who are sort of under assault. It's what you see in the armed force. It's what you see in any condition where males have to band together to fend off some force, whether it's natural or supernatural, as in the case of the Ghostbusters. And I think what gives Ghostbusters 1984 so much power is that you have this sort of band of brothers who are fighting a ghost together, and they get a camaraderie. By the way, they're completely. That's another thing that's missed, is that they're completely imperfect characters. Their motivations are often completely wrong, but they band together to fight the ghosts. And so that's something that's completely missing. You can't have that same sort of camaraderie with female characters. The dynamic doesn't work.
Well, the thing is like, you notice now, it's like we talk about it a lot, about woke culture and the whole 9 yards and stuff. There's no one that's a conservative that doesn't want to see people succeed. Everybody wants, and I'll go ahead and throw Gina Carano out there as an example of what I'm talking about. Gina on screen in The Mandalorian represents a woman who is strong. She's at the top of her game. She lost everything when her planet blew up. Long story short, she's everything that you would probably want in a hero. But because she retweeted something, the studio got rid of her and fired her. And there are people out there who still to this day, all they say is that she's a white supremacist and she's a Nazi and she's a horrible person. Whereas you have her co-star can go on and completely trash every entire human being on the planet and say some of the most racist, vile things. And it's okay. He gets a pass.
How Bill Burr managed to retain even got cast for that is just wildly beyond.
It is a Christmas miracle. Yeah, I mean Mr. F is for family, stand up. Yeah.
But
is Gina Carano Hispanic? Is she Italian? She obviously didn't walk off the Mayflower. I'm guessing that.
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah, but Gina is a magical being as far as I'm concerned. The thing is, though, all of her co-stars basically said she was a dream to work with, and she's a wonderful person, and never a bad thing said about her. But yet, she doesn't have her job. She's now, No. Whereas her co-star, who cannot be said, is still got his job.
Well,
if you want to talk about like the left wanting things that equality, strong women, everything that they say that they believe in, and here we are, they are pushing the exact opposite of everything they say that they're.
That's because she doesn't fit their politics. I will say two things. One, to the point that you're making, Rob, about films about men who kind of have that camaraderie. I don't know what it's called. Is it called Suburbia?
There was a movie called Suburbia.
Some of the cast of Ghostbusters are in it, and it's about four blokes who find that someone moving to the area is murdering people.
I doesn't ring a bell. There is a movie called Suburbia.
What's Suburbia about? Do we know?
Rob's Googling it right now.
No.
I'm turning to you, David, on this one because I feel like you should know this. I'm sure it's got
1983, Penelope Sears. It's before Ghostbusters.
Is it? Who are the cast? There's a point that I'm making here, which kind of fits what you were just saying, but I don't. I don't use my laptop. I don't like at all. It just sits here looking like it does all day. So it will take a long time to. But the point of the movie is that there are these four blokes who they live in this like suburban setting, and by all accounts, they're useless. Their wives think they're useless. They don't do anything, just sit around all day. And there's a family who moves into one of the next door plot, and it turns out that the family are like murdering people. It's like a dark comedy more than it is anything else. But it just reminded me of what you were saying about.
People who have the wrong motivations, but somehow get recruited into doing the right thing.
Yeah, and it's curiosity that leads them into this this problem that they've got. I feel like it isn't called Suburbia.
Is that the one with
There's a movie called The Burbs. The Burbs.
The Burbs. That's the movie. Yes, The Burbs. That's the one I was
saying. And Carrie Fisher. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the one I'm talking about. That's a great film for what you like. They kind of just get caught up in this extra thing. And the other thing I was going to say was based on something else that someone said. I don't know what it was now, actually.
Well, that's kind of like the inspiring thing about movies is that we could see flawed characters who can become heroes. It makes us think that we can become heroes too. Instead, now we're just beaten over the head with our failings, whether real or imagined. Pop culture has completely lost that nowadays.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of that's what I was going to say. This whole female characters being like historically useless and all that kind of thing. Yeah, and this is something that, like you'll definitely appreciate this one, David. We would have enjoyed slasher movies, and it's the greatest FU to all of that is horror movies and most predominantly slasher movies. The whole point of The Final Girl is to subvert all of that. These people just completely ignored Alien. They ignore Nightmare on Elm Street, Scream, all of these films that have occurred that are mostly male-heavy audiences. You know, and these people weren't sexualized. In fact, the whole point of them is that they weren't sexualized icons whatsoever. They were strong female characters that had evaded sexualization. They had evaded promiscuity, and they had upheld like a virginal standard of existence and an honorable and noble one in order to defeat the bad guy. That's the whole point of them. You know, this is literally the area of study that I spent years doing. This was my, I suppose you might call it the major. We don't have majors.
We all have a background in low budget movies here. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the things that I guess what I was trying to say to that guy that day was that when we were growing up, we had a lot of strong female figures. We never had a problem with. I mean, you know, to go back to Doctor Who, you had Romana, who was often a lot more level-headed and sometimes smarter than the Doctor to keep him in check. We had, you know, Linda Carter as Wonder Woman. I don't know if I would use Charlie's Angels as a good example because that was sexualization. But we had a lot of strong women in movies, westerns, action movies. You had Ripley and Alien and Aliens. You had Princess Leia, obviously. You know, we had Night of the Comet with the two sisters who didn't fight with each other. They actually took up for each other and protected one another. We had a lot of movies that, you know, basically, you know, women were in positions of strength and power. It's not like we had a problem with that. What I have a problem with is that they've now been commandeered, you know, to sit there and lecture the audience. There's no more. I'm not saying that everything has to be brainless and without a message, but you know, it's like they look for the things that separate us as opposed to the things that bring us together. You're in the dark with a bunch of strangers. You don't know these people from Adam, but you all laugh at the same things. You cry at the same things. It makes you realize there's a connection between you and every single person in that theater. And that's kind of what I know COVID has made that go away, but you know, because people are now looking at their phones and they're looking at their televisions, their widescreens and their laptops like I am right now. They've kind of lost that connection in the dark with each other of laughing, being scared by the same things. We didn't have that problem that people seem to have right now but I think of women in positions of power, and they seem to think that that's what we're arguing about. We're not arguing about that. What we're arguing about is that we want women who are as real as Ripley, as you know, as real as, you know, the characters in you know, Escape from New York, Maggie. We you know, our girl from Nightmare on Elm Street. We basically, you know, Laurie from Halloween. We want people who are strong and self-assured and don't talk down to people. They don't talk down to their fellow human being. It's like everybody, the story is what mattered. The trials that they went through, that they overcame, that's what matters. Not like, you know, stopping the whole entire movie to say, I hate you and your whole entire lifestyle. And if this is what you represent, then you don't represent me. It's literally, it goes back to the argument I said earlier about the Punisher with the creator saying, you didn't get it. It's literally going back to the argument with the Matrix saying, the red pill, you didn't get it. It doesn't matter what the end outcome is of what we share together as an audience. It's like, I need to tell you to push my political point that you are not like me. You are the other. You are like Hanos, and you do not matter. Your views do not matter. Your outlook is wrong, and you're the enemy. And that's how when somebody is telling you that you're the enemy, it's no wonder that, you know, Hollywood's in the dumpster. You know,
yes.
I mean, Spider-Man is probably the exception to that. I haven't seen the movie. I don't know anything about it really, but it seems to be.
I watched it 5 days ago. I'm not a fan, but Thomas quite likes it, and we watched it. The problem with Spider-Man isn't the thematic aspect of the social justice brigade; it's the external aspect of it. So you have like Benedict Cumberbatch coming forward and saying we must listen to women and men must be quiet, and Tom Holland coming forward and saying, oh well, I'm a feminist because women don't make as much as men. The complete irony that these two people are the stars of this film. People didn't turn up in droves to watch the girl who plays MJ. They turned up in droves to watch Benedict Cumberbatch, Tom Holland, Tobey Maguire, and the other one. Who was the other one? What's the other one?
Andrew Garfield.
Andrew Garfield.
Andrew Garfield. When I watched it, people cheered when he came on screen.
Spoiler.
I'm sorry, I didn't. I thought that was common knowledge. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I didn't do that.
No, but that's why
I'm
happy.
I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. We'll stop talking about it because I hate this whole thing. I was under the understanding.
To the two people who are
Yeah, the
watching.
two people that are actually listening to. No, I'm just kidding.
I was under the impression that it was common knowledge that was going to happen. So I'm very sorry.
No, she's joking. She's joking.
She's my favorite anyway, so I'm happy about that.
I think it's everybody's favorite. There's a good. He has the best moments in the film, and that was just my object. I don't watch it. I don't care about any of the characters. It was a good film. There was nice fight scenes, but it didn't. But in terms of like the content that we're talking about, I mean, it's not only did we kind of grow up with it, but we actually. Like children grew up with strong female characters as well. Like I quite like. I mean, like the Powerpuff Girls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
I was about to say Sailor Moon, where all the cast were all these females who all had magical powers. Like, and no one bats an eyelid. If you really want to talk about like gender like fuckery. The ultimate bad guy of the Powerpuff Girls is this male-female crab demon thing, like just off in the middle of like Wonderland. Like it's just crazy, So we've always had strong female characters. And look at take the same era.
Sorry, to underline the obvious, there's strong female characters who are feminine. They're not strong.
Yes, who are women. Like they are called the Powerpuff Girls. They represent three fluorescent colors, and they were made with sugar, spice, and all things nice. That's the beginning. It's the opening jingle of the series. It was like an extra ingredient.
You had I mean, I had Ghost in the Shell, Motoko Kusanagi. I mean, there's all these different. I mean, it was never about that aspect, and I don't know where that comes from. It's like every generation suddenly decides, this is what I'm outraged about, and yet, that we're being oppressed. Yeah, and they're already, those kind of worlds already exist. They just, I guess, life experience hasn't shown them that quite a few people look up to these characters and these. I mean, for me, I told Megan whether you like the movie or not, I got teared up watching Wonder Woman, and because the relationship that she had with her aunt, I lost my aunt to ovarian cancer, so my aunt was literally like my role model, and she helped raise me. So, watching her have that dynamic with her aunt, Diana had that dynamic with her aunt. It reminded me of my aunt, and it moved me deeply. And I mean, whether you like the movie or not, it was just one of those things where it spoke to me as a person. So if I truly didn't want to see women in positions of power or whatever, then but it's not that. What I hate is when movies, and ironically, the last Wonder Woman did lecture the audience, and it contained the very guy who I just talked about. It's just one of those things that you go to the movies to see, like I said, the things that bring you all together. I go to see Neo and Trinity defeat the machines and save humanity. I don't go there to have them tell me, that communism is great and I'm an asshole. I just, it's just not, there's nothing uplifting about that. And I think that people are going to start to, as Rob said, and as you said, I think they're going to start to wake up, and not just in entertainment, but I mean, in other aspects of life as well. And I think that's really the only thing really sometimes that gives me hope that people are, coming to terms with the fact that they're being lied to, and that the world isn't this narrow prism that they think that they're being told, that everybody's racist and homophobic and cruel, that there is a lot of good in the world, and that people really do have these really deep connections with one another that we've always had since our inception.
I agree.
You guys don't want to end the stream here. We're going to go on for 3 more hours.
No, what I was about to say was we spent
we lost. I'm not seeing. Well, continue.
No, I was going to say we spent a lot of time discussing that.
Well, that's the chillest thing. That's the chillest thing we've discussed on this chill stream.
Well, that was all very heavy politics. For the first hour and a half, we were doing much finer, and then we did it. We went there. We dived straight into it.
So sorry, I'm going to kick you off and see if you can come back. I'm sorry. We continue. I'm sorry.
I had nothing else. I just thought it was probably the right time now to move into a new area. Yeah. Not that I know what the area is. I haven't got a clue. But if we don't want to get too heavy.
Yeah. Well, I'll see. I'm sure David is going to come back.
And save this definitely boring. So I will make another drink while this is happening. But I can still talk and I can still listen and.
Yeah, well, I'll just fill the time by making a point that I've made with David several times. Is that so there was a late night host named Lily Singh who had a late night TV show here in America at 1:30 in the morning. I think 1:35 actually, because they delayed a little bit. And so her whole thing was that she was a bisexual woman of color who had her own TV show. And she would go on every single night and basically berate the audience. She said, "Oh, I bet you racist people in middle America. I bet this really burns your britches that a bisexual woman of color has her own TV show on network TV at 1:35 in the morning." And I made this point with David, is that Nat King Cole, a very famous, very accomplished, unlike Lily Singh, singer, had his variety show on primetime TV 50 years ago. Not 1:30 in the morning, primetime TV. He was a black man. He had his own variety show on network TV. David is trying to come back. And he never once, during the time of Jim Crow, during the time of segregation, he never once berated his audience. He never said, "Boy, I bet you racist people in Kansas are really angry seeing me, a black man, with his own variety show on primetime on network TV." He never once did that. Instead, through the power of music, he brought people together. He actually used art and entertainment to bring people together. And who knows, maybe the people who were watching him, maybe they were racist. Maybe they didn't like black people. But when he brought them together through the power of song, through the power of music, maybe they shed a little bit of that. In fact, I would say probably Nat King Cole did more to end racism in America than Martin Luther King did. Because, you sort of because art and entertainment is the thing that brings us together, that makes us shed our particulars and sort of, come together. And so that's something that's been completely lost. Nowadays, it's your whatever, your race, your gender, your sexuality, that is all foregrounded. And you can never have the communal experience, because that is all pushed to the forefront, and that is all here's David.
Yeah.
And so now you're preventing from having, because you're continually reminded of your race, gender, sexuality, whatever class, and so those are used as art is now used to basically divide rather than bring together.
Yep, I'm glad I came back on that point because you just literally summed up what I poorly was trying to say.
So Fabulous wants to start talking about matters more befitting of a chill stream, and I could not agree more.
Yeah.
So you got anything, David?
No, I was listening to Megan say Christmas, so I was like,
Christmas.
Yes.
We could always talk about Christmas. The most wonderful.
Okay, all right. What's everybody's favorite dish for Christmas?
Vegan turkey.
Vegan turkey.
Yeah.
Tofurkey. No. Well, I mean, this is really it.
With three things, turducken, or I don't know.
Turducker.
It is turducken, isn't it? Because it's turkey wrapped in.
It's tofu.
I'm telling you, we need to get Megan.
No, there's a 3-bird roast.
Yeah.
It's like a turkey. What is the other duck and?
It's duck, chicken, and turkey, and they wrap. I'm sure they have a duck. Is it like duck pate stuffed inside a chicken, wrapped in turkey?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, I think that's.
I think that's what it is, isn't it? As a chef, that's what I would do. If you gave me 3 dead birds, I would. That's what I would do. I would turn. To be fair, I actually.
Yeah, they just call it turducken. Turducken.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What a terrible name.
Well, that's good.
You got a better like a trio of a poultry trio of joy or something like that. Like
poultry super group.
Like turducken. It's doesn't quite have the same. Like you could really spruce the name up. Like duck à la orange stuffed free-range corn-fed chicken breast wrapped in strips and turkey loin strips or something like that.
Good
that
God.
Would be the.
I don't even eat meat anymore.
Well, I'm a chef, so I do happen to.
Yeah, he's used to making crap food sound better than it actually is.
Maybe like steaks, Rob. Is that what you're saying, Rob? Steaks? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, gray steaks. Gray steaks.
That's your privilege, Rob. You had steaks. The rest of the world did not. So.
No. In England, we have to use 3 different kinds of avian meats just to get anywhere near like a healthy meal. we don't have steak. Steak in England. Steak is so expensive in this country.
It's expensive in this country too.
How is it?
Yeah. See, I can throw my voice now. I'm also female. See, we were talking earlier about gender benders. So hey,
you've done your. You see, I didn't challenge it. You see, because you don't challenge female voice. You just go.
See,
okay, it must be true. I'm in awe now. I'm too woke for these conversations. I can't challenge women.
That's what we should start saying. I'm too woke for you, and just walk away. I'm too woke.
It's like that meme. This is one of those jokes that I'm too woke to understand. Is this a woke joke that I can't get because I'm too woke to understand?
Please, someone understand this. Please help me to understand this.
Well, since I deleted my Facebook account like almost a year ago, I'm really out of touch with what memes are hip with the kids these days. Yes.
Well, my entire Facebook is just a long consortium of memes that I found, and people.
That's me.
Yeah, people message me and thank me for my meme culture, and they say, "You got me through hard times with your memes." I just shared them. I didn't do anything for them. I can't take credit.
Meme savior. That's what Megan said. Meme savior.
I am the meme savior. In fact, whenever I get banned from Facebook, which does happen from time to time, people will send me a message to say, have you been banned because you haven't posted a meme in 3 days? That does happen from time to time. I did recently I got silenced. I got silenced on a Facebook group, which was creationism versus evolution, which, as you can imagine, I have wondrous amounts of fun in that group. And they silenced me because I called somebody a hoe, but I made a mistake. It was supposed to say how, not ho, but they didn't quite get that, so they banned me. They banned me for 24 hours. I couldn't comment.
I got banned like a week or two ago for telling. They posted a picture of a giant bird spider in an Amazon that had crawled into someone's hut, and I said they need to burn the hut down in 120 miles in every direction, and I was banned for inciting hate speech. And violence, hate speech, and violence. Yeah.
Well, there's always that little box. If you put anything that rhymes with COVID, they put the little box now. It says, "Are you sure? Are you sure you want to share this?" It might contain misinformation. As if I put this up, and if it is wrong, people are going to come to my house and burn me. Like. Yes, I want to share it. It's a funny joke. Like that's another thing we mentioned about. They use this term misinformation now, like it was a hate crime. You know, you could be sharing misinformation. Yeah, I know. That's why it's funny.
Come to your house, you know.
It's fun. That's fun. That's why I go on the internet and just share this information. I wouldn't be here. I'd be out on the road like side swerving bicyclists if I weren't side sharing disinformation on the internet. Yeah.
Wow.
I just want to see the world burn. Yeah.
Thank you. It's like thank you for reminding me why I'm doing this.
Yeah, what I tell Rob that's what he's missing out on is the joy of being banned. It's like the greatest. You feel like, yes, I've accomplished my goal.
It's like, you know, it's almost like Ronald McDonald popping up next to you as you're about to bite into a McDonald's burger. Are you sure you want to eat the burger?
Are you sure you want a hamburger?
It's a lot of salt. It's a lot of salt. And you're like, yeah, I know, Ronald. Now fuck off. The reason I'm hungover, I'm dying, I'm hanging out my arse. Do you really think I'm eating this for pleasure? Like, I'm for health. Like me and all my friends don't eat this with our salary and salad and go for a jog. We eat this because we want to feel better, because we feel like absolute dog shit. Go fuck yourself.
I'm sad and I know I'm going to have a heart attack after I eat this. My existence is dire.
On Instagram, you'll see like bikini girls and stuff. And it's like, I'd rather go naked than take the vaccine. And underneath, it's like the CDC directs you to the research. I just look at bikini girls, okay?
I also really want to know how they like pressure tested this mechanism, because where are those people out there who sit there and go, oh, I wouldn't want to share this because it's going to feature misinformation. I better push the X and go back to my homepage. Like,
this is the edge. I'm about to go over it.
Well, okay, so this is what I've noticed. It's one of those things. It's one of those things of social conditioning that starts working in the opposite direction. Like the Twitter blue check mark now has the opposite effect of what they wanted it to. Like, people make jokes now. Okay, the blue check marks. That's the people who are promoting the narrative. It's now like a scarlet letter. You have the blue check mark. Just like mask. Like basically the mask is like the real life version of the blue check mark. It's the person who does as they're told and whose opinion is actually invalidated by the fact that they bear the mark of basically validation. I know my point was so profound. It just has you both.
Wow. Thanks, Rob. The lunchbox has landed. I don't know what else to say after that.
I mean, look, why it took you 4 hours and 32 minutes to make your your profound point. You could have just done it at the beginning because we've all gone to bed. You're like,
I know.
Let's waste our time.
Believers, Bob has spoken from the mountain. We can all congregate and discuss what he said.
Bust bracket throb, yes.
The magnum opus of deflating atheism has been reached. You may now go on to the masses and town
critical mass of deflating atheism.
I'll just take this into the street outside. I'll just be in like a ditch with that will be the magnum opus of deflating atheism. Yes,
we're here on location in the ditch. Yeah, I think like the.
Why is "Wonderful Christmas Time" the most hated Christmas song in England?
We gotta get Megan.
Okay, so Paul McCartney did a remake of "Wonderful Christmas Time" where he actually made it less noxious than it was before. So that's what I hear on the piped in music.
I kept wondering why I didn't hear it on the radio because I haven't heard it since. I think I heard it once, like 2 or 3 months ago, and then
because people kept putting a revolver to their skulls. It was terrible. But
you hush your mouth.
I love that song.
No, but Paul McCartney remade it. Paul McCartney,
which I don't know what this song is. It's just a. Am I too?
Okay.
Am I too uncultured to understand?
No, he made it. It was in 1979. He made it with his wife Linda McCartney and Wings. Back when he was performing with Wings, it was right before they were getting ready to embark on a world tour. And it was right after the I think it was the Back to the Egg was the name of the album. It's the one with Arrow Through Me and
what was that, Electric Secretary or something?
It's like there's a lot of, it was like when he had just gotten finished doing a television special for the album. It was like back then, you know, Olivia and the Wings and everybody used to do shows that were like long, a series of vignettes with like little videos that they would do. It was like early form of music television, but they would do press videos. So he did like Good Night Tonight. But anyway, long story short, at the very end of the show, I remember they played Wonderful Christmas Time, and that's when we started hearing it on the radio. So it became like a Christmas tradition for a lot of people in the 70s. But then suddenly, for some bizarre reason, I don't know why, everybody just started hating on the song and talking about how much they hate it. And but it's over here, it's a Christmas classic. So I don't know, maybe they didn't get enough Taylor Swift doing Last Christmas or something.
I don't think it's a. I don't know what we have a most hated Christmas song. I know that the Pogues is not always turns out to be number one at Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good song.
It's a great song.
Until very recently, because they banned it in so many places. Like radios won't play it because they use the word faggot.
Yes, I was going to say.
I can. Funnily enough, there's a great meme about this. It says, "We can't play the Pogues this time of year because it's inoffensive, but here's a song by Cardi B singing about her fanny." It tends to be
WAPs,
but a song that has I don't like this word by any stretch of the imagination, but a song that has a nuanced approach to, you know, its time and its environment, using the word faggot, which, by the way, not a single gay person finds offensive.
Yeah, that's one of the things. Like that, I think there was actually somebody for The Advocate, one of the staff writers for The Advocate, actually wrote an entire article devoted to that, saying that they love that song, and that it had in no way was because again, it's using the voice of the people who wrote the song, and then it becomes, you know, again, it becomes appropriation in the whole argument, but. I mean, I think we can all think of songs that have gone the way of the dodo because people, you know,
Baby, it's cold outside.
Baby, it's cold outside. I'm glad Megan brought that up because that's a good example of one that's just taken. I think one of the funniest things I ever saw though was we watched a movie. What is it? Nina Dobrev. It was a Love Hard. That's what it was. It was called Love Hard, where they sang a song. The song they did, "Baby It's Cold Outside," but the guy turned it into a joke about, trying to kick her out of the house, and I already asked you if I had consent and this other stuff, and it was actually really funny. And I think that's kind of what you have to do. You have to take things that are probably controversial and just look at them at the time that they were made in, or look at them with humor sometimes. But some things I get it. Some things are out of date and bad, but I don't think "Baby It's Cold Outside" falls under that. So I guess I'm in the minority on that one. But
Then John Legend and made a completely worse version. That's completely gross.
Make everything worse.
Yeah, well, I mean, but I don't understand, like, especially with I don't understand with some of the top 10 Christmas songs that they have in there. I think, like, literally the other day they had a countdown, and I'd say about 9 out of the 10 songs were different versions of "Last Christmas" by George Michael, and I'm a huge George Michael fan, so I'm not offended by that. I'm just saying it's like they're literally all the same song. It's just different versions of the same song. And I tried to understand how that was even possible. I guess it was like voted in by the internet or something. So whatever.
Well, they have Masked Christmas with Jimmy Fallon, which was completely horrible.
The song that it's not kind of Christmas until you hear this song. The song that brings in the Christmas cheer, which presumably, given it's now the 24th, anyone who was out in this country 5 hours and 50 minutes ago would have heard this song, is Mariah Carey, "All I Want for Christmas Is You." That's the song that everyone hates, but brings in the Christmas. It's not Christmas till you've heard that song,
Yeah.
So tonight. Yeah, tonight being the last night where that would be possible, it would probably have been midnight tonight, which in this country was 5 hours and 51 minutes ago. So, but in terms of the better Christmas songs, no one likes that one. They just ignore it. "Last Christmas" is on the list, obviously.
I like the Mariah Carey.
Okay.
I even like the.
I didn't know you were gay. I didn't know. I'm glad that you. I'm glad that you
Such
found it
nastiness.
safe.
Such anger.
I'm a man of wealth.
I feel like I'm at a family reunion. You guys are drinking and yelling at each other. All we gotta wait for now is for the dried turkey to be rolled out.
I even like the version Mariah Carey released a decade later that just amped up everything people hated in the original.
Yeah,
they have like the whole orchestra.
It was like a techno remix version of the original. So she didn't have to everything better.
Yes, and Feliz Navidad, which people were listening to in the bigoted white supremacist age of the 50s. Yes. But yeah,
we put Rob clearly in the Mariah category.
Because of Love Actually.
That's a great film. That is Love Actually.
Oh yeah, we love Love Actually.
It's a wonderful film. It's a wonderful film, Love Actually. Well, they did that. They kind of did that song for it, wasn't it? The "Christmas Is All Around Us," as opposed to "Love Is All Around Us." That's the song they kind of parodied in the film, wasn't it?
Yeah, with Bill Nye.
With Bill Nye.
Which was just that was a good laugh. That was a good laugh. But the best Christmas song is "The Darkness." Christmas time. It's just a fantastic song, really. Probably the best of the songs of New. That's the best one.
Yeah, I love The Darkness. Those guys are always. I mean, I believe in a thing called love. I swear is like the greatest video ever made. Probably. You got a furry monster. You've got a spaceship. Yeah. What more do you? Beautiful women. What do you want? A devil?
Lightning and just tacky. The thing is, the reason why The Darkness could have produced a great Christmas song is because they have that level of campness, which is like open and free and honest and just fun.
Yeah,
when you look at Christmas,
it's exactly like what we were talking about earlier. It was a period of like what brings us together. You laugh at it it's rocks, it kicks ass, and it's so much fun. And it's I just love those guys. I mean, everything they put out, I love.
What was the band that did I wish it could be Christmas every day? That was like camp too.
All Christmas songs are camp. If they're not camp, they're not Christmas. That's the. It's the. That's just. I wish Wizard.
Wizard.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
That's not just. I mean, it's really camp.
Yeah.
It's also a little bit weird as well. It's a little bit off center.
Well, it's from the 70s.
Yeah. It's a bit. It's very questionable. I would say that's
a lot of very questionable things from the 70s.
You know.
Yeah, but I think somebody just brought up.
If you're looking for stuff to cancel, you'll find a gold mine in the 70s. Yes.
As somebody brought up in the chat, it's not that I find any particular Christmas carol annoying. It's the repetition of it that gets to me. It's just a constant rotation, the same 10 or 12 songs for about 6 weeks. Exactly. Yeah. That sums it up right there.
Well, I know
Mariah here in Greensboro probably like 80 times in an hour. It's like insane.
Yeah. For people who work in retail, it's like, I thought I liked Christmas.
Christmas is great for 1 week. And the problem is, when you work in an industry that celebrates Christmas the way that people do, Christmas starts in November and it runs out by December. Yeah. Like it's that last week in November, and you think, "Fuck off!" Like we're not. It's not Christmas.
Why is
there's a tree? I am done with this shit. Can you leave me alone? I don't care.
But still, you don your Santa Claus T-shirt. So
I haven't had a Christmas because with the industry the way that it is. Obviously, I left my bar that I had. I think I told you that, didn't I? I had a bar and yeah.
Let's make this the topic of discussion.
Oh, it's really not that interesting. I don't care anymore. So the bar that I had it wasn't viable. I couldn't sustain it any longer. We had to leave. So I didn't. All the Christmas decorations that I brought last year, I put up in the business, but we were still in lockdown. So I just left the lights up so people could see them. But of course, no one was there because the lockdown is in the city centre and no one come into the city centre. So this year I had nothing to decorate. So we did the house. That's why we have the 4 trees, in the house. So I unfortunately, as much as it'd be nice to talk about my failing business, it's a lot more boring than you would expect. I had a business and it failed. That's there's some Christmas cheer. Put it in your stocking.
Well, talk about every failing aspect of our own lives. Yes,
we used to have. I had a lecturer at my old university who used to say, "Merry Christmas. I hope some old white guy craps in a sock for you," which I always thought was very nice.
Wow, that's the tidings of joy right there.
He was a very funny. He was a great guy. He was a very good lecturer, but he was very cynical at the same time. Actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that's the thing. It's like you have to. I guess going back to what I was saying earlier, people are a lot better and good-hearted than people give them credit for, and it's like you have to look at the things that bring us together, not the things that tear us apart. And
the obvious thing is Christ himself. Merry Christmas.
Well, there was an old saying that I used to hear, which they would say, "Wise men still seek Jesus." It doesn't mean you necessarily. Even my brothers and sisters that don't believe in Christ, I can still be Christ-like towards people and try to be. Not that I always am, as Rob and Megan can both attest. I'm a hypocrite, but. That love is still something that I'm supposed to share with everyone, and I do love you guys. So there's that.
And we
love you guys.
I am in a great privileged position being an agnostic deist that I don't have to be nice to people to please Jesus. So I will take the opportunity to know.
You get to be rowdy. I would just go crazy. I would just I'd be like, fuck you and fuck you. Go to hell.
I
And
fuck you so much.
yeah. And you
no
can-
gold. Yeah. No golden rule for you.
And tidings of joy to you as well. And then
anyone
who
who just
swiping them with his van while he's doing it. Wow, they're saying I love you more if Felina was here. Wow, they don't love us, man.
I gave her the invite. I gave her the links.
What is she doing?
They've all just look. They're all obsessed with Felina because
You filthy animals.
I can't understand why.
That was a Christmas joke for those that sit in there.
It was. It's a very good Christmas joke.
What was that? I missed it.
Well, let's play a Christmas game. What is the best Christmas film? Since we're film people here.
Die Hard.
Well, Megan voted Die Hard.
No, Rudolph. Rudolph is the best Christmas.
What's the movie that we like?
Aren't all of the Rankin Bass only half an hour long?
45 minutes.
Megan said 45 minutes.
I'm a Rankin Bass expert. I just know it.
That's a hard question. Then.
I was surprised by how short they were when I saw them on TV. It's like when I was a little kid, these things seemed like feature length films.
Yeah, they did. Well, it's probably because they had all the commercials interspersed in them.
Yeah.
I watched the Snowman last year, and I hadn't seen it in like 30 years. That's not true, 'cause I'm 30, but I hadn't seen it in like 20 years. And when I was a kid, I thought it was like a feature-length film of this snowman basically abducting this small child and flying through the air. But when I watched it last year, I was like, oh, it's like 2 minutes long. Like I didn't even get a chance to finish a drink before the ending of the film. Like, oh, well, here I'm going to get a nice drink for this one, but I can't finish it before it's over.
It's like
yeah, basically that. Yeah. We started watching Last Christmas the other day, which is a relatively new film, I'm led to believe, with Emilia Clarke in it. I was disappointed because I had this wild suspicion that it might turn into like a spy film halfway through. And it just didn't get there. So I came up with this idea. I was like, I'm going to make a Christmas film that starts like a Hallmark, and then halfway through, there's just like spies everywhere,
dude.
And they're all trying to. I think it's a great. They're just trying to shoot each other, and the start of that film begins like it could have been, like where she's the shop owner, and there's that guy who comes in who's obsessed with it. I don't know what actors I've not watched all the way through it. It would have been so much better if he was a spy and she was a spy, and like he was a spy and she didn't know a damn thing. It would have been it just would have been a great film.
Yeah,
just would have been amazing.
You didn't watch the whole thing.
Yeah, if you had like basically, they all start off and they come to a new town, and there's this guy who, has a white beard with a tow truck that helps. Pick up women that are broken down, and then they take them back, and the village is decorated, and he does all these, decorations, and then suddenly out of nowhere you see like MI6, and then you have like the Austin one with the machine guns on it as you're like wheeling around, blowing everything to hell. I can tell.
Me and my good friend Pat, who Bob has met, and we have a film series in the works where I created a character called Shotgun Santa, who was a reincarnation of a post-colonial war general who despises Christmas. And the opening to his film, everyone kind of comes out in this kind of Christmas musical piece, and he just runs onto the set and starts gunning them down. That's quite enough of this. Thank you very much. That's just the beginning of the film. And he lives in a mansion, but he's never there because he's off like crapping down people's chimneys or whatever. And there's a film that we created where it's a slasher film, and they have to spend the night in his mansion. And at the end, the slasher starts like killing all these teenagers in this mansion, and he turns up, and it's just this big gunfight, and there's a goat with knives coming out of his horns and all this kind of shit. So we.
I can see like the tagline for the film.
Well, the goat has context.
Literally,
the goat has got context because in the Scream movies they have the stab movies.
Oh yeah.
Well, in our film, the film that they watch is Goat Slasher, and there's a goat with knives attached to his horn. So in the film with the Shotgun Santa thing, the goat slasher is the killer or one of the killers, and they don't think it's real because it's part of this film series. That's just how we
really
think about
picture this in my mind already. It's like,
Can you get me and David involved, because we are part of the film industry. We have been involved in the very lowest rungs of Hollywood. Both me and David. Yes, that is the truth. I have an IMDb page. David will tell you.
There are the crappers. We are the crappies.
I have a film on IMDb actually. A few years ago, we did a film called A Shed Load of Trouble, and the actor who was in it was adamant to get us on IMDb. And I don't know why, because
So all 6 people who are watching right now, every day, go to Rob and Fab's page and like visit it every day.
Okay. I've got it.
Because the more that they get, that means the more popular they'll go up in rank. So if we all visit their pages every day, everyone across the world will be like, how the hell did these 2 guys get at the top of the Hollywood list? It will be that.
Yeah. I'm at number like 600,000. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we can make it happen. Tell your friends.
I'm 600,001. Obviously, is the.
I'm not on the list. It must be my privilege.
I'm posting it now. This video's got 14 likes. The one that we're in now, not this. I'm gonna put it in the.
It's probably me trying to get back in.
There's more likes than the Joe Biden live stream.
I guess.
That's the
Rob, have you ever seen Love Actually?
I don't know. I don't see movies. I don't watch.
What do you do?
I was big about Alicia Cuthbert for a few years there.
Yeah, she's.
That's problematic, Rob. Oh.
That's problematic. Who is? I didn't even know who she is. Do I want to Google her name?
She used to be on 24. She was Kiefer Sutherland's daughter on 24, and The Girl Next Door.
The best thing.
Movie about the porn star that.
Which I have heard tales of. I've never heard.
Oh yeah, and then in Love Actually, she's the girl. Megan brought up a good point. She's the girl in the bar at the end of the movie. Yeah, Colin hooks up with. As Megan put it.
She's the girl someone hooks up with in every movie. Yeah.
I don't know who she is.
Okay.
Well,
I've never seen her before.
Yeah, you have.
She's in Love Actually.
I just don't remember her. I mean, I watched Love Actually when I was about like 12, so
she's the real pretty Swedish model, I guess, or in or whatever. Man. It's weird having a voice talk to me while I'm. Rock created a monster.
Here, well,
Rob, your profile.
Oh, I do. I remember. Do you know? I thought she was somebody else. I think maybe I thought she was like an American actor.
We're gonna have to sit Rob down and let him watch like the Muppets Christmas Carol. Love Actually.
He is a Canadian American actor. I'll have you know.
Can you be Canadian and American at the same time?
The Canadian even count? Or one of these days, I'm going to be the Canadian Rob. That's also problematic.
What is he doing?
Here, whenever Megan talks
with eyes. Is this like your channel mascot or something?
Yeah, this is good.
Or is this your special friend, Rob?
This is a whole direction.
Is this your attempt to be Jordan Peterson now? Are you going to?
This was going to be my whole direction for deflating atheism. I never really pursued this, but this was going to be what deflating atheism was going to be.
Are you trying to tell us that your plan for deflating atheism wasn't to have two people that you know on the channel frequently talking about nonsense?
Yeah,
and not atheism.
Believe it or not, having alcohol-soaked discussions was actually not part of the original plan. It was all supposed to be about the turtle puppet. That was going to be the star of the show.
How did you settle on a turtle? I'm just curious.
The Christian apologetics turtle, yes.
What in the fresh hell was that?
Right. By the way, I bought this at Folk Fest, by the way. Yeah.
Of course you did. Do you know the Earth is flat? We're on the back of a turtle.
Yeah, it's all turtles. It's all turtles.
All the way down.
Mm-hmm. It's an interesting animal, isn't it, to pick? You know, why not a hippo? A really aggressive hippo. Because hippos are really aggressive. And it would tell you why there were so many natural disasters, wouldn't it?
I had friends from Africa, like literally we would ask them, like, are you guys scared of lions and tigers? No, the number one animal they were all scared of was the hippo. And I'm dead serious about that. Like, no, seriously, like you would ask them, like, well, what's the thing that you're most afraid of? And then literally every one of them would say hippo. And I was like, the hippo.
It's because they don't run away. Mm-mm. So like a crocodile, you can tap a crocodile on the back of its tail. If it's not paying attention, it will stall itself into the water. Right? But you can't do that with a hippo. You tap a hippo on the arse, it will just turn around. It will literally just rip you apart. Like they're just absolutely insane.
By the way, a video. When I saw this video, I thought of David. You may have seen it. Did you ever see the video of the stunt man for the James Bond film where he has to run over 6 alligators, and they had to do several takes of it? And they were real.
Which one was this?
It was the 1973 James Bond.
Oh.
They had the
Roger Moore. Then it was Roger Moore's. Okay.
Yeah,
I think I have seen it. You talking about the boat jump or the
where he has to run over the backs of five.
Oh yeah. That's right. They filmed it at the farm, the alligator farm in Florida, right?
Yeah. So the stuntman was actually the man who owns the alligator sanctuary or whatever.
I've been there. I've seen that. Yeah.
Well, that's a very interesting confluence. But yeah, that's like something they would never do nowadays. You know?
No.
But that used to be the thing, man. Bond films were like the movies you go to see those stunts that were just like, that no one could pull off other than James Bond. And it was like the most amazing thing. Now it's like everybody in the theaters going, no, I can see the digital edge of that. I could see that.
Yeah.
That's all CG. And you're like, Cubby Broccoli's family has a thing where my understanding is that they don't do a stunt unless it's actually in camera live, but
practical effects. Yes.
Yeah. They go the Tom Cruise route of riding a plane on the outside or something, they don't cheat. So, and with digital face replacement now, everybody thinks that everything's fake. So it's like, even if somebody risks their lives and actually does the stunt, everybody thinks it's CG anyway. So it just is kind of sad. I miss the pre-CG days. Grandpa laid down
I
the
like
law.
about the alligators that they took 5 takes of it. Nope, you're gonna have to do it. You're gonna have to do it again.
Oh yeah, and then your butt get the first alligator.
Yeah, you're gonna have to piss off these 5 dinosaurs again.
He's a one shot.
Poor Toby, we liked him.
He's off now. He's got 1 leg missing. But the gator's got fed, so it's okay.
Yeah. The second stuntman is like, this will not be as bad as I thought it would. At least I don't have to worry about one of the gators.
Yeah, well, I think that would be an important part is make sure the alligators are well fed before you try shooting.
Yeah, but then they're like, hey. They're just high on chicken. They're like, hey. It's like Owen Wilson, hey.
We can't hear you, Fabulous. We can't hear you.
You muted yourself.
I don't speak ASL. I don't know what's going on here. He's doing a pantomime act. I don't know. This is like the Sesame Street where he's Hey,
he's in the well. Lassie's in the well. Timmy is in the well. Mom's in the well. Who's in the well? Okay.
Santa got stuck in the well.
People who are tuning in like right now, well, the 3 people that are tuning in right now are probably like, one guy's waving a turtle. Fabulous froze. And then I got this fat Santa looking guy talking crap at the bottom.
We should talk Let's Go to.
Yeah, so since I'm using the turtle to ventriloquy, I'm thinking.
My name is Rob.
Where's that voice?
Total Deflating Atheism. And we're really excited about this little channel we're launching. And
do the one thing Kermit always does.
We're going to have one shell of a great time. We're going to learn about God. There we go. You're back.
I just got to, it's I don't know. They've cut off, so I just got to. I'll leave and come back in.
Okay.
Just the 2 of us. We
can make it if we try. Just the 2 of us. You and I.
Okay, like you cannot come a second too soon.
We can make it if we try with the fabulous.
He's not even been drinking. That's the worst thing about it. Yeah. Like,
that's what she said.
It's like,
yes, but we are going to make this a weekly thing. We have the technology. We're
look,
weekly thing.
Don't threaten me with a good
material.
Don't threaten me with a good time, okay? Right.
Do you remember what I said earlier about England's like, bring it? And the rest of the world's like, okay. I guess I won't invade you, all right?
Okay, we'll go the other way. We'll go the other way. We won't take all of your potatoes and parsnips. I suppose we'll just go somewhere else.
I hear Greenland's great around this time. Yeah, Rob, Megan wanted to know what your turtle's name is.
Well, I didn't get that far. Okay, that involves a degree of planning. I am not engaged. I bought the turtle.
Let's have a contest and name.
How do you not know? When you buy anything that has a face, you give it a name immediately.
Thank you.
That's the normal.
Said that at the same time because
what are you? What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you, Rob?
David will tell you my late '90s Toyota Corolla is named Charlene. Because I put the 93 gasoline in it one time as well. Now it's Charlene. Okay.
I suppose, given your naming mechanism, style, maybe the turtle doesn't need a name just yet. Otherwise, it will end up with a ridiculous name like Rover
Shelley.
or Shelley or
Alicia.
Alicia.
Felicia.
Oh, you could name it like a rapper named T-Wax. That just sounds dirty. Sorry, y'all.
It's I don't know rappers. I'm not that. That's not my area.
There's no like rap from the last 15 years that's worth paying attention to. Yeah.
Yeah, see, y'all just tried to down my Sun and Thunder, y'all. I wanted to be a mumblecore artist, and y'all just killing me.
Well,
we should get Rob to go in the studio and do some mumblecore. That would be awesome.
Well, no, is it mumblecore is a film genre, isn't it? That's like super.
But then you got to throw in like a couple of dirty words here and there.
No, you're thinking of mumble rap. You're thinking of mumble rap. Mumble rap is not mumble.
Well, I mean, how could you not know that one word difference? What's wrong with you? I mean, just obviously,
I'm not making stuff up here. Mumble core is an indie film genre, which you should know as hello, the indie film expert here. And mumble rap is like what Yachty Boy or whatever his name is.
Well, you're obviously a far greater hipster than David in the film scene. That's the. You must go to the. You go to you. Well, I mean, you're not keeping up, David. Is obviously the problem. You need to go with Rob to all of these garage, like hipster places where they all sit around.
It gets better though. I took him to Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Philip Kaufman.
Yeah.
Because because I love Veronica Cartwright. So I wanted to meet Veronica Cartwright. I mean, come on, the lady is a living legend. So. Also English, by the way. She was going to be there. So
well, I know. I mean, the name alone gives it away.
But she was there, and she was awesome. And that was the first time he had ever seen that movie, and he liked that. So,
I was really blown away by the movie, and I see a lot of old movies, and we get little art house showcases here in Greensboro, and a lot of times I'm disappointed by the movies, quite honestly.
Do you have any references? Do you have any back up your evidence, man? Where's your delivery?
Okay, what was the last movie that you saw, Rob? Let's hear it.
So I'll give you two movies I was disappointed with. Okay, first
was Puppies
and Garfield. Absolute trash.
That Bill Murray ruined everything for me.
Ruined it all. I wanted to see a ginger CGI cat eat fake lasagnas, and no. Ruined it.
Hey,
masterpiece.
Armed in the making of this film,
I know, but I'll watch the Garfield Halloween special and
hell yeah.
There's a man who tries to be. Okay. But yes.
The Christmas special.
There's a.
I'm sorry. Yeah. No, it was Halloween. He was dressing up.
We have our own Halloween films, Patrick and I, which one day I will send you, and you can laugh at them. But tell us these films that you've.
Okay. So film number one that disappointed me was Orson Welles' Touch of Evil. I mentally disengaged with that movie halfway through. I was like, if they showed this on like Mystery Science Theater 3000, they would be making the same jokes.
You're literally one of the men who like literally helped coin the words for modern classic or classic film, and
look,
you hated it.
Shut your yap, okay? Shut your yap. I loved.
I bet you hated Citizen Kane too, didn't you, Rose?
I love Citizen Kane. I love.
Citizen Kane! Don't even get me started.
Shut up! I love the Magnificent Ambersons. I loved It's All True. That's part of Four Men in a Raft. I love that.
Literally though, I sort of understand the Citizen Kane criticism because it was what William Randolph Hearst, I guess. But I guess the whole point of that movie being a classic is just that he went outside the system and did a lot of it himself. So he that's why it's been. Oh my god! Megan just said like Tommy Wiseau. Oh my god!
Oh, The Room. Look, The Room is the best film ever.
Oh my god, my head hurts. It hurts. I
How dare you? I think. How dare you? Look, I am a grand intellectual superior when it comes to this. I studied this. This is my direct area, and I think you will find that one of the greatest academic principle films is The Room.
Fabulous was born.
It's beautifully shot. I know that much.
No, it's not.
Well, it's out of focus sometimes, but it's still beautiful. It's because it's in San Francisco.
Just super.
I'm going to throw this out there, David. David might really disagree with this. The other movie I was severely disappointed by was Mulholland Drive. I just don't think I had the wrong. I just think I had the wrong expectation.
Dang, dude.
I was really soured by that at the end.
Have you seen? Did you ever watch Lost Highway?
Yes, I did. I enjoyed that more than Mulholland.
That's my favorite Lynch film. I think is Lost Highway.
And Dune.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Which everyone hates, but I love.
I need to have a one-on-one conversation with Fab about The Room.
About what?
The Room.
The Room. Brilliant.
You're talking about The Room. Yeah,
just superb.
I will be Megan's.
We have a spoon that I can throw at everyone.
A master class in cult classic filmmaking. Imagine you gave a 5-year-old all the money in the world and a bunch of cameras, and he didn't spend any of the money. That is what happened in that film.
Well, that's the thing. Okay, so he the entire movie was filmed in duplicate, basically. He had,
but they weren't really hard. It's very good. You're not listening to me.
And the 35mm digital camera. Steven Spielberg is not known as.
I did a quiz in my pub. I did a quiz on this, and one of the questions was in the famous speech with him on the roof. Where he says, "I did not hit her. I did not.
I did not.
Yeah.
I did not." Who is he talking to? That was one of the questions.
Talking to Greg.
It's bullshit.
Yeah. See, Megan's watched this way too many times. We should just do a whole show. I don't even know if
the question is, who's he talking to?
I think he's talking to Greg
I have a question for you guys, since you are both familiar with the source material.
It's not, before you go out, he's talking to himself.
Yeah, he is.
Oh.
He's not talking to Mark, because he goes at the end, "Oh, hi, Mark," and Mark's just sitting there watching this all. Him going, "I did not hit her. I did not."
I did not.
It's because
I did not.
So he's arguing. No, she doesn't.
Oh, hi, dog. Hi, doggy. Okay, so this is my question. I will throw this out there. You can discuss amongst yourselves while I go make myself another vodka tonic. In the movie, he says, "You are tearing me apart, Lisa," which is a quotation from the movie Rebel Without a Cause. Now,
he says it wrong.
Which is one of my all-time favorite films.
Okay, so is Tommy Wiseau making that as a reference, or is the character in that movie universe knowingly making a reference to Rebel?
Tommy.
It was Tommy's reference.
How meta of you!
I know.
But
what you should be writing essays on this subject.
I'm not the dimwit some people would tell you.
He said taking me apart.
You were taking me apart.
I'm just gonna start moving my mouth.
It's tearing me apart, isn't it?
Yeah, Lisa, you are tearing me apart, Lisa. Yes.
Yeah, but in
Megan's
script,
saying when she reads the script that it's taking me apart.
Okay.
He wrote it wrong. He argued.
And I would literally turn the
what
camera, but the
law
whole
was.
sort of table.
I love how you're hitting the nail on it. Whenever someone says to him, you know that scene with the dog?
Yes.
The whole scene is it. Look, either the scene is just written by an absolute moron, or it's so cleverly written in reverse. If you reverse the scene, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Right? But when someone questioned him about this, he went, "Yeah, that's what I intended to do." Like every time someone questioned him, he's like, "Yeah, that's the whole thing was all a big plan that I made." So like, it wouldn't surprise me if he said that, like, that the point that you're making is he argued that he changed it on the day because he wanted to reference something. Because he completely, his answers are all over the place. That's what I wanted to do. That's what I
We've
wanted to do.
gotten a couple of question and answers with the cast, and they even said like he would ad lib off script, and they would all be like, "What is he doing? I don't know." And so they would just wait until somebody said a line and then pick up their line because they didn't know what to do. You know? I've never seen anything like that. Megan's like, "No, you have to see The Room," and it totally just. I'll never look at cinema the same way.
It's like it's like filmmaking in reality action film thing. It's just like so weird. You can't explain it because you can't like even when I never had written a script like in a professional manner, like because you send. Most of my professional script writing life was people sending me scripts to kind of review and doctor for them and edit for them. But whenever I sent one, like before I'd done that, I wrote a few scripts and they weren't great, but they weren't that bad. Do you know what I mean? So like that's what I mean about
would you intentionally make a film that's this bad? Is what you're saying? Like, would somebody set out to intentionally?
Yeah, I would have to do. I would have to work really hard to make a film to make it that bad, because that scene with the dog is the perfect example of this, because that scene, if you flip it all, it's a perfect scene. It's a very soap opera scene, but for some reason that did not work like that. So whether, I don't know, like this guy is either a genius and he's playing everybody, or he's so not on the cards. Like the cheese is not on the cracker so much that we just cannot comprehend. Like it's just wild. It's just so fucking wild.
I'm gonna say the latter.
I couldn't write.
He's a marketing genius because like he meant to make this really serious film, but when everybody turned it into a joke or laughed at it, he was like, "Yeah, that's what I meant to do all along."
Yeah.
So he knows
I mean, that's not unprecedented. That's what they did with like Showgirls. It was a bad movie, and then they did they remarketed it as camp. They actually did it when it was still in theaters. When the reviews started coming in, and they started marketing it as camp. So that's not like unprecedented. But yeah, Tommy Wiseau actually, didn't he have like the most expensive billboard in Los Angeles for like a year and a half advertising The Room? Yeah.
And Megan brought up a good point earlier. He actually went to the rental house that was renting him the film equipment and bought it all. He bought all of it. Yeah, paid cash for it, by the way. So that's
like Steven Spielberg does not own his own 35mm camera, but yes.
And he didn't pay the cast, so who knows where all that money went. But
yeah, next time we do this, she's gonna have a camera. That's it.
That reminds me of Manos, the Hands of Fate. The only person who ever got reimbursed was the dog. The dog got dog food. Everyone else got promised points off the back end that never materialized. Yes.
Yeah, but I've seen some bad films like over the years, really bad films, and then I've seen some that are super weird, like the Indian Matrix. Eraserhead, of course, and there's certain films that you see, but I'd never seen anything like The Room. I was just like,
have you ever seen
talking about it? But I didn't know, at the time it was like, who was it that was championing? It was like Seth Rogen, Paul Rudd. It was a group of people that kept saying this movie is the craziest thing. You've got to see it. It went away. I never saw it, and then I meet her, and suddenly she takes me to go to see a screen of this, and I said, "What in the hell am I watching? Right. And, about five times I see Tommy Wiseau's ass.
Do you take a spoon with you?
They gave us plastic spoons to take. Yeah, they provided.
Oh, they gave you plastic spoons. Okay, fair enough.
It's well, that's like. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was going to say it was a lot like Rocky Horror. I didn't know what I was getting myself into, and a friend of mine in high school took me to Rocky Horror for the first time, and I loved it. But about a minute in, you're getting pelted, and you don't know what the hell's going on because you're dialogue and.
I've never been a fan. Well, I'm not a theatre person. I despise the theatre.
My whole life. I'm just kidding.
I just don't. But a lot of my friends are theatre people, and Thomas, my boyfriend, is a big fan of the Rocky Horror show. We went to watch it on stage, and we watched the film not too long ago, and you have to ask the question. At what point, if at all, did anyone ever turn to Richard O'Brien and go, "What on earth is going on here? Like, what the fuck is this?" like the stage show is one thing, but the film is just way off sector. It's like, what is this?
Yeah, I think that probably it was the times too, because back then things were a little bit more experimental.
Because when we say theater, we mean cinema. Because over here,
I don't know, Megan's going crazy.
Okay, so there's a linguistic error. Okay, so when I mean theater, I mean the stage show.
Stage plays.
When I say the film, I mean the cinema, the movie that you will see on screen.
When we say theater, we meant cinema, which means film.
Okay.
Yeah, because we saw it. Yeah, I mean, my friend took us to the midnight movie, and it was weird because I was up front, and everybody's putting on raincoats and garbage bags, and I didn't know what was going on, and suddenly, all the stuff.
They don't tell you any of this stuff.
No, and I'm just like, I'm standing there in my shirt, getting pelted with hot dogs and rice and water, and I'm like roses,
Well, at one of the room showings, someone brought a bouquet of roses and started pelting the roses to the scene. That was not fun.
It's a great. The stage show was. They always play it very differently, but it's very interesting because each time it's obviously different, and people get involved. Mm-hmm. There are cues that I just sat there and went, "What is going on here? I have no idea." They're all just engaging, all shouting at the narrator on screen, not on screen, but on stage.
And you're just lost on what's going on.
This is the weirdest show. Up until that point, I'm not a theatre person. I've seen Jesus Christ Superstar on stage. I've seen Hamlet on stage when I was much, much younger. And then I saw Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons on stage. And then I watched La Traviata, which is the opera that Pretty Woman is based on. If you're a fan of Pretty Woman, then you'll know what La Traviata is because it's the opera that they go to see, but it's also the actual opera that the story is based on as well. The only difference being that she doesn't die at the end, where she dies at the end of La Traviata. And I thought that maybe I would be into opera, but I'm really not. It's so fucking boring. It's just, there was a point, I don't know if it was because the theatre that I watched it in my hometown is not quite equipped for an opera, but it was just so boring. It was just two people at the either end of the stage basically screaming at each other in tune.
Yeah, I think I kind of had the experience I had with like Phantom of the Opera. Like we watched the when I saw a stage play of it, it just didn't do anything for me. But then when I watched the Broadway stage play, it was amazing. It was really amazing. But because it's like that level of theatricality was the sets and the voices and everything it did, and I thought it was amazing. But it's the local production was just subpar. It was not up to the other one. So but I'm not a theater snob. I just as a lay person, it was a beautiful experience to see that.
I'm not a theatre person by any stretch of the imagination. I like I say, I saw the Rocky Horror. That was well popped. I suppose it depends on who's watching it and the amount of people, whether or not they spend the money, etc., etc. But the La Traviata was just not a show that I would go. I don't think I'll ever go see an opera again. Opera is not for me. Not for me. Right? And people assume that I like opera because I like classical music, but they're not the same thing.
Yeah,
they're not. They're really not the same thing at all.
yeah.
I did enjoy.
You never know. I mean, and also too, that was another thing though. Was when I was a kid, you would hear, your high school they would perform a piece of classical music, and it just, it's not that much. But then you hear a full orchestra, and you're there hearing the orchestra. It's just an amazing experience because, and I think that's the best part about arts. That's one thing that you hear the liberal arts and you hear, traditional, that kind of, I'll go ahead and say it, nourishment that you get, like Rob was saying kind of earlier about it enriches your life. It makes you a more whole person or a better person. You have experiences that you've never had before. And it's always a good thing to see something like that. Even if you don't like it, even if it doesn't, it's not your thing. It's something that it was an experience that you had and you were able to, see the things that you love and the things you don't love, it enriches your life.
Yeah, and it exposes you to a sort of shared humanity, even if you're seeing something that's a different time in a different place. Oh well, I can imagine myself in that situation too. It's very much a common human experience.
Yeah.
Well, I found that. Go on, sorry, David. You carry on.
One second. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm always I remember seeing like a Noah play in Chinese plays for like the first time, and for me that was just because, and like you, I'm in martial arts too. For me, it's like a culture I've always been interested in, and so seeing those bunraku and puppetry and things like that, it made me love that culture more because it was something so beautiful that it was like I started to the mythology of like the kitsune, the fox, and things like that. It just blew my mind that this is something that had been around for thousands of years, or seeing a Greek mask play. One time it's like where the stage was completely black and the only thing you saw was just the masks. And I thought that's going to be like the most boring as hell thing I've ever heard, but it was actually very, amazing. It was amazing. And it really expanded my horizons of like the things that I love. And you always hear that. You hear like, kids need to see arts and things like that. And you just go, yeah, whatever. But it's true. It really does help make you a better person, a richer person for seeing things like that and hearing things like that.
Yeah, it does. What you just described, this is much later in my life, in the past maybe 7 years. I felt the same with Pachelbel's Canon D, to a degree where there was hundreds of versions of Pachelbel's Canon D, because it's a very systematic way of performing music. But whenever you listen to somebody else talk about their experience of Pachelbel's Canon D, it almost mirrors your own. Like if you look at the YouTube video where it's Pachelbel's Canon, you read the comments, it's all the same kind of thing that you think.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? Like you're on the same position as everybody else, and you go, well, that's amazing because I've had a very different life than every single one of these people, but we still describe it in the same capacity, the same way. We're experiencing it on the same manner. And this piece of music is hundreds of years old.
Mm-hmm.
This idea that we move through existence and we forget everything that's in our past or anything like that. I don't want to use the big E word, obviously, but we do move. But these pieces of music are so powerful, and not just powerful for the individual, for everybody at the same time, how they feel on the same capacity. That's what they found with Pacquiao. Even though people who don't like it, fair enough. But those who don't like it don't engage with it. Those who engage with it, who like it, are always in the same vein of description, you know.
Yeah, and that's the way also too. Like when I was younger, I wouldn't say I am now because I'm kind of lapsed, but I was fairly good at history when I was younger. We went to the State Museum to see exhibitions at the Central Capitol at the museum there, the art museum there. And one of the things that just blew my mind was seeing true Renaissance, true sculpture for the first time. Michelangelo and things and Picasso paintings and things like that I would never have had a chance to see, touring exhibitions. And it was just one of the most beautiful things I ever remember, because it literally blew my mind. It literally changed how I view the world. And I just wasn't ready for that, I don't think. Because you look at marble that's been carved like cloth, or finger whorls, or indentions in flesh where a lover's gripping somebody's arms or buttocks or whatever. I know that it's not to sound gross, but you just see the level of detail that they carved into that statue is phenomenal.
When did sculptors stop working in marble and start going into molded bronze or whatever crap that they do for commission pieces nowadays?
Yeah, I mean, but even then, it's somebody still has to. I mean, I guess sculpt and then make a master mold and stuff. So it's still sculpting, but the ability to take one piece of stone, and take a chisel and carve it with a hammer or hand tools, and not fracture it, not break it, and bring out that perfection. Michelangelo said that that he would see the figure in the rock and free it, and I still to this day think, I mean, I may be mispronouncing this, Pieta, Christ being held by Mary, or I forgot what the other one's called.
When people say the Pieta, that's the Pieta is like an entire genre of artwork.
I mean, I was just saying, you just see something like that where they literally, you see where someone's hand or arm join, and you see the folds of the arm where the fingertips touch, and that's something that someone physically carved into a solid stone and brought that out and refined it, and it changed my life. Literally, it changed how I think about the universe. And I know that sounds jinky, but it's the truth. It really did change my perception.
That's the least jinky thing you've ever said, Dave.
Well, I
went allow this Huxley there for a second, but it was awesome.
It's really it's quite something, having the ability or the privilege perhaps of talking to other people who are artists. And you say that word artist, and people kind of either cringe away or don't appreciate what it means. And it's basically people who see reality in an alternative aspect. So and this is something that people don't, let's say you have the non-artistic, really kind of rational, almost, mind-numbingly boring to some degree, rational atheist types who are very baseline. It's very black and white. It's purely empirical, objective information that we absorb, and but they still enjoy art. But some of them don't, and you think, well, that's just there's a problem there. But when you talk to people who do kind of take this, who look at the world in this almost broken to some degree capacity, the best way I've ever been able to describe it, and I've had a lot of artist friends over the years, some of them not so much, but some of them like yourselves who really are. And the way I can describe it is it's almost like throwing up something directly from your brain and then trying to arrange it in a way that looks like what you thought it did, and then eating it again to throw it up again to try to make it look like you closer and closer. And it's a process of eating it and regurgitating it until it looks like you want it to look. And it's so, that analogy sounds rather crass and rather disgusting, but it exemplifies the artist. I don't want to sound too hipstery. It's really not my area to sound cringy, but it exemplifies.
We're 5.5 hours into this. So it's too late to start.
Yeah,
I can't apologize. I can't apologize anymore. But it exemplifies the artist's journey, because one of the things that you find as an artist is the first time you do something, it is pure shit.
Yes.
It is just crap, you know. You have, and it's not enough to say, "Oh well, I'll just put that to the side and do it again." No, you have to ingest that. You have to take that thing and put it back inside yourself and go, "Where did I get this crap wrong?" And I have to do it again. And I go, "Well, that's shit as well. That's not very good. That doesn't work against this person's work. Well, I'm going to try again." And you just keep going, and you keep going, and you keep going. And this is almost likened. As I already explained, I'm a chef, and sorry, I'm a cook. I'm not a chef, and it's very similar. Like, I never became a good cook because I followed a recipe. I always did my own thing, and over a long, long time, I made it so I could. And I literally ate the thing, and I went, "That's what it's missing. It's missing this flavor. It's missing this aroma, this taste, this texture, whatever."
Back up, yes.
And you literally, maybe that's why I thought of that analogy, because I am a cook by nature. You spit back out, that's not good enough. So we work to get that right. And it's the same thing with art. When you spit it back out, you go, well, what does this look like? What is the form that this has taken? Oh, it's not quite what I want it to be. Well, let's take you back in and start again. And that's the best way I can describe art. And I think that you might understand the analogy as artists, because most people that I've ever said the analogy to has understood it, because most people aren't artists. Most people think they're artists. They think they're creative. Creativity is not the same as being an artist, right? Having the ability to draw a picture, to copy somebody else's ability, isn't the same thing as being an artist. Artists are people who look in the world in a very, very particular way, right? Most of artists aren't academics.
Yes.
Right? Because it's a conflicting worldview. An academic is a very forensic, straightforward worldview where we can take phenomena and reassess them in a very particular way. Creativity is that I'm going to take my internal interpretation of phenomena and throw it out into the world and see if what I produce is correct. No, sometimes it might not be. Sometimes it might be.
But yeah, it sort of goes.
There's a great Nietzsche quote, which has stuck with me more than anything else Nietzsche has ever said. It's that behind a great scholar, you will often find a mediocre man. Behind a mediocre artist, you will often find a great man. And so that's it reminds me of that. And artists all have.
I do enjoy it when I'm right, you know. I really do.
But it's spot on. That's what that is.
It does twiddle my pindle if
he's bearing his wine glass.
Yeah. But then it does go back to like what we were talking about earlier, though, of reflection, because for an artist, most artists anyway, it's really, you know, they have to put themselves out there. I mean, even in sculpture, music, whatever it is, film, they literally have to take a part of themselves and their interpretation of the world and then put it out for all to see and open up to criticism and to reflection and introspection and review and sheer criticism, you know, and that's something that you have to be very strong. But a lot of times with artists, you find that they're very fragile emotionally. No, I mean, and I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean, I'm saying that it's something that it takes a very unique person to be an artist and a true artist, and to create something out of a different worldview, a different perspective, and put it out there for criticism. I mean, it takes a very brave person to do that.
The reason I laughed is because I thought of a quote I read sometime. It's just that Shakespeare had the good fortune to live in an age where there was no one there to tell him how to make things better. It's like, okay, Shakespeare, this like whole third act of Hamlet, okay, I'm not feeling it. It doesn't test well with the audiences.
Well, I mean, as you and Fabulous, we talked about, you and Rob, you and I talked about this though, like when making film, and I can only speak to the films that I made with my friends, but whenever you were locked in by a budget or something happened really that normally would have shut production down, it was always those little accidents that made you more
time of greatest creativity. Yes.
Yeah, and I mean seriously, it was things that like would have shut us down, but it made me, I hate to use the term outside the box, but really you start thinking it forces you to get more creative and come up with solutions that are probably going to be better because, it makes you focus more on what's there in the script and on the page and how you can best bring that to life as opposed to just, I've got the budget, let me bring in a digital army, So instead, you've got somebody on an Apple box in a field with one suit of armor because that's all you've got. But then, you bring it to life because, it makes you become more creative. And so you think of things that you would never have thought otherwise. I mean,
well, this is a discussion that me and David have had before. But one movie that we both love is, of course, 2001: A Space Odyssey, and for the entire basically to Jupiter and beyond sequence, I think in the script. In the spec script, it's basically question mark, question mark, question mark. I think is what was in there at the time. And so the movie was already like 3 years into production. It's okay, what are we gonna do here?
And Douglas Trumbull said we're gonna do slit scan. That's what Douglas Trumbull said.
Yes. So they
take a
no
look
idea.
at like Ridley Scott with Blade Runner, where they were literally Run Shaw is shutting the production down and literally cutting everything off as he's filming the scene that's the most famous part of the film, which is Roy Batty's death scene. They're shutting the rain machines off, they're cutting the lights off, they're taking the cameras away from him, and so he has to take sections of Kubrick's The Shining's, his cast-off reels of going through, the countryside in America to put at the end of the movie to give it a happy ending because the studio told him to. So now Blade Runner has 5-6 cuts now, unicorn cut. But the thing is that all of those things that made him so stressed out and made that movie so much better. And the same for 2001. It's like, they told him, they literally looked at Kubrick and said, most of the films he had made before that point were very intimate, small films. And then here he has this giant space epic with, all these scenes in it. And it's like the studio had no faith in him, but it made him be a better person.
A 4-year production time would be almost unheard of even nowadays. I mean, they did give him a lot of leeway in some respects.
They did in most of his films, though, didn't they? They just let him go with money and just see what happens, though, from what I can gather.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, if you look at a lot of his earlier stuff, like Past the Glory and things like that, it's he was always a great filmmaker. I mean, same for a lot of people crack on Ridley Scott, but let me, who have you seen lately that's been a visionary like that? I mean, it's there are people that just have a gift, and some people are like, well, this is crap, that's crap. It's easy to say that if you've never done it. If you've done it, then you know that how difficult it is. Most films don't get made. They get, they die a quick birth, and
8 out of 10 films don't get that, just nowhere near die on the edit room floor. Just well, certainly one thing quickly, which you both may well enjoy. I had my good friend Pat. We had a long theological conversation, mostly about our creative skills. And one of the things that we was important necessarily for him. I'm speaking on his behalf. He's not here, so I don't think he would mind me saying this. Creating things is almost like rearranging the original creation of God's gift.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
and it's and I heard that and I went, that's such a fucking Catholic idea, isn't it? like I was like, shit,
man, that like it's a bad thing. Yes,
like no, I mean he is a Catholic, and I've managed to. I haven't told you about this yet, but I've managed to split into the particular percentage fractions of my actual belief structure. And I was like, that's really bloody Catholic, that is, to say. And I was like, I 100% agree. So, like in a Catholic sense, in a theological sense, creating things is a reformatting of the original blueprint for existence.
I would say co-creation. Co-creation is the term I would use. I think like the nearest that you can get, and they're all varying degrees. I'm not saying this as a gardener or a landscaper myself, but the nearest you can get to that is the art of gardening and landscaping.
Well,
when I'm taking a walk, I walk past a church and they do all the they have all the
trees.
Well, what's the trees though everyone hates? The not the dogwoods, but yeah, they do it, and I just kind of hit me one day. It's that it is man working in concert with God.
Wow. Well,
beautiful.
You know what Peterson says about this one, don't you?
I'm sure you'll remind us.
It's the perfect instantiation between God and man, the perfect design and God and man in chaos, because nature is chaos and man is order, and having a garden, which Adam has, is the perfect way to reconcile between the two.
What happens when we're taken out of the equation and nature hits that balance? So that argument just goes away. Yeah.
I feel like Fabulous almost has contempt for Jordan Peterson at this point.
Does it show? I'm trying to hide.
Where did it come from?
No,
this is so sudden. I don't understand.
I think I think if we really want to go, so I don't know if you noticed, Bob, but Agaritas Stenosis is in the private chat.
Oh,
yeah. I didn't know if you. Well, the whole, okay, so years ago, so the whole reason that I'm even here is because of Jordan Peterson, right? So I got back into Christianity, which I'd ignored for a very long time, because of Jordan Peterson. And then I stepped forward and found Rob's channel, and I messaged Rob and said, here I am, I'm this guy who's got this Petersonian worldview. I didn't say that, but and he invited me to the conversations, and since then we've gone from there. He's not important anymore because he's facilitated the exercise. So, but from then, I find, and we mentioned this last time we spoke, Rob, that Peterson is great as a kind of gateway drug. But
yes, agreed.
I was a reasonable theologian when I was about 15 years of age.
Wow, we have someone else.
Hey! Greetings from South Australian dudes.
Hey,
hey.
Introduce yourselves to people who might not know who you are.
My name's Daniel, or Agaritas Stenosis. I'm kind of on YouTube, kind of not. Yeah. I don't know what else to say.
What time is it where you are? I see the sun shining in your windows.
It's 5:23 p.m.
Okay, are you in Greece?
Australia, South Australia.
Oh, you told me that. Yeah. So sorry, I've had a little too.
That's okay.
Southern land.
It's great to see you, man.
Yeah, great to talk to you guys too. Sorry, I'm a bit late. I had camera issues.
No, that's fine. Thank you for always, being such a supporter in the comments. It's really appreciated.
You have a great channel, you guys. Yeah.
Thank you, man.
I mean, if you wish to sit there for 10 minutes and stoke up our avarice, you will receive no conflict from me.
Please deposit $50 in each of our accounts. No, I'm just kidding.
But since your geographical location demands this question, what the hell is going on over there?
It's getting crazy, man. I'm in South Australia. We have I think masks are mandatory in a lot of places. People are getting fired because of not taking jabs. It's getting crazy.
Yeah, that's happening here too.
Is that over like all of Australia, or is it just in the cities?
Well, each state has a different rules because of each state has like a governor, a semi-governor, whatever they're called. But yeah,
it's a very time of upheaval in a lot of places.
Mm-hmm. Well, if I may, I'll put the lid back on my Pringles for this one. If I may lead a slight inquisitive conversation on this, because I think if I may make such a claim, that because of the very nature of the governmental structure of England, well, Britain, whatever, I think we have a very different view of what is permissible than the you guys. But I also think that where you guys live, it's even worse that such a thing would even happen. So I'll kind of, we were going to talk about this one, weren't we? But we never got a chance to. But so what's happened in England is we have a mask mandate now, which is not being followed because anyone who says they're exempt can just be exempt by their own merit. And the police can't even challenge you. No one can challenge you on this topic. So it's obviously not a enforceable idea, but it is in law to some degree. English law is very tricky because if you can prove a reasonable doubt, then of course English law falls apart. So if I were to say I'm exempt from wearing a mask, I wouldn't have to prove that. If the police officer believed that it was reasonable that I said that, then there would be no law being broken. So English law is objective in its very nature, but it's subjective in its application. I can't speak for your countries. I don't know what the situation is like. But so we've done the mask mandate thing, but we have a COVID passport. They don't call it a passport. They call it a COVID pass, which is why I paused between the word passport the first time when I said it. But you can't go into certain areas without having a certificate on your phone to say that you are vaccinated, or to say that you have a lateral flow test, a negative lateral flow test. Now, I'm not particularly against that because I appreciate that there is a pandemic. Whether or not I believe the danger of the Omicron variant is a different argument, because you can't differentiate between Omicron and Delta or Alpha or Beta. It's a different argument. But that's what's going on in England. Now, what I see is that, at least in Australia, there doesn't seem to be any reasonability or any rationale behind, not that there is in England, obviously, there's still a weak rationale for it over here, but over there, it seems even weaker as a rationale for having effectively a medical apartheid. So what can you do as an unvaccinated person that you couldn't do if you were vaccinated?
Well, speaking of, my brother actually last week was like the last days he could actually go into a nightclub before the passports went into effect. I think next March he might be kicked out of his work position if he doesn't get the jab. I've had my job because I had to. I don't want to lose my job. But yeah, it's what's it gonna? There are certain places you have to scan your phone to enter through like a QR code reader or something.
Yeah, same as it. Yeah,
that's like mandatory. Yeah. So your question was which places are like inaccessible without the vaccine? Is it?
Yeah.
Most places that I know of are accessible. Well, I don't really go out much, but so yeah, I use the QR code and try to be protected from. But yeah, it does feel like very forced on
Coercive.
everything. Yeah.
Say coercive.
The passports aren't going away. They're going to become your carbon use passports. They're going to become an everything passport from here
but that's
on.
part of the conditioning process, though. That's
Yeah,
what
and there'll be more jabs
really
they're saying as well, which
I will just to pause you. I will carry on, but I'm going to go for a wee while you get your conspiracy stuff out of the way. So
okay. So the lizard people, by the way, the lizard people are responsible for all this now.
Well, okay.
Yeah. So
you go, David Icke. You let us know about that, Icke. How's it going?
See, this is the thing about David Icke. He is, when you hear him talk, he is the most sane person talking with a British accent. Present company included.
More than fabulous.
Yes. No, he is frighteningly rational when you actually hear him talk. He's like, this is the most astute observer of the current political climate I've ever heard. And he's also the guy who talks about the reptilians. So,
well, you know that the Shedi were actually discussed in old, very old historical documents, and in all the way India. I mean, throughout history, they've referred to lizard people, so it's not like entirely out of the realm of craziness because they are part of the world's history. So,
I love.
But then again, you have Roman soldiers being.
I make a
pardon my creaky wooden chair. It's a bit creaky and
yeah.
all.
You remember that when the Roman soldiers that would take a dip into a particular lake, and then they would come out the other side and put on wolf skins and then become, wolves. So those kinds of stories have been around for forever.
I will not tolerate
that. Kind of leads into the moon landing. So what do you think about that? Like, I don't.
The moon landing. Okay.
Yeah, it looks so fake to me. Like, I don't know. I don't really have much trust in NASA anymore. But after the whole thing.
So I'll throw this out there is because conspiracy theories are not always a matter of either or. It can sometimes be a matter of both end. Okay, so at the time, America was basically in a race on every level with the Soviet Union. And if we had a mission to the moon and in the very high probability that something went wrong with that mission and those astronauts were lost, it would have been a huge black eye for the United States in the time when we could really not afford it. So what you can say for the moon landing was faked, people, at the very least, and there are people much smarter than I am who do make that claim. Well,
makes me want to watch Capricorn 1 again.
What's that?
There's a movie called Capricorn 1 where they faked the Mars landing or something.
Yeah, it was a movie, I think, in the 70s. It's a really good film.
What I'm going to say about that. This is what I'm going to say about that is it makes sense if they were going to do a real mission to the moon, at least have a faked moon landing filmed on backup in the very probable case that something went wrong with the actual moon landing. Because again, all probabilities were counting against that. There's a very high probability something would go wrong. So yes, I can definitely understand the idea that they did in fact film a fake moon landing in the case that something went wrong with the real moon landing.
Well, there's a lot of contrary evidence that that they did go to the moon. Probably the biggest thing that I would say to people is there's actual sites that you can go to that will tell you the locations of the lunar modules, the lunar rover, and you can
the mirror on the moon where you could shoot a laser up and
there's actual sites that tell you the exact location, and if you go to one of the local observatories, and I've actually done this where they say you look at a bright object, they key in this telescope, and then they change the focus of or refraction or whatever, and to account for the haze of the atmosphere, and then you were actually able to see the object on the moon. And I think that sure, it could be a pile of rocks or whatever, but it very much too, you had the entire the entire budget of the United States basically being poured into this program to build the Saturn V rocket. So you had these people being launched into space, and they were being, in the command module, they were very well protected. But once they climbed into that lunar module, it was literally like sandwiched thin pieces of technically kitchen foil, and they were to land on this planet. The men back then. There's a really great book and movie about this, The Right Stuff, and it describes the whole entire astronaut program of how these men came from being carrier pilots and combat pilots, and they went through a very extensive and very dedicated process of being trained to go on these missions. And if you look at the Russian side of things, another reason I don't think that it's fake is because a lot of people lost their lives. I mean, in the process, the first Apollo mission literally burned up on the launch pad. This was just during a test run, and they put bolts on the doors instead of a release handle. So they were literally bolted inside. The cabin was pressurized to 100% oxygen, which, as you know, is extremely flammable. Long story short, people died to get to the moon on both sides. So I personally believe we went to the moon, and I don't have any doubt of that.
I'm somewhere in the middle. I'd ask God if I passed away. That'll be one of my questions, to show me the whole everything.
The moon landing was no. I totally understand, and that's what I tell people is I always keep an open mind on anything, because our government lies to us about everything.
Yes.
So, and like Rob said, if you look at some of the sets that they've built for movies or stuff, it's not inconceivable. Like when they were practicing for the moon landing, they had what was called a carrier system, which is basically a big cable construct in the desert, and they would climb into what was a lunar module section, and they would roll the lunar module out on these cables and land them in a moonscape that, because the land out there, and I think it was like Moab, Utah, looked very much like the moon. So, so it's not, out of the far realm of possibility that, given the effects artists, because Stanley Kubrick, literally, we were talking about 2001 earlier, he literally went to the people who, Douglas Trumbull and all of the people who had created these animations for CBS and all these other, broadcast companies about the moon landing, these animations, so that he could have
the whole story behind that.
Yeah. And so it's not outside the realm of possibility that it could be fake, but I know Rob's never been there with me before, but we have an observatory here where we live that's a really high power telescope, and they zoomed it in on this particular area, one of the mares where they had one of the later landings, and you could actually see the reflection from the lander. So and just knowing, as being a space nut, I really do think that they did land on the moon. I mean, at least just because of the sheer volume of effort that it took to get people there. So that would be a lot of effort just to get people into orbit. that would be a lot, much easier than trying to slingshot them and gravitational wells to get them to the moon, orbit within the moon.
While we were having this very serious discussion, I wanted to full screen Fabulous, very theatrical.
I knew. That's what you were trying to do. I saw you. That's why I threw my Pringles away, because I saw you tweeting around and making yourself bigger. I thought he's going to try and hone in on my fat chops trying to eat food here.
Yes.
Do you know what?
Let a man snack, Rob. Let a man snack.
Yes, I tell you what, right? I tell you what. Well, first of all, I would just like to clarify my view on moon landings and alien shuttles and things. I always avoid these conversations because I have no care in them. So don't think that I'm rude or I don't disbelieve or believe anyone. I have no concerns whatsoever. I don't do conspiracy either, so I can't even dabble. I can't even dip my toe into either side. I just avoid it entirely.
Let's change the topic. Speaking of communism, sorry.
What flavor of Pringles?
There are two conspiracies, and I'll talk about Pringles, right? There are two conspiracies that I believe in. One is that there are no conspiracies at all, and two is that Jesus was clearly an alien. That's all I have. That's all I have. Right? I have seen the History Channel after 11 o'clock at night, and it is conclusive that Jesus was an alien. If you look at all the pictures, there's always an alien zooming down.
Georgios.
I actually wrote a short story, right, where aliens came from outer space to kidnap a human being, but instead they ended up kidnapping Jesus by accident, and they have to deal with the ramifications of kidnapping Jesus. So that was a really funny story. This is how to alienate so many people on your channel away from.
Okay, Agaritos, you have the floor again. What are you gonna say?
Oh yeah, I want to mention about my family. Most of my family live in Europe, Eastern Europe, Czech and Slovak Republic. And actually, my parents fled communism in the late 70s and arrived in Australia. So yeah, it's kind of scary to see it all, all the counterculture stuff happen around me, and kind of thing that
echoing the conditions that your family came from.
Yeah.
The same hallmarks of totalitarianism that happened then that are happening now, but I think the main difference is that there's so much more access to information that the obviously authoritarians hoped that they would monopolize. Is that now? we're speaking for myself. I'm freely discussing these things on the internet. I've been shadow banned on YouTube. I've never been censored in any real punitive way. And so we're discussing these things, and I think David and I would agree that people are sort of being woken up and being persuaded in the opposite direction of what the sort of authoritarians would want to sort of propagandize people into believing. By the way, I'm sorry if I'm not completely articulate here. I have had a few drinks.
You've had the devil's juice. That's what it is.
Well, I make my funniest social media posts after I've had the devil's juice.
But you don't have social media anymore. That's your problem.
YouTube is my social media. Yes.
You don't make any...
Facebook is dead. There's nothing going on.
How dare you? How dare you? Who do you think you are?
How dare you, Rob?
You invite us all to your house, and then you insult us all with your conspiracy about Mark Zuckerberg being a bad fit. How dare you?
Zuckerberg. I will say this. There's no one from Generation Z, as Fabulous Agnostic would say. There's no one from Generation Z on Facebook. Is that true? Is that true? They're all going to Instagram. They're all going to TikTok. They're all going to Twitch
and Discord and those kind of messaging apps.
And Discord. If you're geekier, you go to Discord.
Okay, can I pause you all? I would like you all to choose a drink for me. I'm staring at my little mini
show
bar
us
here.
what you got.
All of them.
All right. Well, let me.
All of them.
So many demands here in this arena
I like
of ideas. This is my little bar here. So.
Nice.
Wow. That is epic.
Not really. I had a bar. I own a bar, so it's not that hard. There's this whiskey. There's this thing here.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill this thing before this live stream is out. Okay.
People are like, well,
I just asked you to.
selling
It wasn't
alcohol
hard.
here. What am I? Could I go into
You could very
alcohol?
easily just pick me a drink, whether it was gin or vodka or rum or something like that. That's all I asked.
Do you have any Bailey?
He drinks a lager drink. He drinks a cider drink. He drinks a drink that reminds him of the good times. He drinks a drink that reminds him of the best times.
It's too late for something.
I'm gonna give everyone Rob's actual home address. So
No!
they come thumper outside his window.
And his IMDb page, yes.
Then you'll hear it from the distance and go.
By the way, I'm 12 notches behind a very famous British actress. So
But you're 12. What?
I alternate between IMDb and
whiskey.
Letterboxd. Have you heard of Letterboxd?
Mm-hmm.
Letterboxd?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's like IMDb. You make like lists and movie reviews and stuff.
Like playlists of your favorite films and stuff.
Yeah, I think it's a New Zealand thing, but it's like worldwide now, I think.
Yeah, it's amazing, like all the streaming services that they have. Because I remember when we were a kid, it was like you didn't have anywhere to go see a movie. Now you can see a movie at any time, like 24/7.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Well, see, this is the thing. Like when I was a kid, I would stay up late watching MTV, hoping to see a particular music video or sing a rock block of like REM or something. Nowadays, I have every music video ever made at my fingertips, and I don't want to watch any of them. I'd rather just take a walk in the woods, you know.
I love the 80s new wave music. I'm stuck in the past.
Yes, you are one of us.
You're one of us.
I like collecting vinyl, and I got
one of them
collection.
Okay. You see this? You see this back here?
Nice.
So okay. I'm gonna ask you. Well, I'm not. Well, what's your favorite song of all time?
That's you can't. You can answer that question.
Shut up.
No one has.
Shut up.
What are you, 5 years in?
This is epic chill levels that we're getting.
I can tell you a band I've been listening to recently. They made a documentary about this band, The Sound, with Adrian Borland. Not the new one, but the one from the 80s. And the documentary is interesting. It's about the lead singer called Walking in the Opposite Direction. It's a British band, but it wasn't very popular, except in Europe when they performed in I forget where, Sweden or somewhere. They were popular.
And where was what was
for some
the name
reason? The Sound.
The Sound. Oh yeah, I remember that.
But yeah, I like a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I tell people that it was a magical time. I mean, because that was literally.
I just missed that. I was born in '87, so.
Oh, I know. I mean, '87 for me was a really magical year. That was the first girlfriend I had. I mean, it was like all sorts of stuff, you know. Megan's over here laughing at me, so I'm gonna shut up now. Grandpa's gonna be quiet.
There was a meme that either David shared it and I liked it, or I shared it and David liked it. But yeah, it was something we really communed on. But it was a meme that said, this is what you think the 80s looked like. It looked like, Punky Brewster's bedroom where everything was like day glow colors. So this is what the 80s actually looked like. It's like a dark wood panel den with a dark wood panel TV. It's like, no, what how the 80s is portrayed nowadays is for most people, it was not actually like that. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's like it's like retro wave, because like all the fan made videos for retrowave use a lot of neon and and rain drenched streets and stuff. Very Blade Runner, but it's like the 80s was like as most pedestrian and boring as you could. It was literally the 70s carried over pretty much, but
when you actually
did a pretty good job of what it's like. Mike's basement's family's basement is literally the 80s in a nutshell. That's Mike's basement. There you go.
When you actually see the VHS records, they're much less flattering than you've been led to believe. There are a lot more mullets. There are a lot more mullets. There's a lot more wood paneling.
What is that? What's the Penelope Spheris film? It's like Decline of the West, or the Decline of Western Civilization.
By the way, that's the second reference to Penelope Spheris we made in this. Just like there have been two references to Harris Teeter, 2 references to Penelope Spheris in this live stream. She directed the Suburbs, yes.
I just want to know what flavor Fabulous is eating, man. That's what I want to know.
Oh, okay, Fabulous.
Oh, dude, that's my favorite one. Seriously,
Fabulous. If you want a fifth cringy YouTube channel, it's just Fabulous dramatically eating Pringles.
Look, how dare you insinuate that I've got that many channels? It's 4.
Your third cringy.
He's your friend, Rob. He's your family, Rob, and you're turning on him.
Look, I have a really successful non-cringy channel, right? It's the Fabulous Agnostic because there's nothing on it. Right? It's a zero. It's a dead channel. If you Google the Fabulous Agnostic, I get your channel. Literally go, it's the Deflating Atheism with the Fabulous Agnostic. I don't have anything on there. It's just you.
Oh, okay.
So basically, what you're saying is it's the number station of YouTube.
This is the truth. Okay, I'm not saying this with any meanness, any contempt, or anything. There is a Christian apologetics channel called Deflate. Okay, so if you search for atheism,
if you really want a good apologetics channel where they deflate atheism, go to the channel called Deflate. Because if you come to Deflating Atheism, all you get is me. Just get me for the past. The
turtle, yes. Here's you deflating it. This is Deflating Atheism in 2021. Okay.
Cheers.
What you got? Okay.
It's
alcohol. They get drunk. That's what we're gonna do. It's alcohol,
a turtle, and me. That's what Deflating Atheism is in 2021 /2022, depending on we're going to Google it. So
every joke, hell, it starts out. Every joke starts off too, as well. So.
That's the title of my audiobook.
What's that?
Megan said that's going to be the title of her audiobook, Alcohol, a Turtle, and Me.
So I don't know who this Deflate guy. God bless him, because he's doing a better job than I ever did. But I'd like to ask him if really the choice for his name had to have been me. I mean, there's no.
Well, I mean, I not to perform the hagiography that I may well perform on your behalf, which I've given up on since knowing you.
Okay.
Because when I first followed you, you had followers and views. Now it's not so much the case. So it certainly wouldn't be the case now. You know full well that I don't always say the nicest of things about other apologetic channels. So I don't know if what you just said is true. I'll be generous on that one.
Oh,
we
wow.
just gonna, like,
I actually bought a study Bible for myself, and I've been reading through a lot of the New Testament.
Well, you're more qualified to do a Christian apologetics channel at this point, I think, than I am.
Thank you. I've looked into a lot of like studies, and like I like it's very interesting. There's lots of really cool stuff in there.
So, Rob, your channel is no longer yours.
I guess not. I guess not. I should hand it over. Well, this was actually a choice I had when I deleted my personal Facebook account. So I had the Deflating Atheism Facebook page, and so I had a very real choice where I could just like toss the car keys to someone else. Okay, I'm not gonna have my personal Deflating Atheism page, but I was thinking of like tossing it to what's his face. This is embarrassing.
Yeah, that's good.
To someone else.
It's only your legacy.
Who is this? Who is this person?
To another Christian apologist. I'm trying to think of the guy I met in Los Angeles. Oh my God, I can't remember his name. But I was going to say
Doesn't matter.
control of the Deflating Atheism Facebook page to him. If someone could keep it alive, I said no. I don't want to support the Zuck anymore. So,
well, it's harder for me because I have like family members that exclusively use it from overseas. So, like part
that's
of me,
why I'm on there pretty much.
Yeah.
I've alienated all my family members.
I don't like my family, and they wouldn't watch anyway, so it doesn't make a difference to me. So,
yeah.
Okay, well, we've got 2 people who love their family and 2 people who are bitter towards their family.
Merry Christmas, everybody!
If Fabulous didn't like his family members, he'd go up to his attic and pelt them with rocks out the window. Yes.
Holy cow!
It's funny because one of my rules for Christmas, which Rob will well know,
the 12
given
rules
it's
for Christmas.
It's not 12, it's 5.
6.5 hours into this. We haven't got to Fabulous's 12 rules for Christmas.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Y'all remind me of like that scene in the history of the world where Mel Brooks breaks the tablet as Moses is like these laws, and it breaks it, and then never mind, I'll shut up now.
I want to say, what's the weather like in your places? Is it snowing? Because I never really experienced much snow. It's like sunny here and winter, like in
in North Carolina, people are usually wearing shorts halfway through December. So yeah, we haven't gotten snow yet, but we'll probably get snow.
It's putting on the pants. It's about to get serious.
It's shorts. I'm wearing Floridian, Californian, whatever
this is for
the American.
This is for the ladies. Of the 3 people who are watching this, I guarantee you 0 are ladies.
We're all probably all male. What's up, ladies?
Your viewership is about to skyrocket now.
Yeah.
Since I got up and demonstrated that I wear shorts.
I hate to say this. We had 3 viewers. We had 3 viewers. It went down to 2 of you. I guarantee you. I guarantee you, none of them are ladies. Okay.
Yeah, I think
there must be true warriors too still watching. Thank you very much.
No, well, this is the thing.
But they catch up as well.
These live streams become epic after a while.
Yeah.
They may only.
I think the word epic is very traditional in its classical sense. I wouldn't want anyone to assume that the word epic meant anything other than long.
Yeah.
That's about as much as that means.
Rob, if there's not fireworks, there's not.
This is like the Hobbit movies. They went when they got all the footnotes to Lord of the Rings, and they made the footnotes into his yes. Yeah.
Don't step on my turf, right? I was a big fan of the Hobbit movies.
I love the Lord of the Rings movies.
I got the extended cuts of all of them recently. I have to take some time and get through. I watched all of them, but the theatrical cuts. But yeah, I really like them too. I wonder how the new TV show will be though.
Woke
the prequel.
Woke trash.
Okay.
If they're talking about having nudity involved, then something's not right. It's
no,
just...
well, it wouldn't. It would. It's obviously very weird. I mean, Tolkien was an uber conservative. There would never have been elves falling in love with dwarves, and there would never have been people taking their bras off in front of other people. It just wouldn't have happened. So yeah, I agree that it would have been a very disturbing idea to have that going on. Yeah.
Yeah. I still know, and they say that it's being done with the blessings of the family, but I guess money talks. It's just I could have never have turned over my relatives' work over to do something like that just because they want to be like Game of Thrones or something. I don't understand it because the first time I read The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings was like blew my mind. I mean, I just that I told Megan like Dune and the Lord of the Rings books were literally like the things that really were like my favorite books in the world. That and Philip Dick.
I'm a great fan of Philip K. Dick.
Oh yeah, this is amazing because his stories were just, I mean, even before they were being made into movies, they were just phenomenal short stories that he had. So,
Fellas got me through a really tough time, and really happy to have got myself a copy of that book. And, you mentioned Game of Thrones. There's a lot of copycat shows now, like The Witcher. It's based off something else, but like they're trying to imitate it, and it's not really my
because they want that audience that's no longer there for for Game of Thrones, and they're trying to So it's sad that that they take something like that like Lord of the Rings and pervert it in such a way. And I mean, I use that word. I don't use that word lightly. They're perverting it. They're just it just makes me sad.
Mm-hmm.
Why does everything have to be so edgy?
Yeah, I mean, because the movies themselves were some of the most beautiful and most moving and very inspiring movies. And it's like, and again, when we were talking earlier about strong female roles, the women in those movies were phenomenally strong and inspirational. And Galadriel and Arwen. I mean, it just. Why do you have to change something that's not broken? I mean, the person who brings down the Witch King of Angmar is a woman, because she can't be slain. He can't be slain by a man. So, or it can't be slain by a man. So, she ends up defeating him. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, I don't know.
Can I just may I interject on your gender politics of the Lord of the Rings? I am textbook Lord of the Rings, so it isn't that I don't agree with the premise of your arguments, because it is true, but Arwen does not do anything in the original context.
No,
she isn't the one. It's Celeborn who
what I'm saying is in the theme of the films, like they fleshed out the role so she would actually have something to do in the day. Yeah. And I mean, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that if you want to talk about strong women in film, it's full of it. But Tolkien wasn't well known in the books for his strong females. But
no, but what I was going to say was I agree with you when it comes to Éowyn, because here's the misconception that filtered into the story thematically, filmically, and in reality, is that the Witch King of Angmar couldn't be killed by a man. But that's not what in the story. The story indicates that it's Glorfindel who suggests that is the case. It's not that he won't be killed by a woman. It won't be killed by a man. It's that he will be killed by half a man and a woman in the story.
Yeah, so, you're right about that. Yep, you're right. I remember that.
So no, what so they kind of butcher that a lot in the story. And even though no one ever thinks to ask Glorfindel what he meant by this, even though Glorfindel is next to all of them in the White Council. Like he's got a seat there, and Gandalf sits next to him and never thinks, "Oh, what do you mean by this particular thing?" So, the Shield Maidens of Rohan are an ancient thing, and she's really, really powerful. So, it's because the reason she can defeat the Witch King is because she stands stalwart in the face of evil and danger, which the other people of Rohan wouldn't have, because she's a Shield Maiden. And the reason that Merry has the ability to defeat the Witch King is because A, he stands stalwart in the face of danger because he's a hobbit, and B, he has the Edunodyne dagger, which can remove the magical shield from the Witch King's face or whatever, and then she can defeat him because she is the avatar of moral purity, effectively. So I agree with what you're saying. It's the fact that she's a female, as far as Tolkien is concerned, is really important. Because she's not just a nobody, she is a Shield Maiden of Rohan, and they're tied to Eru Iluvatar himself by lineage. So that's my. I have to just get that one in there as a.
No, you're totally right. I guess what I was trying to say is, they talk a big game and say that they want strong female characters, but then what they want is a TV show where a woman comes on, she's just in the way, and she basically shows her boobs, has a sex scene, and gets.
Oh yeah.
And it's like that's not.
Well, yeah.
It's not. I don't know. Megan loves Game of Thrones. I would never watch it because I just thought it was smut trash. Sorry, that's just my opinion. I'm not talking about the books. I'm not talking about, but I'm just saying I just wouldn't watch it because it was mostly about glorification of the worst parts of humanity. I
tried watching it, but I couldn't. It's just.
For me, it's like there was something about watching the Fellowship because they're so desperate. They're so different beings, but they're all facing the same oblivion. It doesn't matter where you're located in Middle Earth, it's coming. Sauron's coming, and there's nothing that they can do other than to stand up to that evil. So it's like basically they're people. The hobbits are basically a peaceful people, a people that live their lives peacefully. They're a gregarian society. You've got Aragorn, who's correct me if I'm wrong, but he's half elvish. So he doesn't really fit totally into the world of elves. He doesn't fit totally into the world of man, and he's a ranger. And you've got another man who's basically not living up. He and his brother are basically trying to live up to the potential of a crazy man. You've got all these things that are happening. You've got a dwarf who's basically his whole entire lineage has been killed and is dead. And so he's lost his ancestors. And he believed that the great kingdoms were still shining and still, in good state, but they've fallen to disrepair and crumble because they've been taken over by the orcs. And so it's like, all of them have lost greatly, and they've all had things taken away from them. And then you see them all band together, and you have each of them brings something to the table. It's kind of like the Avengers in a way, because they each bring something to the table that the other doesn't have, and they complement each other very well. And they work together to try to bring down a common foe. And it's like, who wouldn't be inspired by that?
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at Tolkien's life, and what he did in the trenches, you realize that he's actually fought, he's seen real evil, he's seen real death, he's seen real pain. It's like Christopher Lee, somebody that was actually friends with him. He also had faced death and evil. It was funny because I remember there was a story that was really interesting about Christopher Lee where he was filming a scene in a movie where he was.
I saw that in the Candancula video about Christopher Lee.
Yeah, but and he
Yeah,
was
they met
strangling
each other
someone in the
briefly.
movie, and they were correcting him. He's like, "Well, that's not what someone strangled." And he says, "Excuse me, I've strangled people in real life. I know what a dying man sounds
This
like."
is
And
the
it's
death
like,
of
you know how to strangle.
the death of Sauron. The death of Sauron, where Green Worm stabs him in the back, and they wanted him to play a very dramatic position on this, and he said, "When you get stabbed in the back, that's not what happens, because when you get stabbed in the back, you get stabbed in the lung, and
Yeah.
it takes the wind out of you. So when you see Saruman die in that kind of position, that's how you would have died if you got stabbed in the back." They wanted it to be like, "Oh, I've been stabbed in the back," and it wasn't the case, because he had been in the war and he did stab people in the back. Yeah.
He said, I think it was when he I can't remember if it was the movie with Alan Arkin or the musical with Alan Arkin. I know you sound crazy, but there really was a musical he did with Alan Arkin. It was about henchmen or something like that. But he said that he was putting his fingers on the person's carotid and choking the guy, and the director's like, "That's not how you do it." He said, "Excuse me, I've killed people for real. I know." And the Lord of the Rings example is another example. He had several times during his career where he would have to remind these people who were directing him, who had never been through these experiences, that he had in fact seen real bloodshed and real death and real pain, and yet he was so eloquent and so.
Yes, he was.
Especially in the Hammer films. God, the Hammer films are just.
Oh yeah.
And the law as well. He made a whole language. Like, it's really
exactly.
intricate.
I mean, when you think of Dracula, you think of, yes, Bela Lugosi, but you also think of Christopher Lee, because he had such a presence and such power and such magnetism. It's like years later, people are still, when you see a retrospective, of course you see, Gary Oldman, you'll see Bela, but you always will see Christopher Lee, because he
I quite enjoyed watching Peter Cushing run across that table to pull those curtains down. It was a very riveting scene when I was 17 years of age, studying horror movies.
I have to rewatch some of those movies. I got a bunch of them, so yeah. I watched The Devil Rides Out. That was pretty interesting, and that's probably one of my favorites that I've watched more recently. But yeah, anyway, I'm sorry. I meant to talk about Tolkien, that he, created this elaborate language and all this law and everything. It's amazing.
Still the most amazing thing one of the most amazing things I've ever read, because my teacher at the time handed me first The Hobbit. So I read The Hobbit and I loved it. But when he handed me the rest of the books that Tolkien had written, I remember reading the description of the Nazgul, and it was like the coolest damn thing I'd ever heard. I mean, honestly, just, these ring wraiths was like the coolest thing I'd ever read. And, I love like the wargs and all the other stuff from the other book and the stone trolls and the things like that. But it was just that world of darkness, because I don't know why it drew me in, because it made me realize, like, this is real evil. And they, it wasn't like there was like, I wouldn't say a kid's tone to The Hobbit, but I guess it is, because it really was kind of a kid's book. But reading The Lord of the Rings was like a whole other matter. It was more of an adult book for me, and I just fell in love with that world.
Well, the Witch King of Angmar is just perfect as a character.
Yeah,
I've always favoured that as a bad guy, because the Witch King isn't just a bad guys have motivation, and it's usually because something happened to them or something along those lines. But the Witch King is just a pure servant of darkness.
Yeah,
like it's just pure evil.
It's just a force of
evil. Not only is it that, it's the wonderful scene. My favorite scene in the entire film, the 3 films of the original trilogy, is where Pippin says to him, "We have the White Wizard, that must count for something," and he says, "There's one more powerful than I, the Witch King of Angmar." And you kind of don't know up until that. You assume that like Pippin did, that Gandalf is the most powerful one, except for Sauron, but it's not true. And then, of course, they meet in the extended edition as well, which most people won't have seen, where they meet and the Witch King wins against Gandalf. And if it wasn't for the Rohirrim arriving, the Witch King would have killed Gandalf, and that would have been the end of a long stretch of different things, because Gandalf is, of course, the main character of the story, except for maybe Samwise Gamgee. But without Gandalf, the story would never progress as far as it did. So
yeah, and you think about the fact that, and I may be mispronouncing this, but Gandalf is a Mayar. He's like one of the original spirits of the literally of the
he's
world.
An angel, effectively.
And if it puts fear into him, imagine the power that entails. And it's like, and
they don't really address this particularly very well until the Hobbit films, where Gandalf literally faces off against Sauron himself, and there's that like black shadow thing, and it's all very dramatic. But the when Gandalf is in the what is called the creation, which is basically heaven in this the Tolkien universe, his name was Olorin, and he actually knows Galadriel. As a side note, him and Galadriel are friends, which is why in the Hobbit film they tried to make it look like they were lovers, but they really weren't. They were just very good friends. And Gandalf has always been afraid of Sauron because he is a Mayor. They're on the same level. And there's that scene where Galadriel gets offered the ring and she turns it down. And she arrogantly believes that she would be able to be a Dark Queen and all this kind of stuff. But it's not true. The only being in Middle-earth, and this is confirmed by Tolkien, that stands a chance against Sauron with the ring is Gandalf, because they're on the same level. But not just Gandalf. I mean Saruman, Radagast, and the two Blue Wizards are also on the same level, but they're not quite strong enough because they couldn't manipulate the ring in the right way, whereas Gandalf actually could, which is why Gandalf fears the ring as well. Because Gandalf knows if he takes the ring, he will try to do good with it for a very long time until it corrupts him enough that it won't benefit him anymore. And Gandalf knows full well if he took the ring, he could be able to defeat Sauron. But that wouldn't benefit the people of the land because it would put Gandalf in a position that was Sauron effectively. Because the ring is not just Sauron's artifact, it's Malcor's artifact, and Malcor is effectively Sauron's boss. Sauron was just a lieutenant in Malcor's army. Malcor is the basically Lucifer of the story that in the beginning that Erebor had sung into creation, and Malcor had basically created his own tune, and that he was the bad guy and all that kind of stuff. And in the first age, it was Malcor versus the forces of good, when you mentioned earlier about Aragorn being a half elf, that's true to some degree, but he's not a half elf. His descendants are half elven. So Aragorn's descendants are Isildur and Elendil, who was basically the first half elf who defeated Malcor in the First Age, who will one day come back and defeat. And he defeated the original Balrogs and all this kind of stuff in that. That's kind of the descended lore into the universe. So yes, Gandalf, to short story that one all the way through, Gandalf is like a lot more than they let him be in the films. But they make it look at coming back as like a big deal, but really it's not for Gandalf because Erebor Ilúvatar sent him back because that was his job to do to begin with. If that makes sense, he becomes the White Wizard because Saruman has failed his capacity as the White Wizard, which Erebor Ilúvatar also anticipated. If you know the material from before that, so I'll stop talking now.
Oh no, you're the expert. It's fascinating. I mean,
I'm an expert.
What Adronis was saying earlier, that's what it is. It's like the world building. He made a language. He made maps. He built genealogies. He created this beautiful universe, and I just hate to see it go to HBO where it's just like the boob channel, and that's literally what's going to happen to this beautiful creation. Is just going to get tarnished. It just I don't know. It just makes me sad. Because it deserves better than that. And I think people will look back on like Peter Jackson stuff and even the Rankin Bass animated stuff and be glad that, or Ralph Bakshi, they'll look back on those things and say this is how it should have stayed. So I don't know.
No, I think you're right there, because the whole, like I say, the romance was not a thing that Tolkien dipped his toe in. You know, there was none of this dwarves falling in love with owls and Aragorn and Arwen got married. There's Galadriel and her husband Celeborn, who were married. But in terms of romance, there wasn't a great deal of. There was no sauciness, let's say, in the text. So to conjure it up would be not just incorrect thematically; it would be inappropriate, because that wasn't the original intention. It was all about the journey. It was basically a Dungeons and Dragons thing done correctly, because of course the Dungeons and Dragons spawned out of the. That and Lovecraft anyway. So it would be rather inappropriate to make it so that there were lots of boobs in Middle Earth, because they didn't really have much time for whoring anyway.
No,
like
the world was literally in danger. I mean, the world was literally, I mean, and I know he, at least what I read, that he wrote it as an analogy for watching the great dragon, as he called it, the countryside be devoured by the industry and development, and watching the old ways fall away. And I remember reading that he imagined worlds upon worlds that had fallen and risen in the history of the earth, and I just thought that it was just fascinating that somebody could take a basic premise like that and just build this beautiful world and create this universe like this. I mean, he was the grandfather of world building. I mean, he truly was.
That's true.
Well, that's what I heard. I mean, you guys can correct this because you know more than I do. But what I heard was Tolkien's motivation is that he knew that the great civilizations of the world all had their own mythologies. The ancient Greeks had their own mythologies. The ancient Romans had their own mythologies. So he thought it was kind of incumbent upon himself to make a mythology for England, basically.
The man with 100 faces. Or was it 1,000? Okay.
Yeah, well, that too, yeah. Although, yeah, I guess he was.
May I briefly interject? The description you just gave about Tolkien can easily be affixed to John Milton in Paradise Lost.
Yeah.
Because Milton acknowledged that every kind of society, every culture has its own epic, except for arguably, the West and England. Mm-hmm. So he wrote Paradise Lost to fill that void. So I just wanted to. I had to dash back to let you know that before I go away and make a drink. So
well, yeah, but that's the thing is that Paradise Lost is so inextricably bound up with most people's conception of the Bible that most people can't tell you what's biblical and what's actually in paradise what's the grand comedy? What's it?
Divine Comedy.
Divine Comedy. Thank you.
Dante Alighieri. Another Gary.
That reminds me, there's a philosopher called Rene Girard who talks about other what's the word you mentioned, myths and legends, and then Christianity, and how Christianity is the only religion that offers salvation and forgiveness. It's perfect.
Yeah, well, Christianity is the only religion where God became man, rather than there's an indivisible gulf between God and man.
Yeah.
In Christianity, God, there's a divine condescension where God becomes man. God enters the sort of human realm and offers us salvation, which was actually a Christmas message.
Yeah.
We've stumbled upon it somehow.
The good news.
Wow. Yeah, I think, it's like we've talked about before. I always hear everyone say, oh, I would have known that Jesus was God incarnate. I would have known this. I would have known that. Imagine being in their shoes, especially the first person to encounter an angel, and the first words you hear are, be not afraid. I mean, usually when an angel was sent, it meant it was not good tidings. It was not, usually hellfire followed if an angel showing up. So for them, of course they were afraid, because they didn't know what it portended, but it was actually the best thing that could have ever happened to mankind was Jesus. So
Are we going that way now?
Nope, we're going to go.
Fabulous.
Rob just wanted to bring it back to Christmas, so I was bringing it back to Christmas.
His
Oh
second
no!
group of Pringles.
I'm gonna have to probably head out here, guys. But
no, you carry on.
I love you guys, and hopefully we can all do this again sometime.
Yeah,
it was so great seeing you, David. Remember,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. It was nice meeting you. Hopefully, do what now?
Sorry if Megan is pissed off at me, but I have presents for both you and her, so we have to get together.
Back at you. She said she's not pissed off.
I insulted her favorite celebrity, Lindsay Lohan, by making.
I think her favorite celebrity is Margot Robbie, so you're still good.
Okay, well,
her
second favorite celebrity tried to kidnap a Syrian child. I'm sorry. on a Facebook live stream.
Well, y'all have a very Merry Christmas, and if I don't,
you too, man.
And take care. And as always, it was an honor to speak with you guys.
Merry Christmas.
Pleasure to speak with you.
Merry Christmas.
Good night. Merry Christmas.
Ho ho ho.
Hey. So it's me, a person on the East Coast of the United States with a really horrible sleep schedule, with together with a guy in England and a guy in Australia. So we all perfectly meet up.
Well, 2/3 of the room clearly have a horrible sleep schedule. Given that it's 8:00 in the morning for me now, which is, by the way, normally the time I get up in the morning is 8:00. So I would normally now be awake.
That's the thing about you. It's never like I never get a bad time for you. I think you might have to stay up 54 hours at a time. Because I never know. I have to crash. I have to sleep for 18 hours.
Well, as I said to you, maybe a year ago, well, over a year ago, I'm a gay person, so I exist entirely on alcohol and drama. So if there are,
you stop there, okay? I was just have to cut you off, okay? Drama, yeah, dramatically reaching into a thing of Pringles.
Well, it was. Look, I still haven't finished this tube of Pringles yet, so.
My local supermarket has a Pringles substitute that I've been getting into recently.
What is the Australian Pringles?
Well, my local shopping place is called Coles, and they have like a Coles kind of substitute for Pringles in that, like the same kind of tin, but like it just says the supermarkets.
How do you spell Coles?
COLE.
Okay.
Yes, Coles.
Okay. There's an American sort of department store called Coles. So yeah, KOH.
It's probably the same thing.
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay. Also, that reminds me. In Australia, Target I think is closing down, and Kmart is going to be put into Kmart. But on your end, I think I heard like Kmart closed down and Target is still a thing. Is that right?
Well, there's been what we've been calling the retail apocalypse for like the last 6 years, which is all these big box clothing stores are basically closing up shop. These things dominated America for 50 years. But America under Trump had a terrific economy. We had the best economy we've had in 50 years. And these big box clothing stores were still closing hundreds of locations across the country. I think it's just people just have enough clothes already. People don't need this crap anymore,
I want to thank Trump for saving Australia's internet, thanks to the Trans-Pacific Partnership.
Yes,
that was
yes. Oh, okay. So you are not the first person from the Asian Pacific region to say that, because Mark, I can't remember his name. I can't remember last names, but Mark, who's this guy in New Zealand who used to talk to, he had friends, and after Donald Trump was elected, some of his New Zealand friends told me, "Thank you for electing Donald Trump. You saved New Zealand." Because Donald Trump killed the Trans-Pacific Partnership. So you are not the first person I've heard that from. But try telling it to stupid American liberals who think that Donald Trump is the mean mustached man. Yes.
There are a growing number of counterculture wokeism here as well. Especially around unis and I don't think a lot of them research into these things. They don't understand the good Trump has done.
So
it's kind of sad to see they're kind of communist idealists in a sense. Some of them, and I knew this one particular girl from my studies, and she was just spouting anti-capitalism stuff and anti-Trump stuff. It was really, I didn't know how to deal with it, so I kind of left that situation.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, is that she's spouting anti-capitalist stuff, but she's probably also spouting propaganda that has been diverting trillions of dollars to the wealthiest people in the world, while 500 million more people have been forced into poverty over the last 2 years due to governmental policies concerning COVID. She's probably for all of that while she's doing her LARPing about being a communist.
Mm.
All of our efforts in the past 2 years have completely reduced and almost completely reversed our efforts in the past 10 to 20 years in reducing geographical poverty in our own states, whether it's America or England. I mean, we have turned a subset of the upper working class population, which is the self-employed in hospitality industries, who were reasonably paying up a reasonable amount of taxes, were relatively affluent, and we've turned them into basically impoverished members of the state, who actually aren't just impoverished, they owe a great deal of money, and they're indebted to the state. On top of that, we've also turned people who were working class, who had reasonable credit and a reasonable standing in the state, into unemployed people who have lower credit scores now, and are also dependent on the state. This is the thing, right? When you have a state that is the state that we have, I can't speak for America, obviously. It benefits the state to have more people reliant on it. The more people you have on the state, it benefits the state to have more people who are reliant on the state.
Yes.
Because it's easy to pass legislation. It's easy to conjure up ideas, because it wasn't the opposing government who gave you all this free money. It was us. We stuck by you during this COVID lockdown, even though it was those who actually put you in this position. That's like they just bank on you forgetting. There's hope that you forget all that information.
It's battered wife syndrome. It's battered wife syndrome, basically.
It's absolutely battered wife syndrome. That's a very good analogy, a very good way of putting it.
And like the New Zealand, was it Prime Minister said, like recently?
2 classes.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, that's freaky, man.
Yeah.
Vaccinated and unvaccinated. And I don't really want to support that at all. Like, I went to a doctor's office and they like have a separate entrance for vaccinated people. And then they asked me if I was vaccinated, and I didn't really want to show them my certificate. Like, it's a bit, yeah. But I ended up showing them. But yeah.
Well, that's the thing, is that there's like we have, like, in America. I'm going, speaking from the American perspective, we have had de facto 2 classes of people for the last 4 years, which is we've had the MAGA people versus the people who believe what the cathedral tells them. The cathedral is the mainstream media, it's the academy, it's the entertainment media, it's the right-thinking people of society, the right-thinking liberal people of society. But if a factory worker in Michigan who actually got his job back due to Trump's policies wanted to vote for Trump because he has a job, he is an unperson. He has to be excluded from society because now he's a white supremacist because he voted for Donald Trump, even though Donald Trump is the person who gave him his job back, even though Donald Trump is the person who fulfilled the promises that the economic liberals should have done it with throughout 50 years of controlling America's cities, basically. So,
sorry.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying, is that these things move from social conditioning to political conditioning to political coercion. You move them from one stage to another. If you move people from check your privilege, you do not have the right to speak here because you are speaking from a position of white privilege, you need to shut up. You're already conditioning people to defer their right to free speech. So then you could then move on to silencing them to political force. And I just want to jump into what Fabulous Agnostic was saying, is that what this has underlined to me, what the last 2 years in particular have underlined to me, and I hope that one person watching this takes this to heart, is that the how connected capitalism is to free speech. I recognize now, which I did not before, how intertwined these two things are. Because to quote Leon Trotsky, when the state controls the means of production, to dissent is to starve. So if you want to express a dissenting opinion, and the mob basically controls your ability to do your banking services, your ability to express yourself, you don't have any free speech. If to express a dissenting opinion means, as they said to the senators who voted against Donald Trump's impeachment, oh, we're going to pull your banking services away from you. You don't have free speech anymore. So that's sort of my spiel, is that I realize that the capitalism and free speech are inextricably intertwined, because I'm not dependent on any centralized authority to live my life, to provide sustenance to myself or my family. If the guy selling me corn down the street doesn't like my opinions, that's okay. I could just walk the other way on the street and buy corn from the other guy. But when everything is coming from the government, suddenly I don't have any freedom to dissent.
And to add to that, a lot of companies, like media companies, have been pandering to these cancel culture types, and it's gone to an extreme. Like, for example, I watched DC's Fandom event, which is like a comic book event, and it was like so woke, so
I saw that.
cringe. Yeah, it was like why? I can't watch the whole thing
It's
myself.
the ESG ratings. Have you ever heard of this? The ESG ratings.
In Australia, yeah, we have a different classification system, I think.
Yes, it's diversity, inclusion, and equity. Yes.
Yeah. But they're too scared for what legal reasons. But we need people to stand up, against cancel culture. If we don't stand up, then that famous saying, what is it, like good men create lazy men? I know.
It's the 4-generation theory. Yeah, weak men create bad times create good men create good times create weak men. Yes, and I do think there's a lot of truth to that. Have you also heard of the fourth turning, which is
no.
It's sort of a uniquely American thing, is that every 80 years there's a crisis in America that is sort of decisive and turns everything from one way to another. So we had the American Revolution, we had the Civil War, we had World War II, and now we're having this thing, which I don't think anyone can really say what this thing is yet. It doesn't really have a name, but we all know we're in it.
I remember going on a plane flight to Europe pre 9/11 and watching 9/11 and trying to talk to people about it. But, it was like no one wanted to talk about it. And it's the same thing now. Like, we're all labeled. And like Soren Kierkegaard said, once you label me, you negate me. But I feel like I don't like being, labeled conspiracy theorist or, it's just by, like these people on the media that, just for having a different opinion,
Well, when someone accuses you of being a conspiracy theorist, so you just shoot back at them. So you're saying that Jeffrey Epstein did kill himself? Is that what you're saying? No, of course. Everyone knows that Jeffrey Epstein did. You're a conspiracy theorist. Guess what? And trying to so are you saying that Donald Trump colluded with Russia to buy Facebook ads? No. The media tell yeah, he did. Well, you're a conspiracy theorist.
The great thing about conspiracies is they directly serve the particular political establishment for whatever they want to propagate. So in England, about 2 years ago, the conspiracy theorists were trying to blame the COVID pandemic on 5G, okay, which is the Bill Gates 5G thing. And it served the governmental establishment very well because they said, well, we're not doing all of these things. Look at us. We're not doing all this. How on earth could we be the responsible for the 5G towers? And how could we be responsible for the surge in COVID numbers based on these things? And what it did was grant immunity to the government of the next 5 or 6 things that they did based on the pandemic, because it's very easy to go, well, look at these are what the crazy conspiracists are saying, so therefore that's not what we're saying. Although look at them down the road there. They're all being crazy. They're all burning masks. They're all being crazy. We are possibly not doing that. So it gives them a reasonable example to pull the wool over everybody's eyes. And then 2 years later, what I've been saying, what you've been saying, what we've all been saying for 2 years, turns out to be true. Everyone goes, oh, no, not the government. And the government does another escapade where they go, well, oh, it's not that conspiracy. What we're doing is somewhat true, but it's not a conspiracy. And then they get away with it again. So conspiracy has a real world complication, because the moment you label something a conspiracy, and the government does this as a conspiracy, and with the help of the public broadcasting system, which in your country is PBS by its own merit, and ours is BBC.
No one watches, yeah.
Which, well, enough people want you to believe it, obviously. In this country, BBC is true. And it makes people go, well, it's not true. It's not a conspiracy. Of course it's not a conspiracy. Why would we even believe that? Of course we shouldn't believe that. Instead, we should stay in our homes the next 6 months because it's a wild, rampant virus that the conspiracists are trying to tell us is being caused by Bill Gates. So we should all go outside and get our vaccination. So it's people in power use conspiracy theorists to their advantage.
Yes.
And have done for about 20 years.
Well, to use the lexicon of conspiracy theorists, I say conspiracy theorists in the pre 2019 sense, because I was well versed.
Yes.
But that would be what's called poisoning the well, where you have people who are reasonably expressing concerns regarding the power class. And you get some wacko in there who's a plant, and he starts saying completely absurd crap. And then when they report it in the media, say, hey, look at these people who are complaining about the powerful elite. They're saying this crazy crap. And they quote that one guy who's throwing completely crazy crap into the mix. And he discredits all of it by association. So that's what's called poisoning the well. And so I think a lot of that you could say, I'm completely trafficking in conspiracy theory here, but you could say that about the 5G stuff. Is I already say, oh well, anyone who would dare suggest that Boris Johnson government is doing anything that's not completely on the up and up, completely has to be one of these 5G wackos. Look at these 5G wackos. Obviously, we all need to get our 3 shots, 2 boosters, and double mask, or else you're one of those 5G wackos. And by the way, alienate your friends and family who are unvaccinated from your Christmas get-togethers. That's what Dr. Fauci told us to do. Is that do not meet with your loved ones who have refused to get the poke, because they're not truly your loved ones, because you will have a winter of severe illness and death as your bodies overwhelm the hospitals, as Joe Biden said. In Joe Biden's Easter address and in Joe Biden's Christmas address, he did not make one reference to Jesus, but he did tell us that our bodies will overwhelm the hospitals.
Well, didn't Joe Biden say? I don't know if this is true, by the way, but on the surge of the Omicron variant, he said we shouldn't be worried. Is that what he said, or?
Well, it's almost a joke. You could look at supercuts of Dr. Fauci. I did not realize how bad it was until I saw a supercut just a few weeks ago. Literally everything he said the exact diametric opposite. And it's been 2 years of this. I didn't even realize how bad it was.
Well, it's wonderful because we're in the same position. So all of the crap that they said 2 years ago, which we spoke about, and I exclaimed. And the thing is, anyone who wants to hear me exclaim all of my concerns can listen to your channel 1 year ago or 2 years ago, and they will hear all of this stuff. I was right. I have been right.
I deleted a lot of those videos, by the way.
I know. But I was right. I have been right since the beginning. I have my own channel where I discuss this. I have been right. I am right. The reason...
Do you hear that one person who's watching us?
Thank you.
I did not. I did not take the vaccination because I knew full well that I would be right. Okay, and I still am right. And one day, I will be wrong. And I cannot tell you when that will be. It could be 100 years from now. I knew from the very beginning that they would never do a reasonable approach to this pandemic. They would do whatever they wanted to do, and it would result in whatever they wanted to do. and that's just wrong. And I was right. I was right from the very beginning.
And that reminds me. Oh, sorry.
So no, you carry on.
That reminds me of like the ghetto gulag and how governments can become more more sinister, and also China is like kind of threatening Taiwan, and that I've been looking a bit into that and what could potentially escalate into like nuclear war, something they say. It's interesting, like but yeah, it's kind of scary at the same time.
Did you ever see our stream? What color is your gulag?
Yeah, it's a really good stream.
Yeah. Do you know, actually, that's a really good stream. Most people actually preferred that stream to all the other crap we always talk about. It was a very good stream, that was. A few months ago, that was.
That was actually the one you didn't like at the time, and you thought it was very.
I was a bit like, oh, I prefer the one before that, which got no attention whatsoever. Actually.
By the way, your hand is muting yourself for some reason.
Say again.
Your hand was we couldn't hear you through your hand.
Okay, the sound is coming from my phone now because this is died now, so that's no problem.
But yeah, that was very informal, and thank you guys. It's really like eye-opening, just talking about this stuff as well.
Well,
not many people want to, talk. It's yeah.
I mean, it's very frustrating, and I haven't done anything because I know I'm shadow banned, so I'm focused on other things than my personal life. But yeah. I can't help but feel I should have done more, but
yeah,
I'm
same.
shadow banned,
But on the other hand, there's not much I can do. Like, I mean, I could go on Twitter and try to complain to some of these companies, but I might be blocked. So it's just I feel like I haven't done anything, and I want to do something. Yeah.
It's difficult to know what to do, but this is what I told Felina, is that maybe we have 5 people watching our live stream, and one of those people from the live stream takes something we say and repeats it on a live stream that maybe has 100 viewers, and maybe someone watching that live stream with 100 viewers then goes to say it on a live stream with 30,000 viewers. You never know how these ideas echo out.
Yeah, and also people watch the catch up. So like me, I like, if I miss something, I always, watch the catch up, and that'll be probably at least, I don't know how much people, but yeah, hopefully, yeah, I agree.
Can I ask you a question? Have you encountered resistance from like family members?
A little bit, yeah. I have to be conscientious of my words and what to say, especially on certain topics as well. It's trying not to be too but it's also difficult when no one wants to listen.
Yeah, but yeah, that was the thing with my sister. I have 2 sisters who live in very, very liberal parts of the country. I have to put that in quotation marks.
Mm-hmm.
When like one of them came to fly over, she was like, "So are you going to get the vaccine?" And I'm like, "No." It's like, so you have to understand that have you considered that maybe taking the vaccine will save someone's life? And it's like, I don't think that's I don't think that's gonna happen. It's just like, people may die because you refuse to take the vaccine. I'm like, that's a real shame.
My actually on that point, my uncle and his wife, they actually got 2 jabs, and they both got COVID. And
breakout cases, yeah. Well,
but they're better now, yeah.
That's what was they did a study in England. I think they found like 80% of the Omicron cases are from people who are multi-vaxxed. Yeah.
And they're hiding the results, aren't they? Under 50 years or something, which is ridiculous to me. Like,
what was that?
I heard like one of the companies, was it Pfizer or something, that hiding some of the results for like 50 years.
Oh yeah. Of the third phase test. Yes.
Maybe we'll know who shot JFK by then. Maybe it'll be disclassified by then. But yeah,
can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, those headphones look tiny on your gigantic head. Yes.
Yeah, they're awful, aren't they? No. You mentioned the trials in England. I mean,
well, dude, it sounds like you're broadcasting from 1953. Okay.
I feel like singing Doris Day might help us to
exactly
navigate this. Yeah. No, it's because these little things here have never gone this long before, and we're pushing them. You know, we're not normally we don't normally go this long before. Because normally I switch to my laptop because my phone can't deal with it. But because I've plugged my phone in now, no, who cares? Who fucking cares? But I plug my phone in now, so that's why we can do that. Blah 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 blah. Here we go. Technology is the wonderful thing.
Yeah, I think it's great to connect, and I'm very thankful to be here now and to have spoken up and speaking with you guys.
It's great speaking to you. We're glad to have you here. You know.
Thank you.
But by the way,
we are.
Hey, like with me and David and probably Fabulous too. I mean, we've heard horrible things about what's going on in Australia. But you guys have protests of tens or hundreds of thousands of people marching.
Yeah, Melbourne is a lot of stuff is happening in Melbourne, which is close to where I'm living in South Australia. It's just on the border. But yeah, it's
because
all interconnected.
It's very funny because we kind of have this mental image of Australia. It's like surfer dudes and everything is like laid back, and this whole thing is like completely contrary to like all of our notions. It's like Crocodile Dundee. It's just like a guy in the outback or something. And now it's under completely authoritarian rule, and it's completely contrary to everything we sort of think of as being Australia.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's hard to say for me because my family were like immigrants to Australia, and I got friends who grew up here and were actually born here. I was born in Perth, but it's interesting how I forgot what we were talking about now. Something about Australia.
Oh yeah, I was just talking about like our sort of conception of Australia.
Yeah.
Very, very strange how it's completely.
There's a lot of different cultures now that we're like kind of in a sense like allowing lots of refugees now or whatever. Like it's become very multicultural, and you can see it on some TV like stations like ABC and SBS, and like it's very like like I said before, pandering to some of the as well. Like so it's a mix of I know what I'm saying. I'm just trying to say too many things too quickly.
Off of something there. It sounded like you backed off of something there, but yeah. But yeah, that seems to be a sort of an agenda is to get immigrants who do not share the values of sort of the host population, and that's the thing. I think it's very significant.
And also, my family overseas are very traditional, and like with companies implying this agenda, it kind of destroys the tradition as well in a sense. Like,
yeah. Basically, they sort of want a global monoculture. Everyone sort of gets into the same global monoculture, regardless of national borders or religious affiliations or whatnot. And they sort of use weaponized immigration is what they called it in some of the white papers back in the 70s. You get a population that does not share the values. You can use it to unfortunately to destabilize an entire nation. Back off sort of national resolve, national identity. I think that's what we see a lot of. Captain America or whatever. They say, oh well, that's white cisgender patriarchal jingoism or whatever. And now they're telling people that they can't wave American flags. There was a writer from the New York Times who drove out to Long Island, which is a part of New York State that's just sort of east of New York City, and she saw all these American flags, and she said, "Oh well, this is a white supremacist dog whistle that all these people are flying American flags." Well, that's what most of America is like. Only this was a part of America that's within driving distance of New York City. But yeah, these people, everyone, and this goes back to what I was talking with Fabulous about before. That thing that you like, they're coming for it. If you want to be a proud American, you thought, well, I want to alienate these people. I think this is bad. Oh, that's great. They're going to destroy that, and they're going to come for you next. They don't want you being a proud American. They don't want you being a Christian. They don't want any of that. You can't make a concession for any of that and then expect them not to come after you next.
They claim oppression, but they're the biggest oppressors at this age. Like, and like they say, they're not racist, but they're always implying white privilege and against white privilege and against people like me, which has caused me to stand up for myself, especially now when it's become so extreme, especially on TV now. It's like, it's just.
Yes, and this is always coming from the most moneyed sectors of society. It's always the guilt and blame and shame and suspicion and resentment is always coming from those moneyed sectors of society that are meant to turn the plebes against each other, but somehow always leave the billionaire class unscathed.
Yeah, it's a weird generation we're living. I hope I can survive it and see like it change to something more better. Like I hope it's just a phase. Like I hope it's just like like a decade or less. That it's in next year will be something better. We'll open our eyes that. This was just like, just
the Great Awakening. The Great Awakening.
Yeah.
So that's why I say the fourth turning is that. I mean, like Tim Pool has talked about this. Maybe this is the time that we'll look back on and say that was the good times. That was the time we were in the right, and we staved off that evil. Maybe this is. It's easy for us to look back at like 1941 and say, yeah, those guys, fought for what they believed in. But at the time, they didn't have that certainty of knowing that they would win. But yeah, we could look back at those people in 1941 and say, yeah, those were good times. They fought for what they believed in.
Yeah, and my grandparents' brothers, one of them was involved in the Black Radios and was caught by the Nazis in Czech and executed. The other one actually lived through being in prison for a few decades because someone accused him of killing a Soviet spy agent, like police agent. So yeah, I'm glad democracy came to Czech, and hopefully we can live through this kind of fear mongering, like this oppressive,
Well, that's the thing. I mean, especially like the Eastern Europeans, they definitely have a cultural memory of this stuff, and that's why I think the Eastern Europeans are really so maybe the most firmly Christian people in the world, because they went out of the what's the expression? They went out of the kettle and into the fire, out of Nazism into communism, and they realize how bad things can get with a materialistic and humanistic worldview.
Yeah.
And you see that also, of course, obviously in the Soviet states too.
I'm online and just chatting with some guys. Just talking to a family member. Sorry.
Oh, you're playing Halo. I was checking my cryptocurrency when these nerds were talking about it.
If I may, I must dash now.
Okay. Well, you're very dashing. You're very dashing. Yes.
It's quite early in the morning here now. It's 9 o'clock, so.
Okay.
I'm not sure how long I can keep up with you.
Okay.
This one, so
I'm happy to. We can. Happy to leave whenever. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to do it again anytime.
I just want to pause. I really enjoy listening to you. It's a shame that you've not joined us before over the years.
I'm sorry.
Over the year. But I'm just so tired now that I've exhausted myself. I'm going.
Okay,
I'm not taking everything that you're saying in. So
that's okay.
And here he is, Mr.
Great replacement.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, you want to say goodbye, Fabulous?
This is no. This is Mr. Also British person.
Yes, Wild Heart 6.
I really don't want to go now. I just but I have to, so.
I don't know.
He took the 666 off. Okay, so
yes, it's just Wild Heart. Yeah, 666 was a bit of a. Can I swear on your channel?
Where do you? I tuned in the last time after you joined in the gang. Where do you live in England?
Manchester, Bolton, Atherton.
Okay, I live in Stoke-on-Trent. I figured it might be.
Sorry about that. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, well, it's an unfortunate nature of the beast, isn't it? Really, that you you don't always get what you want out of life.
You can't always get what you want. Sorry, my thought really so. You can't always get what you want. Sorry. Yeah.
That's okay.
It's unfortunate.
It
could be worse. You could live in London.
Well, I didn't know the last time I heard what you were saying. I listened, like I say, I listened to the conversation you had last time you were here.
Yeah.
Well, with Rob and Felina, just after I left. Well, just 20 minutes after I left.
Have I missed with Felina? She was in the title. Have I missed her?
She was never here.
I like Wiki Felina.
That's okay. Everybody does, and we all know why.
Yeah.
If I might have to drop off soon as well. But yeah, I'm really enjoying this. But yeah, I'm just saying, if my other family come over this Christmas Eve, because I think I'm a day ahead of you guys. Oh, you're a day behind?
Yeah.
I don't know how that's working, time zones and everything.
Well, I think we're all in Christmas Eve at this point. Yes.
Okay, cool.
But it's been so great. It's been so great seeing you finally. I mean, really, this is the first time we've ever seen you. But thank
nice
you.
To meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you for always being such a great contributor to the chat.
I really appreciate being on here, and hopefully we can do some more soon if you guys want.
Definitely.
All the best.
It was a real privilege, actually, speaking to you for a very brief time.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks,
Yeah.
nice.
Yes. Merry
All
Christmas.
the best. Yeah, Merry Christmas,
Merry
everyone.
Christmas. Happy New Year. Yeah.
So me with 2 Brits.
I was literally about to die off.
You can't. Don't.
I can't turn my back on those 2 things. One, someone who also lives not too far away from where I am, actually, which is bizarre for this channel, and 2, an atheist. So you've managed to suspend my tiredness.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you're not leaving. You can't. I want to love it. Do you know Spooky Bed Her?
You look like you're paying attention to something else.
No, Fabulous Agnostic. Do you know Spooky Bed Her? The YouTuber. You have to. He lives in Stockholm. You can't hear me.
I live in Stockholm. Yeah.
I can't say what you say. Do you know Spooky Bed Her, the YouTuber? Everyone knows Spooky Bed Her. Is my audio playing up?
No.
No, he lives.
I can hear you.
Yeah, he lives in Stoke-on-Trent as well. He's an atheist in the Great Bed. Yeah.
Well, do you know what? Stoke-on-Trent's not famous for its atheists, is it?
Well, I just thought living in the same town and then being in the Great Debate community, you wouldn't know. That's a bit weird that you don't.
No. No, I don't engage much with atheists in real life.
So you're a bigot. That was a joke.
Yes, I am a bigot when it comes to atheists. Yeah.
He's had worse words thrown at him on a daily basis.
So
I'm normally called a bigot for far worse than being an atheist, so it doesn't make a difference to me.
You say you're an agnostic. Are you an agnostic theist or an agnostic atheist? Because you have to be one.
I'm an agnostic.
No, it's that's not an option. You're either a theist.
But it isn't an option if you don't let it be an option. The thing is, right? So no. Like this is one of those things that I find mostly permissible to atheists and predominantly atheists alone. So when you say I'm an agnostic, all agnostic is, there are 2 major kinds of agnostics, really. Ones who dispense judgment on the fact that they don't care enough about the existence of God or not, which is most people, actually. And those who dispense judgment because they haven't found a convincing argument to send them one way or another. Now, for me, I am the latter, and the latter exists significantly less than the former. And what I've noticed is atheists have a incessant requirement to convince agnostics that they are more atheists.
No,
which is very bizarre, and I think I will let you speak.
Yeah, so I have a tendency.
What I tend to find is that the reason why atheists have a requirement to convince agnostics that they are more atheists than agnostics is because they themselves are more agnostic than atheists themselves, based on the predictions of presumably Richard Dawkins, the patron saint of agnosticism. I don't really know. So being an agnostic simply means that I don't have a positive argument for the existence of God. So to say that I'm agnostic atheist or agnostic theist doesn't really do anything. All I find that anyone who requests the answer to that question from an atheist perspective is I want you to join my club because I can't convince other people that being an atheist from a categorical philosophical perspective is true enough that I can't decide between agnosticism and atheism.
I have to say, with all due respect, Fabulous, I think you're kind of misrepresenting your own position when you say that you find no positive arguments for theism. I think you found plenty of them.
I think no, I haven't. That's you're now jumping the gun into my secondary arguments for the question wasn't do I have any reasonable arguments for theism. It was, am I an agnostic atheist or an agnostic theist? When my argument was, I am an agnostic.
No,
I don't think that there's.
Can I make the argument? Basically, you either believe in a God or you don't believe in a God. It's binary. Agnosticism isn't a third option. You either believe in God or you do not believe in God. You are either atheist or theist.
According to you.
No,
it's a subjective. There is not a single theological argument for that.
No, it's
where are you drawing this philosophical conclusion from?
It's A versus not A.
Yeah,
not,
okay,
is it?
So that's one way of looking at it.
No, agnosticism is about knowledge. Theism is about belief. You either believe in a God or you do not believe in a God.
No, it's not. Because well, it's not a binary option, though, is it?
It is. Yes. You either believe in a God or you do not believe in God. It's A versus not A.
But that's not. But that isn't what you asked me.
No,
you didn't ask me whether I believe in God or I don't believe in God. You asked me. What you actually specifically asked me was, are you an agnostic theist or an agnostic atheist?
Exactly. You have
so
to
do I do? So if you want to, are you asserting that there are traditional exemplifications of the word theism and atheism, or are there not? And if there are you holding to the traditional exemplification of the word agnostic? Or are you trying to suggest that there's a modern definition of these words?
Do you know the argument? Basically, theism and atheism is about belief. Gnosticism and agnosticism is about knowledge.
I don't think theism and atheism is about belief, though. It's about asserting what's true.
Of course, yeah.
So, by the same metric, I presume that you're an atheist because I've heard you speak before. So, is atheism a statement of belief, or is it not a statement of belief?
Yeah, it's by belief. I do not believe in that God exists.
So do you believe that God is not real?
No, I don't make the point that I'm on those weak atheists. I don't believe God exists, but I don't claim that I know that God doesn't exist.
But that's not philosophically sound, though. It's all well and good to say that I don't.
I know.
Okay, I'll make some concession to lack theism, lack belief in God. I just don't think.
I am more than happy. I am more than happy to have a conversation about lack theism, but you didn't come to the fight with a lack theist argument. You came to the fight with a positive description of existence and reality, and I simply replied in accordance with that. So if your argument is I lack a evidential account for the existence of God, I would say, well, that's fair enough. We could talk about that, but that isn't what you came with. So I don't know if you want to qualify what it is that you are asking of me, or you want to ask me again. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm saying you have to be. There are only two options. You have to be a theist. If you believe that God exists, if you have an active belief that God exists, you are a theist. If you don't have an active belief that God exists, you're an atheist. You have to be one or the other.
It works, though.
Agnosticism.
Okay, so you have two type error problems, because the first argument you're making is that in order to be opposed to you, you have to affirmatively believe positively that God exists, and then your alternative is that you affirmatively believe that God might not exist. but that's not the same argument, because you've created a coin with one side that is one thing, and then the other side of that same coin happens to be the side of another coin that has a different face on it. Because what you've created there is a completely separate argument. You said that you either believe in God, and therefore you must have, or you don't believe in God simply enough to fit my particular parameters. And what you've done is you've gone from over here to over here, which is a massive jump, logically speaking, without any particular parameters in between. I would agree with you if you said...
Sorry, let's switch it around. Do you believe a God exists?
Why are you asking me the question?
It doesn't matter why I'm asking the question, just answer it. It doesn't matter why I'm asking the question.
Because I can't...
Just answer the question.
It depends on what you mean by exist.
It depends on what you mean by God. It depends on what you believe. It depends on it's not a what you're asserting is that this is a simple equation between someone who believes in every instantiation of God and those who believe that every instantiation of God is not convincing enough.
No,
the agnostic argument is not that.
Can I say something in Fabulous's defense? When atheists tried to make the argument, when Christian apologists make some sort of first cause argument, and the atheist goes, "Yeah, but which God?" That's the part where Fabulous Agnostic jumps in and goes, "Yes, yes." But which God? Yes, that is my affirmative answer. But which God?
No, but it's a fairly simple question. Just, do you believe God exists? I can't see why it's getting complicated. Do you have an active belief that God exists?
It's not complicated. You're making it complicated because your parameters of what constitutes as God don't fit what actually constitutes as God. So you have a dichotomy of answers, which you think is a binary. It's not a binary.
It doesn't matter which God. Any God. Do you believe a God exists? I don't know. You can not answer that question. You either believe.
I don't know why you would. I want to know why you're.
It doesn't matter why. It doesn't matter why I'm asking the question. Just answer it. It doesn't matter why I'm asking it. It's a question.
Well, I'm an agnostic, so what does that tell you? I don't know what I believe if God exists or not.
You don't know. You don't know your own beliefs. You don't know whether you.
No, I know my own beliefs. But I don't know if God exists or not. And it's not about belief. This is the thing. This is one of those things that.
That's answered the question.
No, it is. This is one of the. This is one of the things. No. This is one of.
Okay. Can I ask a similar argument?
You're an atheist. Agnostic. You're an atheist. If you don't believe God exists, if you don't know.
Who's an atheist? If I was an atheist, I would not find any reasonable evidence for the existence of God. But I don't find that to be true.
You don't believe God exists. You're an atheist. Just to let you know, I'm just telling you. You're an atheist.
But okay, this is your own definition of the word atheism.
Yeah.
But you're not. This definition of the word atheism doesn't fit the new atheist version definition. It doesn't fit the medieval version of the word definition. It doesn't fit the post-enlightenment version of the word atheism. You've just made the definition of the word atheism to fit whatever you believe.
Yeah, so, you don't believe God exists, therefore you're an atheist. That's how it works.
That's not good enough, though, is it?
Yeah.
The problem comes when you try to divorce it from a sort of knowledge claim. You get into all sorts of sticky areas where you're getting a belief in God as a mental state. It's like, well, what if someone's in a coma? What if someone's sufficiently distracted and isn't thinking about theological matters and that particular thing? Does that count as believing in God? Do I go from being an atheist to a theist throughout the day as I'm variously thinking about God and maybe not thinking about God? You know,
no.
If you ask me, if you ask me at any time of the day, do you believe, as a knowledge claim that God exists? Yeah, I would answer in the affirmative. I could ask you in turn, do you think the idea that God exists can be a rational belief? I'll put that on you. You think a belief can be a rational belief?
Yes,
okay.
believing God can be rational. Yeah.
Okay. That's good to know. Okay.
Yeah.
So why are you an atheist then? Because I suppose if I may interject on both of our halves, the obvious problem that we have, okay, is first of all, anyone who's listening who might find slight umbrage, and maybe even you, Rob, with the way that we kind of disagree. We are both British, and we are both clearly dry British men. So this is the sort of conversation you would find between friends at a pub. So I don't want to put in between us a mythological debate that might not be there. But I'm just trying to find out what your assertion of these different categories of things are. So if your assessment is a kind of new atheist argument, then I appreciate your stance. I'm just trying to work out what that is. But if what you're saying is that if you want to go from a traditional theological stance, you're dealing with medieval theology and philosophical.
You give me far so much credit. I am deflating atheism. Can I swear on your channel? Do you mind bad language?
We've been swearing.
You wouldn't be the only person who did. So
I just wanted to check first. Basically, you're giving me far too much credit. My intelligence. I'm thick as fuck. I am not intelligent at all. I'm not thinking about medieval. I'm not. No. Basically, if you believe in God, you're a theist. If you don't believe in God, you're an atheist. There are two options. Agnosticism is not a third way. That's it.
No, it's not a third way. It's a default way. Because
can I ask a question? Can I then ask a question, Wildheart? Why do you care?
That's a good question. Yeah.
Why are you hopping on the live stream to talk about this?
It's just habit. I really shouldn't care. I really shouldn't, and I don't know why I care. It's just I've been around this community for about 15 years, watching all these debates, and I've been just around for ages. It's just habit at this point. I really shouldn't care.
Autopilot.
I really shouldn't. Yes. That's it. Yeah.
I know. I've seen the comments. Here, so let me to show you how little things change. I got Facebook comments today from Sky Daddy Mythbusters. That's the name of this.
That's a great name.
Yeah. That's
great name. Yeah.
Who says, is it possible for anything at all, anything in any form, posed or present, that is higher and greater than the correct? So that's the kind. I guess that's an okay comment. I'll probably respond to that. He's actually not the worst, but I do think his name is kind of funny. Sky Daddy Mythbusters.
Yeah,
that's like 2013 cringe for new atheism. Although his comments aren't really too bad.
So how's it going with you, Deflating Atheism?
What's that?
How's it going with you? What's happening in your life? What's going on? Christmas and Happy New Year, by the way. You know I'm a drunkard, by the way. You know I'm.
Oh well, I've had a few drinks myself, but cool. Actually, this is the first time in basically like a month I've had anything to drink at all.
Oh well,
I've been putting all my disposable income into cryptocurrency, so
Yeah, I'm not sure how that works. Yeah.
When
we've all
we can't see.
We've all heard this. We've all heard this cryptocurrency crap before, and while of course you are a drunkard, you live in England, and that's the way that things are. So
no, but not to make the stream about me, but I drink a litre bottle of whiskey a day. I'm waiting to go into rehab. I'm a proper drunkard. I know everyone in England's kind of drunk, but I'm a proper alcoholic.
Yeah. What is that? I'm not familiar with that.
That's whiskey.
What kind of whiskey?
White and Mackay. Basically,
okay, so it's a blended Scotch.
It is a blended Scotch whiskey, yeah. Triple matured, smoother, richer taste.
Scotch was my jam. I would always drink a single malt Scotch, but I haven't done that in a while since I've been putting all my money into cryptocurrency and checking it well.
Yeah, explain cryptocurrency to me. I've never understood it. Why not just put your money in bank?
Because it doesn't make any money for you. Because the billionaire class is trying to take your pound and basically debase it. Yes.
Right, so it's to make money. So how do you make money by cryptocurrency? I genuinely don't know how it works.
Well, you put it. You basically invest it into cryptocurrency, and it basically appreciates in value as people pour their money into it, and its market value increases, and some of them have utility, and institutions are going to pour billions and billions and billions of dollars into it. Oh, Ageratos is still here. All the best and Merry Christmas. Yeah, by the way, I should have said this, by the way. Megan actually texted me. David wants Fab A to know he didn't mean to cut him off when he left the stream. Love to all. I don't think he cut you off.
Me? I don't think he did.
No. So
he's too worried there about upsetting me. It's fine. You can't upset me. It's no problem. I didn't think that there was any upsettingness. It's fine. I really enjoyed meeting him and talking to him. It was a nice conversation.
Yeah, he seemed like a good guy.
Yeah, it's funny. We've all been involved in movie making in some way. We should be involved in some transatlantic filming.
Hands across the ocean. Yeah.
What's that?
Hands across the ocean.
Yes, exactly.
I'm just in the middle of something.
Pay attention, agnostic. Don't multitask. On the live stream, pay attention to all. Me.
Trust me, you can pay attention to that. Yo, totally pun your atheism arguments while eating Pringles at the same time.
I mean, if you want me to engage in atheism while I'm eating Pringles, it's one of my favorite pastimes. Two of my favorite pastimes are dealt with in that one go, actually. So I will grab my Pringles and listen to what is said, and then I've got no Pringles left. I came here to slay atheists. I came here to slay atheists and eat Pringles, and I'm all out of Pringles.
You're all out of Pringles, yes.
I'm all out of Pringles.
Pun atheists, yes. Well, if we're gonna take it back to like 2013 or something, it's punning the atheist, yes.
Well, yeah. So to get back to it, do you admit that you're an atheist because you don't have an active belief in God? Why not?
That's according to you.
No, but it's a binary option. If you don't believe that God exists, you're an atheist.
It's not a binary option, though, is it?
Yes.
Is it a binary option whether you believe in lots of things? Because you're not, because...
Do you admit that you either believe or you do not believe? It's A versus
No, I don't believe in that. I'm not going to accept that, though.
So you reject the laws of logic? You reject the laws of logic?
It's not the laws of logic, though, is it? What laws of logic are these?
There's two options.
Exclude the middle. It's
Who proposed?
You either believe or you do not believe. It's A versus
They
not
do.
A.
This is a says-you argument.
A
It's
versus
not the laws of
not A.
logic.
It is.
The laws of logic don't... Actually, logic doesn't indicate what you believe. It indicates what is viable based on negative presuppositions. So I don't know what you like. It doesn't work like that.
Yes, you either believe or you do not believe. It is A versus not A. The law of logic.
Yeah,
You either believe or you do not believe. There are two options.
He's talking about truth claims with,
It's not about belief.
regard to
So you believe? Did you say? So sorry, Deflating Atheism. I interrupted.
there.
I said it wasn't about belief. What I said, it wasn't about belief.
Yeah, but theism and atheism is about belief. You either believe or you do not believe. A versus not A. Believe, not believe. Two options.
You decided that. You decided that thing, not me. I didn't. That's not an assumption that I'm working from.
Can we agree that
most people don't work from either? So I don't know what.
It's a true dichotomy. You either believe or you do not believe. It is A versus not A. Believe.
A dichotomy isn't the same as a binary. A dichotomy is not the same as a binary. So.
Yeah, it is. A true dichotomy is binary. It's A versus not A. That's what dichotomy is. That's what the definition of dichotomy is.
It's not a binary. A binary is a mathematical term. You have to engage in the binary, and that's not. It's not really relevant. I don't like that. You're the one making the assessment that it's one or the other.
A dichotomy is binary. It's A versus not A.
Okay, so let me ask you. Can I ask you a question, Wildheart? Okay, so you have a Christian, and one day he's walking across the street and he gets hit by a car. He goes into a coma, and he's in a coma for 5 years, and then 5 years later he pops out of this coma and goes back to his church-going life. So, was he an atheist in his coma?
First of all, that's a good question. I haven't thought about it before. I would say while he was in a coma, he didn't have an active belief in a God, because he didn't. If you're in a coma, you're unconscious, so you don't believe anything, because you're not thinking.
Well, you're not asking him, but you're depending on Fabulous's self-reports, but you're not asking the self-reports of the guy in the coma. How about me when I was scrambling my eggs today? I was sowing gross in the act of scrambling eggs. I wasn't thinking about God. Was I?
Is the guy in a coma an atheist or not? Because this is the problem, right? So you set the situation where anybody who could confirmatively believe in something is a theist, but anyone who can't confirmatively believe in something is an atheist. So if you're in a coma, even if you're a priest who fell into a coma, you become an atheist, even though that goes against all rational perspective belief. If you're a person who believes in God, then falls into a coma. So it doesn't make any, like what you're doing is you're also saying that anyone who doesn't have cognitive ability is also not necessarily not a person who believes, it's anyone who doesn't believe. So what you're also saying is that anyone who can't make an informed decision about God, i.e. an agnostic, is automatically an atheist. But that's not entirely true. Because if they were armed with the entire information that there was a God, then they would automatically become religious. But that's not entirely true by the fact that there are some people who are armed with all of the information about believing in God and accept all the information who still don't believe in God. So the only argument you have is either those who happen to believe in God, and every single other person, no matter how much they understand reality, no matter how much they don't understand reality, every other particular parameter, what you've done is you've created a particular position where only you are successful. And that's not how logic works. You've just cited logic, but not a damn single thing that you just said has anything to do with logic.
Yes, anyone who believes in God.
Sorry to get overworked about it, but that's not how logic. You just told me that's how logic works, but it's not how logic works. It's not how theology works, etymology, epistemology, atheism, atheist philosophy, humanist philosophy, or how logic works.
It is.
I know you've had a drink. I can appreciate that, but like even when I've had a drink, I can still articulate what I know isn't true. What you've just told me, none of which on any epistemological standard seems to work.
Right. If we go down to the basics, do you agree that someone either believes something or they don't believe it? Do you believe that those are the only
There are axiomatic things that people hold true to themselves. That's what belief is.
Yeah.
Or there are axiomatic untruths that they don't hold to themselves. I.e., if I believe the sky was blue, that will be an axiom. If I believe that the sky was green, that would be not an axiom. So I don't believe that that's the case. That's seemingly logically true, yes.
So you agree that you either believe the sky is blue or you do not believe the sky is blue. Those are the only two options.
There are things that are axiomatically true, yes.
Right, so you either believe the sky is blue or you do not believe the sky is blue. Two options.
You're going to try to assume now that the assumption that God is real or the belief that God is real is equivalent to the sky being blue.
Forget God. You either believe the sky is blue.
God when you've introduced God.
No, different conversation. You either believe the sky is blue or you do not believe the sky is blue. Two options. There is no third way.
Yes. You either have an axiom that the sky is blue and an axiom that the sky is not blue. Well, you have both, actually, but whatever.
Right, so you either believe that God exists or you do not believe that God exists. Exactly the same.
But you just said it wasn't. You just said it wasn't to do with God.
Yeah, but I'm switching. I'm trying to make. If you agree that you either believe the sky is blue or you do not believe the sky is blue, there are only two options. It's exactly the same with God.
But I just said to you that the sky being one thing or another is not the same as God, and you just told me forget about God, and I asked you why, and you said it's nothing to do with God, and then you cited God. So is this argument to do with God, or is it not to do with God?
I'm trying to explain to you that whether you believe the sky is blue or not is exactly the same as whether you believe that God exists or not. If you agree, yes, it is. If you agree that there's only two options, why is it different?
I didn't agree that there was only two options on the axiom of whether God is real or not.
Yeah, but you agree that there's only two options on whether you believe the sky is blue or not.
But that's nothing to do with God, though.
It's not a useful argument.
But if you believe that there are only two options on whether you believe the sky is blue or you don't believe the sky is blue.
But the sky being blue is nothing to do with God existing.
I know.
What you're doing is you're asking me to take one particular philosophical axiom, and apply it to all philosophical axioms.
Fair enough. But we agree you either believe the sky is blue or you do not believe the sky is blue. There are only two options.
Yeah.
We agree
I believe if you flip a coin, it's going to land on heads or tails. That's an axiom that I can assert to be true.
Yeah. So explain to me why believing in God or not believing in God is different from believing that the sky is blue and not believing that the sky is blue. Explain to me why those two things are different.
Fabulous made a good point as far as true agnosticism. From a truly agnostic perspective, if you flip a coin, you lack a belief that it will land on heads, and you lack a belief it will land on tails, because you have no compelling reason to believe either. But obviously, it's going to be one or the other. But the sort of paradox of agnosticism is that you have to lack a belief in both possibilities.
No, I can't see how this is. I mean, I'm drunk, but
Okay,
I can't understand why this is difficult.
So am I. I'm drunk too, but I
can't.
like.
Okay. So I'm going to use your example, Wildheart. Let's say I've been locked in an underground bunker for a very long time, and you like I've lost track of the days and nights, and you ask me, do you think the sky is blue? Maybe it's black, maybe it's blue. I don't know. Then you're going to categorize my belief as a sky bluism, but I don't think that's useful at all if you're going to lump me in with people who are definitively saying that the sky is black. I don't think that's a useful categorization.
No, I'm saying that either you believe something, anything, either you believe one thing or you don't believe one thing. It's a binary option. It's A versus not A. Either you believe something.
Okay.
Or
I think the issue you have is that you place equal belief on not believing something as believing in something. No. I think that you think believing that something exists is equal to the belief that something doesn't exist. But that's not logically sound. Believing in something that exists is not the same as not believing that something doesn't exist.
Exactly. You either have an active belief. You either have an active belief in something or you don't. It's A versus not A. It's one or the other.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is you're confusing having a belief that something is in effect is equal to having a belief that something is not a belief that something isn't in effect. And they're not the same philosophical concepts. So it's all well and good you telling...
Sorry.
It's all well and good you saying, I have to make a decision between an active belief that something exists rather than a negative belief that it doesn't exist, or an active belief that doesn't exist. But what you're asking me to do is either A, I make the proposition that something does exist, I believe that something exists, or B, I actively don't believe that something doesn't exist.
No, I'm not saying, going back to God, I'm not saying you believe that God doesn't exist. I'm saying you don't believe, like I'm an agnostic.
No, you misunderstand. You misunderstand my point. Then, sorry. I'm not saying that you're trying to claim a lax-theist approach, okay? Yeah. But it doesn't work when you're trying to discuss. This is one of the ultimate arguments I have against lax-theist atheists. Okay, it's all well and good to say I, as an atheist, don't believe in God because there is no evidence that would persuade me to believe in God. Okay, that's a fine position to have. But when you try to assert that other people must have that position, what you're effectively doing is you're saying that I have to convince you, you have to convince me that option A or option B is true. Option A being, no, let me finish. Option A is I have to convince you or myself that believing in a belief is worthwhile and true, or I have to convince you that not believing in that thing is equally true. But they're not equally true in their philosophical understandings, in their philosophical stance. No. If that's not right, then please let me know why.
Well, you can express it simply in what Christian apologists do, is that they try to use the lack-theist argument against itself and say, well, I simply lack a belief that the universe created itself without God. I mean, you could do something like that and turn lack-theism against itself.
Well, that's fine. Well, that's fine. You lack, like Wildheart, lacks a conviction that God is real. That's absolutely fine. Yeah. But he doesn't get to make the same assumption about my belief system. And if he does, he has to make the differentiation between either A, I don't lack the evidence for God, and I have to present the evidence for God, and I have to believe the evidence that God is true. First of all, that's a conundrum in itself, because what you're actually doing is you're actually asserting the evidence. You would have to say that the other person is asserting the evidence is not only real, the evidence is true, but also true enough to make you believe in God. So it's a belief-related orientation. But also they have to then, the opposite way, you have to then convince, I have to convince Wildheart that my conviction is not based in not truth. I have to convince him it's based in not enough truth to not be real. And then, as a result of that, I have to say, as a result of that, I don't have enough evidence to believe in God. This doesn't work philosophically. This is one of the major problems. This is why something like medieval philosophy or medieval theology is really important, because half of this explanation is rational. The other half is based on just pure meandering psychological science. It doesn't work.
Yeah. The whole belief or lack of belief is basically describing a psychological state rather than a truth claim.
All right.
You can apply a truth claim to the psychological state, but then you don't really have a very useful argument.
But going back to the sky is blue thing, do you agree that you either believe the sky is blue or you do not believe the sky is blue? Do you agree that that's a true dichotomy? You either believe the sky is blue or you do not believe the sky is blue. There are only two options. You either believe
I don't think that's a very useful distinction, because a rock.
But
hear me out. A person who believes. Okay, so using the lack theist argument, a person who believes it is night out lacks a belief the sky is blue. A person who is unsure who's been living in a bunker is unsure of the time of day, he lacks a belief the sky is blue.
Yes.
And an inanimate rock, lacks a belief the sky is blue. So what you have is a completely unuseful categorization.
No, but do you agree with the statement? You believe the sky is blue, or you do not believe the sky is blue?
I think
do you agree with that statement?
The more interesting and useful discussion.
I think that's right.
Okay, so you're
it doesn't matter how interesting or useful it is. I'm saying, do you agree with this statement as a logical statement? Do you agree that you either believe the sky is blue or you do not believe the sky is blue? The only two options. Do you agree with that statement? Doesn't matter how useful it is. Doesn't matter how interesting it is. Do you agree with that statement?
I think it has greenish undertones. I think there's a.
Okay. May I interject? I'm not entirely sure what is to be achieved on this, and I lament slightly even doing this for as long as we are. But what if I said to you that I lack a belief that God is real, and therefore I'm an atheist? What happens then?
Nothing. It's just that then I know that you're an atheist. That's it. End of. And you agree that you're an atheist then? That's fine.
Wildheart bombs another Christian live stream.
Yeah. So as long as I know that you're an atheist, that's fine. That's fine. I'm done.
He walks from one victory to the next.
So we all agree that Fabulous Agnostic is an atheist. That's fine. I'm good. Thank you.
The triumphant lack theist. He goes from town to town punning people. He walks out from the town road. Yes.
So we can all agree that the Fabulous Agnostic is an atheist. Yes, I'm good.
No, I don't. I heartily disagree with that.
Right. So he's a theist then.
That is my belief. Yes.
He's a theist.
Yes, that is my
belief.
Fine.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. As long as he knows he's an atheist, I'm good.
Well, okay. So I'm going to put him on the spot. So, do you believe Fabulous Agnostic? And I'll ask Wildheart a question about the question I asked Fabulous Agnostic. Do you believe it is more rational that the universe does have a creator and designer, or is more rational?
Yeah, you haven't got to finish that question. The answer is yes.
Okay. So you heard what Fabulous Agnostic said. He believes it is more rational that the universe has an intelligent creator and designer than that it does not have an intelligent creator and designer.
That begs the question, then why are you not a theist? If you believe it's more rational that the universe has an intelligent, you must be a theist then.
You're making the jump between a rational deductive argument and a faith-based argument.
No, but if you believe it's more rational, then you must believe the more rational position. Either the universe had a...
There is a rational deductive argument for that the universe has a intelligible... In fact, I won't even go into personal. I will just say as a contingent argument to its existence.
No, but if you agree that it's more rational that the universe had a creator, then you must go with the more rational argument. Either the universe had an intelligent creator or it didn't. And if you agree that it's more rational to believe...
Once again, you're making the jump between a deductive, objective argument and an argument of faith.
No, it's the same argument we just had.
It isn't the same argument we just had.
But would you not agree that this is a discussion more to the point than the sort of lacktheist binary argument?
Yeah, it's a more interesting one. Yeah, I'll admit that. Yeah, but there were two options. It's the same thing. There were two options. Either the universe had an intelligent creator or it didn't. There were only two options. And if you said that it's more rational to believe that it did, then you must be a theist.
Or he could even be making a probabilistic argument. You know, you could say, "Oh, it seems likely."
Why would you go with the less rational option? There were two options.
You never said it was.
No, once again, you're assuming rationality, where you're misplacing rationality. I didn't say it was the least rational argument to believe that there is God. I believe it's the most rational argument to believe
that's
God.
What I'm saying.
I didn't say that. But what you're doing is you're confusing a faith-based rationality with an objective-based rationality. They're not the same thing at all.
Faith doesn't come into it. There were two options.
No, it does though. It does. Faith does come into it, because to suggest that the universe has an intelligible creator, or what was the word I used? What was the word I don't even know. A
cause, a first cause. I mean,
well, the first cause would be the best way to put that. That doesn't have any bearing on there being a God.
But would you agree that an intelligent creator of the universe will be basically God?
I'm actually sympathetic with Wildheart here.
Might be.
But it might be. I never said that there was that God was the direct conclusion of that argument.
Yeah, well, that's the thing with all the Aquinas' 5 ways. There's always a last step, and that says and this thing.
Well, I'm not citing Aquinas. If I wanted to cite somebody to conclusively make that argument, I would cite Ansel.
Yeah.
To finalize the argument that I believe that the uncaused mover of the uncaused cause of the universe, the unmoved mover, or whatever, would be God. I wouldn't cite Aquinas. I would cite Ansel.
Yeah,
well, my point is that at the end of all the Aquinas arguments, there's always the final step, and this thing is what men call God. That there's always that additional,
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate the argument, but I didn't make the argument that it was a theist example of God that created existence. But I never have made that argument.
Getting back to basics, either an intelligent being.
No. You've said this a few times though. You said getting back to basics, but basics don't cut it. If that's what basics are, I wouldn't classify those as basics, to be fair. But Like, if you're saying that that's what basics are, what are these basics? That the universe had a cause? Or
no,
are you saying that? Is it basic that the universe had a cause, or are you saying it's basic that God made the universe? Is that what you're? I want to know that.
Either an intelligent being created the universe, or
designed,
or not.
Yes.
Yes, either an intelligent being
It's a rational conclusion.
Yeah, so there's two options: either an intelligent being created the universe.
No, once again, you're creating this binary of answers that just doesn't exist.
See, to my mind, it's A or not A. Either an intelligent being created the universe, or an intelligent being didn't create the universe. Two options: A versus not A. It's a direct logical negation.
I don't. Once again, we're repeating the same stuff. I don't view it as this, so I don't know why. Like it's I can't even answer this question because I don't view it like this.
But either an intelligent being created the universe, or it didn't. It's A versus not A. It's a direct logical negation. One has
more
to be
than likely in terms of its objective truth.
No, not more than likely.
It's an objective. Look, okay. Let's say I said to you now, you have a cut on your finger.
Yeah.
Okay. Both of you have a cut on you have a cut on your finger. I am a medical skeptic, and Rob is a medical objectivist. He says putting this plaster on your finger is exactly what will stop your finger from bleeding. And I say, I don't know if that's true. No.
That's getting way too complicated.
Putting pressure.
No need whatsoever.
Putting pressure.
I don't know where else is going with this.
But if I say putting pressure on the finger is the way to stop the blood, only one of those things is going to be true.
No, because that's not a direct logical negation. There could be a third way that would be better.
Okay, so I can't call direct logical conclusions, but you can.
No, my proposition was a direct logical negation. Yours wasn't. Either an intelligent...
The argument is very simple. Which is objective? You want to cite objective truth, which I just cited. Either putting a plaster on a cut will stop it from bleeding, or putting pressure on a cut will stop it from bleeding. Which one is true? Now, it doesn't matter which one you believe. You can believe one thing or another. It doesn't change the reality. So what you're asking me now is to make. You're asking me to decide. You're asking me to decide which of these. You're asking me to decide which of these two things is true based on an objective thing that you do not know. But what you're doing is you are certain that you know these things objectively. But you don't know these things objectively. Rob doesn't know these things objectively, neither do I. But what you're doing is you're taking your objective principle of the world and trying to put it on my subjective experience. And by doing that, you're making a fallacious argument.
My thing was a direct logical negation. Either an intelligent being created the universe or it didn't. Direct logical negation. You're bringing plasters and pressure. There could be a third option that would be better. Mine was direct logical negation. Yours wasn't.
Thank you. I am so glad you've just given me there could be another option that we haven't worked out yet, which is exactly what I'm saying. That's not good enough for you.
With your example, there could be a third option. With mine, there couldn't be a third option. Either a God.
So what you're saying, in reality, that's true, but in practice, it's not. Because the practice you've given is there is this or there's this, but you don't know that. You're acting like you understand objective truth truthfully.
I'm not claiming to know. I'm saying it's one or the other. In objective reality,
that's a claim to knowledge. That's literally a claim to knowledge, though. You just said you don't make.
I'm not claiming that I know. I'm just saying that logically, it has to be one or the other. It's a direct logical negation. Either a God.
Logic according to which? Where is this? I need a drink. Where is this logic? What logic is this according to? This is Rob negotiates between two alcoholics about English people.
We've been on this merry-go-round for half an hour, 45 minutes now.
Deflating atheism. Do you know what I'm saying? either an intelligent being created the universe or he didn't. It's the only two options. There's no third way.
Well, the way I would phrase it is either the universe was created by an intelligent being or it was not. That's how I would phrase it.
Yeah, the only two options. That's how logic works.
See, okay. So I don't think.
No. Well, I'm with you. I'm with you if you want to indicate a binary, but you don't get to make the argument that's how logic works, because it's not how logic works. Logic according to who? Logic according to what? Logic according to where?
It's a direct logic.
You've just decided what the two logical outcomes of this discussion are. But that's not good enough. You can't create the two logical sides of this coin and then say, well, there's only two sides when this coin may have 8 sides. You don't know that. Your argument is logic. Logic determined by what? Logic impinged on who?
Do you know the three laws of logic? Non-contradiction, A versus not A.
Okay, I'm gonna mute both of you guys. Okay. Oh, okay. So okay, this is my problem. Is that there's nothing logically wrong with doing the binary argument, is that something is either the case or not the case, and you use the law of the excluded middle. But it's just not a useful argument as far as theology goes, because you don't get to determine what the default is. Now you say, well, either you lack a belief in God or you don't. Or, well, again, the Christian apologist could just say, well, I simply lack a belief that the universe came into existence uncaused by God. They could frame it that way and have belief in God as the default. So it's not a useful argument any which way you go. Again, the trilemma here, which is what I've described, is if you ask a person, do you believe in God? They could say yes, no, or maybe. Now, maybe they've seen an argument like, can God create a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it? Well, that satisfies them that God can't possibly exist because they have a negative ontological argument. So they would answer that in the affirmative, no. If they have an argument, well, maybe I could see how it's a rational belief, as even you have agreed that, it can be a rational belief. They could answer that maybe, and they could answer it affirmatively in the yes. They've either had a personal experience of the divine, or they've had some conclusive deductive argument that they found very persuasive, and so they can argue definitively yes. And so what you have is a trilemma of yes, no, or maybe that is far more useful, I think, for discussions. And then we can move on to more fruitful discussions, like what are the arguments for God? Well, first off, how do you define God? That's something that your binary argument doesn't even touch. Because if we disagree about what the definition of God is, how can we even have that binary?
Yeah, can I have 2 minutes to explain what we said? My problem is he said it's more rational to believe that an intelligent creator created the universe. It was more rational, and I'm saying if there are only two options, which there are, either an intelligent creator created the universe or it didn't, and he's saying the more rational option is that it did. Why is he not a theist? Why does he not believe that an intelligent creator created the universe? There are only two options, and he's saying that one is more rational. So he must believe that an intelligent creator created the universe. Otherwise, he's being irrational.
Well, he could be making a probabilistic claim. He could say, well, it's likely that the universe was created by an intelligent God. I can't say with 100% certainty.
But there are only two options. Either an intelligent creator created the universe or it didn't. And he's saying the more rational one is that an intelligent creator did create the universe. So why does he not believe that an intelligent creator did create the universe? You've got to go with the more rational one. Or else you're being irrational.
Says you. This is the argument. You've just shifted the original goalposts from what you said before to what you're saying now.
No, I'm arguing in favour of you being a theist. I'm saying from what you said.
I wouldn't bother wasting your time. By any stretch of the imagination. Your argument is based on a rationality that you have yet to conclusively determine is rational.
I'm saying there are two options. You're saying that one is more rational, but you don't believe You don't believe.
Well, first of all, your two options were too
rational. There are two options. You're saying one is more rational, and you're not going with that option. Why?
Can you guys just step outside your front doors and walk down the street and meet each other? And just...
naturally, he lives just 2 doors down from me.
Yes.
Sorry, carry on.
Your assumption of rationality is not the assumption of rationality that I'm working from.
Right, I just don't know how you're rational.
Dude, wild heart, you're arguing against the Petersonian here. You're not going to win, okay?
It's just logic. One is more rational. Go with the more rational one, and you're not doing, and I don't know why.
What you mean by rational? I think it's very.
It does. No, I don't want to sound like a Petersonian, but it literally depends what you mean by more rational.
Like more logical. Yes.
But that's even worse. What are you basing logic on?
You know the 3 laws of logic, excluding middle, non.
The 3 laws of logic, which don't go back as long as logic do. So what are your criteria for determining logic? What are your criteria for determining rationality? Now, if you want to say something like, well, maybe God is a law of rationality, well, that's fair enough. But you're not choosing that. Your argument is all based on the subjective psychological presuppositions of humanity.
No, you're saying that something's more rational, but you don't believe it. I don't know how that works.
I have to say,
there are 2 options. You say one is more rational, but you don't believe the more rational one.
I don't believe either. It's not about what I believe. It's about you didn't ask me that. You said which is more rational. That was the question.
No, there are 2 options. Either God created the universe or he didn't. There are 2 options.
No. And I said from the very beginning. I don't know the answer to that question.
But there are 2 options.
But then what you did is you made a presupposition that you must. You made a presupposition that one must make an assessment in order to have a discussion, and that's not true.
Okay.
I think the biggest problem. See, I think I have a knack for always sort of sussing out where the rubber meets the road in terms of arguments, and that's why when I was debating the president of the Canadian atheists.
Oh, so, yeah, the word debate was a very loose term. You could possibly use in this situation.
I cannot nail him down to anything. I asked him, do you think it is irrational? Do you think the belief in God is irrational? I said, he said, no. Well, what am I going to argue with you about? That's the thing. If you define lacktheism, well, I simply lack a belief in God. You're not giving anyone else a chance to disagree with you. Of course, I believe you lack a belief in God too. I agree with you entirely. You're not giving me any basis for disagreement if you're simply describing your own mental state rather than making a claim about the world. So that's the thing. That's my biggest gripe with lacktheism is that it's not useful. It doesn't offer any sort of basis for discussion. It doesn't even offer any sort of basis for disagreement besides the meta discussion about
which ends in about 4 seconds of discussion. So I don't.
But it doesn't matter whether it's useful or good for debate. If that's the case.
Okay, wild heart. Do you lack a belief in God?
Yes.
I agree.
Exactly.
I would agree, Wild Heart, that you lack a belief in God. I support your proposition.
But do you want me to lie in order to have a good debate? It's not his fault that he's just reporting what is actually true.
We believe you told the truth. We believe you told the truth, and we agree with you.
Yeah, but you're criticising him for just telling the truth. You asked him, does he have an active belief in God? And he said yes. And you agree with it.
We're asking you if you have an active belief in God or a negative.
No, we asked you if you lack a belief in God. You asked
I do lack a belief in God.
And we agree with you.
Yeah, but it's not my fault that doesn't make a great debate. Don't blame me.
We're not blaming
I'm just reporting the truth. I thought you were blaming the
debate. You want to have a debate, dude. Did you came from what was it? You came from some Discord channel or something. You're one of
the Great Debate Community, not the Debate Chambers and
Discord channels.
No, I started off on YouTube. No, you might not remember.
This is a Monty Python sketch. The man have a debate.
I thought you were criticizing the Canadian atheist because he said he lacks a belief in God. It's not his fault. He's just reporting the truth.
The Canadian atheist is that he wouldn't be nailed down to anything. I couldn't get anything out of him that I could say I disagree with that. Besides,
is that because he's Canadian rather than he's an atheist?
What was that?
What? Is that because he's Canadian rather than the fact that he's an atheist?
Maybe. Well, it's like either maybe a religion isn't so good for society. So well, I disagree with that. I mean, we could take out the pros and cons if you want, but
where would you like? I mean, really, that's a discussion that I am far happier to get in. Where would you like to begin with that, Cran?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. It's just you can't criticize him for just being honest and reporting what he believes, just because it doesn't make for a good debate. You can't criticize the Canadian atheist for just reporting his beliefs and then you agreeing with it. I know it doesn't make a great debate, but it's not his fault. You asked him a question and he replied honestly. It's not his fault that it doesn't make for a great debate.
Well, these are people who tell you that not believing in God is like not collecting stamps, and then they start a not collecting stamp club. You know.
That's absolutely. I've heard you say that before, but it didn't hit home as hard as it just has. That's really fucking good. That's really good. I quite enjoy that.
Yes. Wild heart is spent.
Yeah. I need a drink now. I'll be right back.
All atheism doubt. Oh, jeez. Okay. Well, hey, look, he even has a Christmas themed little icon there, which is more than what you've done, Fabulous.
I mean, I just turned up wearing the outfit that he's put in his avatar.
Fair enough. Yeah. What's that? Does he have it looks like he has a
sorry.
I don't want to make any suggestions of anything at all. I am just here for the fun ride and then I'm going to bed. This is too much to miss. So we'll just
getting back to Spooky Bedhurt, who also is in Stoke-on-Trent. That is me with a ginger beard because I do when I go over it is ginger, which is why I shave. I'm not willing to be a ginger.
It looks like you with like caramel corn stuck to your face. That's what.
Spooky Bedhurt basically made that ginger beard for me, and then this one guy Tog put the Christmas hat on.
So this was the effort of three men.
Yes.
Okay.
They took a picture of me. Put a ginger beard on it because I do have a ginger beard, and then put the Christmas hat on.
Well, it looks like they stuck caramel corn. It looks like they stuck caramel corn to your face, which I would love to have a caramel corn beard.
And plus, in the Christmas spirit, I have chestnuts.
Oh,
chestnuts roasted on open fire.
Chestnuts
roasted
on open fire. Jack Frost. Nipping on your nose. Oh, it's been said many times.
So, what are you doing for Christmas, Deflating Atheism? What's your Christmas Day plans?
I am going to my boyfriend's family for Christmas, and then I'm going to see my own family on the same day. And that's kind of about it, really.
Cool. Nice.
What are you doing?
I wanted my stepsister's, got that wrong. What's it called? Sister-in-law. My brother's wife.
Yeah.
Buffet. Yeah.
Is that in Mank? Is it?
It's not exactly Manchester. It's more. If you look it up, it's near Bolton, close to Bolton.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to be ashamed of where your family are from, Doc. I'm from Stoke-on-Trent, so don't even.
No,
I have to worry about this.
I like to be accurate, but Atherton is such a small town that I don't think.
Where are you from? Sorry, say that again.
Atherton.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah. I just want to be as accurate as possible.
I used to live in Warrington, so it's not too far away.
Yeah, you know what I'm on about then.
And I used to film things in Salford, the Salford Working Men's Club,
Yeah.
their Coronation Street thingy. Yeah.
Okay.
So I know the area well enough.
Cool. It's just when I'm talking to Americans, if I say Atherton, they will have not a clue.
No, I was happy. I was happy when you joined us because I had someone who was from my neck of the woods. So.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Well, yeah. All I know is that Fabulous lives down the street from Stonehenge, I think, and
that's true. It's true. Look. Yeah. The Queen lives at the bottom of our street, by the sounds of it. We all know her. It's fine. Old Liz, me and old Liz have cheered in the afternoon.
Are you pro Royal Family or against Fabulous Agnostic?
This might stir something even worse than atheism. I am pro a royal family.
Yeah, you're wrong.
No,
it's fine. I don't mind you holding that belief. Just know that you're objective.
That's okay. Yes. Tell me what's objectively wrong about holding a belief that having a royal family is better than not having a royal family.
Fabulous Agnostic simply lacks the belief that the royal family is wrong. Yes.
Actually, that's quite true as it goes. So.
Yeah.
So what do you think? Well, okay, so I'll turn this on Fabulous. What do you think about the Queen's latest pronouncements? Oh, it seems very out of character for her.
What was the latest pronouncement? I don't even know what it is. What did she say?
About like mandates and stuff.
Oh, I didn't know what she said. I've been away from it for 2 days. Okay. It's enough to get out of sync, really.
Yeah.
What she said.
Well, I can't tell. I'd have to look it up, but it seemed very out of character.
Bear with. Talk amongst yourselves.
With all due respect, it is 5 o'clock in the morning here.
This is 10 o'clock in the morning here, so.
Do you want to call it?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call it soon.
No problem. Thank you very much for that.
You can call it whenever you like. I was gonna go hours ago, but when our good friend here rolled up, I couldn't resist.
And if you want to continue the discussion, I shall start to stream up on my own channel while that's again. If you want to, it's completely up to you. I'm just saying, if you want to continue the discussion, I shall start to stream up directly after this. While that's again.
We like having you. You can promote your own channel. Yeah, we love having people.
And thank you very much for letting me on. And Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to both of you.
No problem.
And you.
But as long as you know that you're wrong on God, the royal family, and everything, I'm right always.
Well, you're not even explaining why
I'm always right. Sorry. Yeah, I know you don't know you're wrong, but just know that you are. So, I'm joking.
Well, you are unfailingly pleasant. You are.
Thank you very much, and anyone who's watching as well, Happy New Year and Merry Christmas.
Yes.
Cheers, thanks a lot.
Great seeing you, Wildheart.
Yeah, bye.
Well, great seeing you, Fabulous. Have a good night.
Ciao.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to one and all. Ho, 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 ho. That's 4 hoes just for you.
You can end it, and I'll talk to you after if you like.
Okay. Okay. Merry Christmas, everyone.
To one and all.